Up in the queue for the day. But it's so good to see you all. It's so good to see you all. Just let me see a MAGA in the chat if you'd like an invite up to come talk, or just hop at the guest request. I guess to give my position here real quick, we should all be voting for Kamala. There's no reason why we're going to take the rapists over the non-rapists, the racists over the non-racists, the misogynists over the non-misogynists. It's incredible, guys. What are we doing? Well, it's once again, it is so good to see you all. We are just still waiting on our first guest requests of the day, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, Milk Dud? Without further ado, let's go to get our first guest up here of the day. And first of all, for the first 900 of y'all, make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 30,000 likes. Also, make sure that we're sharing this live out with a couple friends. Yes, it is literally the prosecutor versus the first guest, Nick, of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone, just kind of give us a minute to get uploaded in here. What's up, Nick? How old are you?
23.
23. And are you voting for Trump?
I am not.
Okay, well, Nick, fuck out of here. Never come back. Base, though. We're going to move on to our next guest, Kinson. Y'all, everyone coming in here, welcome into the live, guys. Do double tap. Do share the live. What's up, Kinson? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
All right, why so, man?
Because I had lower tax rate.
Okay, we're still under Trump's tax code. You don't know shit.
No, we're not, homie.
Yeah, it expires in 2027. You are, what do they call it? Politically illiterate?
I'm illiterate, but why?
No, politically illiterate. Maybe not illiterate's the best word. Ignorant. There we go.
Ignorant?
Yeah.
Well, how is the tax still rising, Brody?
It's not. We're under Trump's tax code. And if you want to associate higher taxes with your current tax rate from the federal government, associate that with tax.
So when did Trump's tax rate go into law exactly?
2017, sir. It's a 10-year tax plan. 10-year tax plan expires in 2027. What are we doing? Hey, why do you want to grape us in the Oval Office?
What about Barack Obama's?
What about Obama? What about Obama's tax plan? It was removed and replaced with Trump's in 2017.
So when Obama's term ended, it ended, right?
No, because Obama's term did not end in 2017.
I know it ended in 2016. I know that. But I'm saying.
What does Obama have to do with any of this? It's
I'm
Kamala
saying
versus
Trump is
What
not
are
the
we
president
doing?
no more. So why is it his tax?
Because it's a 10-year tax plan.
Is he the only one that's ever had that?
No.
Who else had that?
I don't know, but that's just how tax plans work. They do it by 10 years.
I don't know, man. I don't think so. But so why is the tax so high right now?
Because of Trump's tax plan, obviously.
Why wasn't it high under Trump?
Hey, buddy, quit your yapping. We are under Trump's tax code. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care about your ignorance. I don't care about your lies. I just explained it to you.
What lies, bro? I'm asking you a simple question.
We are currently under Trump's tax code.
I'm asking you a simple question. Why wasn't it high under Trump? And I'm answering your...
we have the same taxes now that we had under Trump.
Okay, tell me this. Tell me, why was the tax not high under Donald Trump?
We literally have the same taxes now that we had under Trump.
Yo. Why wasn't it high under Donald Trump?
I mean, it wasn't. Like, we have the same taxes now we had then.
No, we don't, man. No, we don't.
Could you give me any evidence for this? Could you give me absolutely any reason to believe that?
Common knowledge. What you mean?
Okay. So one reason that it may be higher now compared
maybe
to
I thought you said it wasn't.
I don't think it was higher, but what I'm explaining to you that it is higher, right? That just means that some parts of his tax policy have sunsetted in the sense that they were to expire after 2, 3, 4 years, which just means that Trump's tax code gets progressively harder on the middle class.
Middle class, when the tax went down, everybody was benefiting, but now it's killing the middle class. I don't get that.
So blame it on Trump. It's tax.
I'm not blaming it on Trump because his term ended.
Okay, so are you saying that Biden influenced new tax policy?
I'm not saying that, but he has something to do with it.
Okay, what does he have to do with it?
When Trump was president, the tax was low, but now the price of everything is going high, and somehow you're blaming it on Donald Trump. I don't get that.
Okay, so the price of goods doesn't have anything to do with personal income tax.
Of course it doesn't.
So then why did you just reference them as if they were...
Because I want to know why the groceries are so high right now.
Yeah, but like, I gotta understand...
The house of groceries, the house of apartment, everything is so high. Why?
Kenton, I'm trying to explain a very simple concept to you. So when you first came up on the live, you were referencing the tax plan, right? And
Yes,
like
sir.
how much
Mhm.
we pay on our income, like to the federal government, is completely separate from inflation. But if we want to reference why inflation, right, has been high, it was a global response from the pandemic. It was onset by COVID. Every country in the world experienced this, but the U.S. did have one of the quickest global rebounds
Why
from
do
it
you guys keep saying that, bro?
because it's true.
But it hasn't been going down at all.
It actually has the peak.
How? Show me proof right now. Show me proof right now. Because
Yeah, you
Biden
could,
tweeted
you could
something out
literally.
like,
Hey, buddy. You could go to the Federal Reserve. Look at the inflation rate. It peaked at 9%. Right now, we're sitting at 3%.
3%. But Biden just said 2.8% the other day. How is it at 3%?
Yeah, so then it's probably dropped down to 2.8.
No, it's not, bro. You guys stay lying. Nothing is going down.
Okay, what's our current inflation rate?
I don't know, but it's not going down. The price of everything is going down.
How do you know that our inflation rate isn't going down if you don't know it?
How do I know? Because when I used to work at Dunkin' Donuts, right? When I used to buy a bacon, egg, and cheese, that shit was mad cheap. Now it's almost $6. How do you explain that?
Okay, so so inflation is the rate of change in the pricing of a good.
No, how
So
do you
when the
explain
rate-
that, Brody? How is that how does that fall on Donald Trump?
Hey, Kenson, if you stop being so loud and wrong, I can explain it to you.
I go.
So inflation is the rate of change, right, within the price of a good, right? So specifically what we'd be indicating here with a decrease in the inflation rate isn't literal deflation in the sense that the pricing of goods will decrease, right? Because that would cause us to enter into a recession. But rather what we're going to be referencing here is just a slowing in the rate of change of the pricing in a good, right? And I've already pointed out the fact that the U.S. has had the quickest global rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic.
That's false. But
Can
Brody,
you give me
I
any
just
reason
want-
to believe that's false?
because the American people are not living. What do you mean any reason? The American people are not living, Brody.
Okay, wait. So you're telling me that my claim that the U.S. has had the quickest global rebound from inflation onset by the pandemic out of any country in the G7, you're saying that's false because, quote unquote, Americans are dead?
No, because they're not living. They're living paychecks to paychecks. What do you mean?
Okay, but what does this have to do with us having the quickest
A good
from
rebound?
global
That's
inflation
not a
in
good
the
rebound,
G7?
Brody. We will be striving. We're not striving toward nothing.
Okay, so my claim was we had the quickest rebound out of any country in the G7.
All right, Brody. But tell me this, though, bro. Tell me this.
Do you know what
price
the
of
G7
everything-
is?
No, I don't, Dean.
Yeah, what is inflation?
The price of things.
No. How many branches of government are there?
There's 3.
Name them.
Don't try to be smart, Brody.
No,
Don't try to be
I
smart.
want you to try to
No,
be smart.
listen. I see. You.
I
You try
want
to be
I
smart
want
with
you to
people.
try to be smart. I want you to be smart, Kinson. I
What's
want
the-
you to
yo,
be smart.
If you wanna,
I
if
want
you're
you
smart,
to try to be smart.
What's the square root of 49?
Okay, Kinson.
Exactly. You're not smart, Dean. So don't try to act like you're smart with me, man. You're not smart.
Square root is that? I don't know what the I don't know. I'm not gonna do the math. I
Okay,
asked you what
because
the
you're
name of
not
the three
smart. You
branches
try
of
to
government
ask me
are.
some dumbass question thinking you're not smart, man.
So
Don't
what are
try
the
to
three
do that.
branches of government?
There's 3.
And what are they?
What's the square root of 49?
It's
if
7,
you're
bro.
smart.
I'm not. How many? What are the 3 names of the branches? of
7.
government?
You're gonna see somebody text in the chat and you're gonna look it up.
So, buddy, do you know what the names of the 3 branches
Yes.
of government are?
Ju-
Also,
I
this
know
is a
them.
political live, not a mathematics live.
I word judicial. Damn. Legislative and I forgot the third one, but I know there's 3, bro.
No, don't worry, bro. Someone in the chat will fill you in.
Nah, I don't need to look in the chat, bro. I just
so
don't
it-
like how
it-
you don't try to act smart, man.
No, the reason I'm gonna try to act smart is because you are ignorant as all shit. Like you actually are like really dumb. Okay, Kenson. And the reason that I'm just so forthcoming with this information is because your stupidity hurts people. Like I mean, like listen. I advocate for critical thought. I advocate for people going to the book and learning. But like you have been just willfully ignorant, denying the truth, denying the facts, just contorting reality, and that literally fucking hurts people. Like I've like no problem with calling that shit out and telling you exactly how it is when you are just willfully dumb.
So you asked me how many branches there were. I said 3, right? But somehow I'm done.
Earlier, I asked you if we were still under Trump's tax code, and you said no. Then when I informed you that we are, because it was a 10-year, because it was a 10.
I didn't say no, bro. I did not say no. I know what I said. I did not say no.
Robbie, thank you for the money gun.
I did not say no, but I want to know why the
Yeah,
president.
are we under Trump's tax code?
Listen, I did not say no. You
Jensen, are
you
we
just
under
said
Trump's tax code?
I don't know if we are or not. You know what I mean?
So see, this is where your willful ignorance comes in, because I informed you that we are, and it expires in 2027.
Stop by his hotel. Say sorry about an argument we had.
But okay.
So earlier, when you're asking me why taxes are so high right now, well, if it is the case that you currently think taxes are high, then blame it on Trump because
And,
it's his tax code.
Biden administration can't do nothing about it.
They can do anything about it.
So
but
why don't they
haven't.
do something for the American people, Brody?
Because
I
they're
don't get
waiting
that.
until they could pass bipartisan legislation through the House and through the Senate.
So they can do something about it, but they're not doing anything about it. I don't get that.
Well, they can't without like adequate priming of the Congress, because like a president can't just sign bills into law.
I know they can't
particularly
just
have
sign
to
it
get them
into
passed
law.
through Congress.
So why are you voting for Kamala Harris exactly?
I will tell you exactly why I think Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump as soon as
Please
you can
do.
admit that we're still under Trump's tax code.
No, I don't know if we are. That's my tick. I don't know if we are.
So like Kidson, that is what I call like look at.
That's not
I
ignorant.
want you to
That's
go
not-
on the
you
internet and I
asked
want
me-
you to
you
look up
asked
the
me- no, no,
expiration
no.
date of the T. Wait,
You
I have a
asked me a
question.
simple-
Do you know what the name of the policy was that enacted Trump's tax code?
Man, listen, you asked me a question and I said I don't know. So let's leave it at that. I don't know.
Did I tell you what the answer was?
You told me the answer was, but I did not know what it was.
It's
I-
2027.
Okay, you said that, but I did not know. But now I want you to tell me why you.
So
voting
earlier, when you're saying that taxes were high now, would you blame that on Trump because we're still under his tax code?
Not really, because when Trump was president, it wasn't high. So,
Okay, I
but
have a
then when
question.
Biden got into
So
office, it started-
when you say that you don't want to blame the high taxes on Trump, but
Mm-hmm.
we are currently getting taxed according to Trump's tax code, how do those two things work together?
if it was high when he was president, that must mean he knew how to run the country. But now it's high.
So
when
the
Biden-
taxes are the same now.
It's
as
not the
they
same.
were-
Why are you lying to these dumbass people in the comment, bro? It's not the same. We're paying more for everything now, bro.
How could the tax code be different if we had Trump's tax code then and we have Trump's tax code now?
How could it be different? Because Biden doesn't know how to run things, bro. What do you mean?
So this would imply that Biden changed his tax code and raised
No,
the
this would
taxes.
imply Biden's team doesn't know what they're doing.
How could Biden raise our taxes without changing the
his
tax
team,
code?
not himself, his team.
How could Biden's team raise
Mm-hmm.
your taxes without changing the tax code?
Oh, I don't know. That's for you to tell me, man. Like what? You're
So
supposed
you
to be like a-
you actually can't raise taxes.
So how
without
are they
raising
going up, bro?
taxes.
How? Okay, tell me. How are the price of everything going up?
So the pricing of goods is not tax code. Pricing of goods going up is inflation.
Okay, yo, tell me how are they going up, man? I just need you to tell me that.
Murderer scrawled across her
Because stimulus to the economy resulted our onset by the pandemic will lead to
Coronavirus, yeah, we're gonna
inflation.
go back to
And
that,
we're
bro.
also seeing inflation go down, not up.
It's not going down. Why are you lying to these people, man?
So inflation is going down. We hit an all-time high peak during the pandemic at 9%, and right now we're at 3%.
Biden just said 2.8. Now you're saying 3. Which one is it?
It's one of the two.
Well, no, it's not, bro. No, it's
So
not.
it's like a 0.02% difference.
All right, word. Why are you voting for Kamala Harris instead of Trump? Exactly.
Okay, so I just explained to you how it is the case that inflation is going down.
I got you. I heard you, man. I'm not saying anything bad, but I'm asking you right now. Why are you voting for Kamala Harris instead of Trump?
Yeah. Because I'm gonna take the prosecutor over the prosecuted. I'm gonna take the non-grapist over the grapist. I'm gonna take the non-racist over the racist. I'm gonna take the non-misogynist over
Trump
the
is not
misogynist. I'm gonna take
racist,
the
man.
Trump is not
Trump is not
is not a racist. Then
No,
please
he's not.
then please explain to me why there's particularly civil litigation against him in 1973 for not granting black people equal opportunity and renting properties from him as white people. He would put the letter C on housing applications from black people and then deny them because of the color of their skin. And then he ended up having to make a promise to the federal government that he would not, use race as a factor when considering who he would and wouldn't rent to.
Okay. So why does Biden call all black people poor?
So first of all,
Does
Biden's
that
not
mean
running for
Biden is
president, and then
racist?
second of all, you're not responding to my claims here. Can you acknowledge what I said about Trump and the civil litigation for housing?
Listen, that thing you just said, that's wrong. Okay.
Can you
But-
give me any reason to believe that? You're actually just saying that. You're like.
What do you
literally
mean?
just
It's
saying
wrong to not let somebody go into your hotel because of their skin color.
Oh,
That's
yeah, it's wrong. Right. So
Yeah.
there's also the Central Park Five. Like, he called for the death penalty for 5 individuals, specifically after they had been exonerated, right? Shown that they didn't commit their crimes. He also, like, proponed the birther movement of Barack Obama, specifically saying that he was born in Kenya with literally no reason to believe that. He only said that because of the color of his skin.
I mean, his
Are you gonna say
brothers
that
live
this
in
man isn't
Kenya. I think
racist?
that was a good reason, right? Doesn't Barack Obama brother live in Kenya?
No, I don't think that Obama is gonna have a brother.
Malik Obama, you don't know Malik Obama, bro? Really?
Wait, even if he did have a brother that lived in Kenya, how this tells that he was born in Kenya? When he
I'm not saying he did live in Kenya. I'm saying
he particularly had a
no,
birth. He had a
no.
birth.
No, Brody, I'm not
sorry.
saying he
he had a
lived in Kenya.
fucking. He had a fucking birth certificate from Hawaii.
Listen, I'm not saying he's from Kenya, but I'm saying his brother lived in Kenya, though.
But why would this give us reason to believe that he's from Kenya when he was born in Hawaii?
It doesn't give us any reason to believe that. That was wrong on
Okay,
Trump's
so
part
then
to
you
say
admit that that was racist. So then when you said that Trump wasn't racist, you were wrong.
No, I'm just saying if Trump is racist, Biden is also racist.
Biden's
So I don't
not
get
running
how you
for
can-
president.
I don't get how you can justify one and not the other.
Well, the reason I can justify Trump and not the other is because Biden literally isn't running for president. I think that
But
these
when
would
he
be
was
great-
when he was in office, you justified it. I don't
Okay,
get
so
it.
Point number one, this would have been a great conversation to have a week ago, right? But however, it's not pertinent
Okay,
to the
okay,
conversation
okay.
anymore because Kamala
That's
is
fair.
not is no longer Biden. However, it's Kamala. But if you just want me to reference like how I would respond to that at the time, well, it is the case that both Biden and Trump have quite a racist past. But Biden is the only individual to come out, apologize for the racist past, take accountability, and try to grow as an individual. Meanwhile, Trump hasn't apologized for anything in his damn life. All right. Another thing is Trump is literally a grapist. Why do you want a literal grapist in the Oval Office?
Why? Tell me how's he a rapist exactly?
He was proved to be a rapist by a court.
Okay. But okay, that's bad. That's bad. So if he was all these things that you're naming right now, why did they let him become president in the first place? If they cared about us so much.
So, I mean, first of all, these courts hadn't concluded by 2016. And then second of all, I don't know, because Republicans are bad. Like
I don't
they
know, man.
care.
Because like if they cared about us so much, and somebody's going to run for president, shouldn't they do a whole background check on them?
So there couldn't have been a background check done, like particularly for the grape, because it is the case that that court case only started in 2019 after the statute of limitations had changed, allowing her to bring it to court. And then second of all, like Republicans literally don't give a shit. You're going to be a prime example. I just told you that Trump is a rapist. Are you still going to vote for Trump?
No, I don't support that rapist part. I do not.
So
but
so would you vote for someone that was held legally responsible for grape?
do you believe people can change? I'm not saying he did, but do you believe people can change?
I don't think that
Say yes
grapists
or
can
no.
change now.
No. Do you believe people can change in general?
I don't think that grapists. I think that people can change in general. Do I
Okay.
think that
That's
grapists
that's
can
all I
change?
ask
No.
you. That's all I ask you. Whether or not he did what he did, which is wrong if he did it, but I believe the country was better under him. So yes, I'm still gonna vote for him.
So if the Epstein files were true, insofar as him raping, imprisoning, and torturing a
If
little
they were
girl,
true, put him in prison. I don't care. Bro.
so you'd say that you wouldn't vote for him, and we should put him in prison if he raped a little girl, but you would vote for him and don't. Really care
No,
since
you
it's raping
said
a
if the
woman.
Epstein files were true. I'm saying if they were true, put him in prison. I don't.
Okay, so
anybody.
Kenton, maybe you should let me finish here. If the Epstein files were true, insofar as him raping, imprisoning, and torturing a little girl in the 90s, would you still vote for him?
No, I wouldn't.
So
If
why
those
would you
things
vote-
were true, I
Why are
wouldn't.
you still gonna vote for him, even though he raped an adult woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if he raped a little girl?
Because this shit's a cap, bro.
What?
Because those are cap. Come on, man.
Do you know the name of his victim?
No.
Do you know one piece of evidence she submitted in the court of law?
Do you know all the girls that got fucking killed and
Hey,
raped?
Kenton. Hey, Kenton. Can you name one piece of evidence that she submitted in the court of law?
But can you say that again?
Can you name one piece of evidence that she submitted in the court of law to prove that Trump was a rapist?
No, man. I did not watch the. I
Do
did
you
not.
know? Do you know what year this trial came about?
No, really.
Do you know what his defense was?
No, Dean.
Do you know how many jurors there were?
Dean, no.
Do you know the name of the judge?
I did not watch.
Do you know how many years this was on the court floor?
No, Dean.
So I think it's absolutely fucking disgusting that you are going to come up here, say that it's cap.
It's not
say that
disgusting, bro,
Hey,
'cause
hey,
I
buddy,
said
shut
it-
your yapping ass up, okay? You listen to me now, little boy. I think it's absolutely deplorable that you're going to come up on my live, say that, oh, it's all cap. This lady who didn't just accuse Trump of raping her, but then proved it in a court of law was a liar and doing it for money or political purposes, and Trump didn't actually do this thing. But meanwhile, you don't know fucking anything. You don't know her name. You don't know when it went to court. You don't know any of the evidence for a claim. You don't know Trump's defense. You don't know how long it was in court. You don't know the judge's name. You don't know how many people are on the jury. You don't know jack shit about it. But then you come out of the gate swinging, saying that it was all lies. Do you understand the harm that this causes to victims? Do you understand how this continues to uphold our patriarchy, perpetuate rape culture, and hurt women as a whole? When we have men, shitty men, deplorable men, disgusting men, quite frankly, like you, just outright denying the experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of raping her, but then proved it in court. Meanwhile, you don't know shit.
Dean, I'm not denying any of those things. Bro. I'm saying if he did them, put him in jail. I don't.
You literally said it was cap. You said it was cap. You said it was a lie. You denied it.
Okay, but listen to me. If there was a word true, put him in prison. I could care less, homie. I don't care. If
Look at you. You're folding. You're folding.
I'm
You
not
just said it was
folding, bro.
cap. You just said it was cap. You're folding. You literally just said it was cap. You just said it was a lie. Now you're folding under pressure.
No, I'm not folding under pressure, bro. It's wrong to rape anyone, bro. If you rape
Is Trump a
someone,
rapist?
you're not listening to me, bro. Like, you're not listening. If Trump did those things, put him in jail. I could care less, man. I'm just
You're
saying.
not responding to my claims. I don't care. Oh, Trump did those things. Put him in jail. Trump did those things. Put him in jail. What I'm responding to here is the fact that you said that Trump did not rape E. Jean Carroll and it was cap when you don't know anything about it. You didn't even know her name. Respond to that.
Carol. So why did she wait? Okay, bro. Listen, bro. If Trump
No,
did those
no,
things,
no,
put
no,
him
no,
in
no,
jail,
no, no, no.
nigga.
Respond to the fact that you said it was a lie with not knowing any of the
Because
facts
why did she
of the
wait so
case.
long to come out, bro? Carol. Why
You
did she wait
didn't
so
even know
long?
her name. Now look at why did she wait so
Because
long?
you just said her name. Because you
Hey,
just
buddy.
said her name.
62% of women who get raped wait until they
I have
die.
sister, man. I have a mother. Of course, I care about females. So don't try to tell me I don't care about them.
No,
bro.
no, you
Listen,
don't. You don't
if
give a
any-
shit, little bro.
Of course you would know. You're a fucking Democrat. You gonna say what you wanna hear, bro.
Oh, is this when
But
you start like
listen to me.
freaking out and baby raging?
No, I'm not freaking out, bro. I got 2-3 sisters, bro.
If you care about women, then why are you victim blaming?
I'm not victim blaming, Gene. You're not listening to me. If he did those things, put him in jail and rot in jail, bro. I don't care about him.
So the reason that
No,
I say
I'm saying I'm going to vote for him because the country was better. If Trump did any of those things,
So the reason I say that you're victim blaming is because you didn't know her name, you didn't know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court, you didn't know the name of the judge, you didn't know when it went to court, you didn't know
because I did not watch
Hey,
the
hey,
thing.
Kenson, just listen. You didn't know any of the facts of the court case, right? And then you automatically are coming out and saying that it was all a lie because she waited 23 years when 62% of women who get
Suspicious.
raped never take it to court.
Not a lie. I found it suspicious she waited so long for that, bro.
Okay, so
I'm not victim
62%,
blaming, man.
62% of women who get raped never come to the authorities about it. So why would you be trying to victim blame and say it's suspicious when one does 23 years later?
No, I approve of that, bro. If you got raped, of course you should go out and tell people who raped you. I approve of that. I
Okay,
don't
so you say
appreciate
that he should be in jail since he raped
Yes, he
her,
should
but
be,
why would
man.
you-
Yes, he should be. If
So
did
he should
this
be in
thing, yes, he
jail
should be.
and in the Oval Office?
Come on, man. Your Biden was calling black people monkeys and inferior to white people. Why did they let him run? Come on, man.
So I
I'm
mean,
not
first
gonna
of all,
hold-
wait,
I'm not
Biden
gonna
just
hold that
didn't. Biden didn't
Yes,
say
he
that.
did, bro. It's literally on camera
Can you
and
play
him
a clip?
speaking. But I'm not gonna hold that
play it?
against him because people can change, bro. If Trump did
you
those
play it?
things, put him in jail. I don't care about Trump, but I'm just saying the country
When
was
did
better.
Biden say those things?
What do you mean when? I can pull up an audio for you right now.
Yeah,
Why are
please
you
pull up a
tweaking?
clip of Biden calling black people monkeys, please.
But why are you tweaking, Brody?
He just didn't say that.
Is you're aware of my reputation?
Alright, I'm gonna play for you right now.
Rose up
Yeah.
300 feet out. At this midnight basketball and getting them together, a bunch of giant folks living in their city to do, try to see if they can be Michael Jordan. When they found out, they were keeping schools open. So gangs come off streets instead of out raping my mother, marauding me.
How is it? Why those black people all? Okay, listen to the audio, please.
Robbing the local store. They're in
Why is he calling us robbers? Why is he calling us rapists?
a gymnasium.
I literally
My
think
daughter
that's all
will be-
wrong and racist.
That is
but-
not wrong, bro. Okay.
But like you said that you have a clip of him calling black people monkeys.
That he's putting that's the reference, bro. I'm black. Don't act like you know this shit, bro. But anyway, listen. Do not try to say I'm victim blaming. I'm not victim blaming, man. I have a mother. I have 2 sisters. I care about females.
That's not.
If Trump
so-
did those things,
not wow.
I don't care.
Oh, that was proven to be AI. Yeah.
No, it wasn't proven to be
sure.
AI. Bro.
Anyways, so
listen
anyways,
to me,
hey,
bro. Listen.
Biden's not running for president. I think that it's absolutely the case that Republicans are utterly out of ammunition now. You don't know what to do, you don't know what to say, and you don't know how to address Kamala Harris, who's more intelligent than Trump, that has more conviction than Trump, that is more charisma than Trump.
she's smarter
that is
than
better
Trump.
our country for Trump. You don't know what to do. You're panicking. You're out of ammunition.
Dude, I'm not panicking, bro. I'm black too, man. I should be voting for Kamala Harris, but I don't think she can run the country better than Trump, bro. But tell me, how is she more charismatic than Trump? Please, go ahead.
She didn't grape someone
But I'm gonna need some special herbs.
because she cares about the American
Is
people.
that gonna
not
be
only herself.
is that all the bullet you have?
No, she's also more charismatic about Trump because she actually cares about the American people. Trump doesn't
How does she
care
care about the American people?
Trump doesn't because her and Biden passed some of the most monumental
She
legislation.
couldn't even handle the border, man.
Hey, buddy, well, you're asking me questions, and then I'm like trying to respond
Alright,
to
well,
you,
go
then you
ahead,
interrupt
go
me.
ahead.
So can you have some impulse control and just hold on?
Yeah.
Okay, like actually, like try. Like I'm trying to engage in a two-way conversation with you because you just asked me 3 questions in the time.
I said
span.
go ahead, Dean.
You just asked me 3 questions in the time span of 20 seconds. So I'm going to answer your first question. How does she care more about the American people? So yeah, she particularly cares more about the American people because when her and Biden were in the presidency, they actually passed legislation to fight for the American people. Want to pass legislation to fight for all 170 million American girls and women that particularly have had their rights taken away at the hand of Donald Trump.
How did
wanna
they have
fight
their
for-
rights taken away?
Okay, Kinson, I'm in the middle of answering your question, and then you just interrupt me with another one, but I'll respond to you. It's because Trump elected 3 justices specifically to the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, to put the access to healthcare and basic rights like bodily autonomy and integrity on the line for all 170 million American women and girls.
Can I speak now?
Yeah. I mean, you
Okay.
didn't even let me get to your part about how Trump is a literal threat to democracy.
Are you
He
gonna
tried
get
stage
to
a
it?
coup to overthrow our government when he lost 2020. Okay, like he told his VP not to certify the results of the election, sent fake electors to states to cast false votes within the electoral college, and convinced tens of millions of American citizens to have virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes on no basis, even though he's disproven by 60 courts, including 17 courts with judges that he had appointed. You're voting for a traitor. You're voting for someone that doesn't stand for America, and you're voting for someone that doesn't stand for you.
Trump is
For me? Why for me?
something for blackness.
I mean, the same
I-
reason. No, because you're an American citizen. He stands for no American citizen.
Bro, he's done more than you and Kamala Harris combined, bro.
Really? So name one policy that he influenced to get passed. while
Stop
he was
asking me
out.
about policy, man.
Well,
When
how else do
when he was
presidents
the
do
president,
stuff
the
for
country
us?
was better. Everyone was happier, bro.
I'm
I
so
don't
sorry.
care about
How do presidents do stuff for the American people? They do it through policy and executive order.
Okay, but I'm saying, like, when he was president, the country was better, man.
So how did he cause it to be better? That's the question I'm asking you.
What do you mean? He caused it. Everybody could afford things. The border was closed. People would come into this country legally.
Is the
And-
border open now?
And I'm pretty sure Biden just closed it, but after letting 20 million people in, right?
Wait, you should blame it on Trump. You want to know why?
Why? He built 18%. That's not true. That's not what he built.
So the reason that you should blame it on Trump is because Biden and Harris tried to get 2 bipartisan border bills passed through the House, passed through the Senate, passed through Congress to stop the crisis at the southern border. Then Trump called the Republican lawmakers in the Congress and told them to vote against the bills because he didn't want to give the Democrats a win. Then even said at one of his rallies that if the border bills fail, you should blame it on me. So
Can I
should
tell you
literally
why?
blame it on Trump.
Can I tell you why he did that? He said no.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure $9 billion were gonna be sent over to Ukraine.
So in the first border bill,
Instead, can I
So
speak now?
in the first border bill, it wasn't standalone. There was funding.
You're not
for
gonna let me
Ukraine.
speak?
However, in the second border bill, it was standalone, and there was no legislation on anything but the border crisis.
But you're not gonna let me speak, Brody?
You just made a claim, and I showed you how you're wrong. But go ahead.
No, I'm not wrong because when Biden passed that law, more money were gonna go to Ukraine than the American people. Of course, he said no to it.
Okay, so what did I just say? I just
Yo, I
acknowledged
know
and
you're
responded to
lying,
that.
but you try to be smart, but you're lying, and these dumbass people are coming gonna believe you. But I know that's the truth.
Okay, so Kenton, I mean, if you listened to me, you would have heard that there's two bipartisan border bills. In the first bipartisan border bill, there was additional funding for Ukraine. However,
much
when
money
it
was it?
ultimately failed because of the Republicans in Congress, they tried to pass a second border bill that was standalone. It didn't.
Can
have
you
any
please
funding
tell
for
me how much
Ukraine,
money it was?
And it didn't have any additional legislation.
Can you please tell me how much it was? How much
No.
money was gonna be sent to Ukraine?
Nope,
Why can't you tell me, bro?
because it's just irrelevant to the conversation. But I
No,
just don't.
tell me. Was it in the billions or millions? Please.
Stevie, I appreciate you for the $5. Oh, if you're asking me if it was in the billions or millions, definitely in the billions.
Okay, so why are they getting so much money when the American people needs it?
What?
Why is it in the billions when the American people need the money?
Okay, why is it in the billions? So, I mean, first of all, the reason that we're sending money to Ukraine is because of the Budapest Memorandum. And second of all, you didn't even acknowledge or address my point that they try to pass two bipartisan border bills through Congress.
because
and
every
the second
time
one was standalone.
Because it's not us benefiting, bro. We're sending money overseas, bro.
Okay, Kenton, wow. What did I just say? Like, can you just repeat what I just said to you?
No, I'm not gonna repeat what you just said because I didn't honestly. It was
so
all lies.
I've said it 3 times to you. So if you can't repeat what I just said, I'm going to move on to the next guess.
Why?
Because I've said it 3 times and you're just not acknowledging what I'm saying or like.
I give me
listening.
another fact of how Kamala Harris is better than Donald Trump, man.
Okay.
And then back up your claim.
Well, we're just going to move on to our next guest, ladies and gentlemen. For the 4.2 thousand people in here, I appreciate y'all for being here, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Let's try to get up to 300,000 likes. Also, do share at that live, ladies and gentlemen. Right? Let's see a MAGA in the chat if you are going to be voting for Trump. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. We're going to move on to our next guest here, guys. Kenton was just chatting. Yeah, for real. What's up, Helen? How do you?
Hi there. I'm pro Harris.
Oh,
The young
W.
man-
Hey, base guys, base. Let's get some W Helens in that chat. Let's get some massive W Helens in that chat. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you particularly do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are gonna be in my bio. Right, I get 100% of the proceeds over those platforms. But let me see a MAGA in that chat if you're voting for Trump. We're just gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. All right, we're gonna move on to our next guest, guys. Everyone, just do give us a minute. Do be patient. What's up, Kat? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 38.
Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not voting at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, my background says, why are you voting for Trump? So if you're not voting for Trump, like, politely do not get in my guest requests. But we're going to move on to our next guest here. Everyone, just give us a minute, guys. Do double tap away in that phone screen. Do share out that live. Y'all already know. Let me see a MAGA in the chat if you're voting for Trump. All right. We're going to go and load up our next guest right now. We're going to load up our next guest right now, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're still looking to get our next guest up in here, y'all. Everyone, just do give us a minute. Be patient while we are loading in our next guest here, guys. All right, we get our next guest loading in right now. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 47.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, why so?
Because of cryptocurrency.
Okay, well, I mean, the crypto market is at an all-time high right now under Biden.
Yeah, and it was an all-time high under Trump.
No. We've seen like high, like 68,000 K for Bitcoin under Biden. It was lower under Trump.
And so what? It's an every 4-year cycle.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not. I'm back
You
up
sound-
from Dot.
You sound like you're in a fucking missile. Stephanie, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that love, Stephanie. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, guys. Everyone, just do be patient. Do give us a minute. He actually sounded like he was in a missile, bro. We're going to move on. I'm voting for Trump because of crypto crazy. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 13.
Okay, buddy. Goodbye. Alphetus in the chat. Alphetus in the chat. Moving on to our next guys. Moving on. 13 years old. That's some crazy shit. Everyone, just do be patient while we're getting our next guest up in here. Y'all already know. We got our next guest loading in. Everyone, do be patient. We got our next guest loading in. All right, we're gonna go and see what Matt has to say here, y'all. Okay, literally no one's loading in. If you want to come up at what's up, Matt? How old are you? Matt, hi, you're on the live. Currently on the live, Matt. Okay, Matt's just not here. We're gonna move on to our next guest. I don't know what's going on, y'all. We just got to give it a minute, y'all. Guys, if you're MAGA and you want to come up, just let me know in the chat because I actually don't know what's going on right now. Okay, this is craziness. We're just loading up everyone from the queue, guys. We're actually loading up like everybody from the queue right now. Okay, yeah, I just want to load someone up from the chat. What's up, Brandon? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on in 41?
41. Are you driving?
No, sir.
Okay, are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Okay, real quick, Ben, how old are you?
20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
All right, take it away, guys.
Well, I'm a bit of a political expert, but I'm wondering how could we possibly give Pamela the nuclear codes?
Pamela? Her name's Kamala.
Oh, excuse me. Kamala. Kamala, yes.
Whatever you want to call her.
Yeah. So this actually leads me into a great question, Brandon. Should violent offenders be able to buy and own guns? Okay. Well, that's it from Brandon. You're on pause. I can't hear you when you're on pause. Should violent offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
No, sir.
Okay, well then how could we possibly give Trump access to the nuclear codes? Because he is a violent offender, he's held civilly liable for rape, so you'd say he shouldn't be able to buy a gun, but he should be able to access the nuclear codes? Okay, that's right, he just left. On to you, Ben. Why are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I could get into it, but I just want to say that you're pretty condescending to the people you have on here. It's kind of ridiculous the way you talk to people. I think it's gross the way that you talk to people you have on here. I mean, I come on, I see your lives all the time, and it's
so gross. Dean's so gross for talking condescending, but I'm gonna vote for a rapist. Dean's gross, but I'm gonna vote for a racist. Dean's so gross, but I'm gonna vote for a misogynist. Dean's so gross, but I'm gonna vote for the person that sexualized a fifth grader.
Your profile pictures, it's so funny, and the chains you wear, it's so funny. Your little profile pictures, how they're different in each one. I love it.
You love me.
Pandering for Venmos on TikTok Live, man. It just doesn't get any better.
Oh, yeah, guys. You should all send me your entire life savings. You should empty your 401k and take your grandma's pension and send it to me on Venmo and PayPal.
This is what I mean. You get so mad, and then you laugh and give a fake little laugh. It's so funny how tight you get so quickly, and then you just go off. What was it with Kenson? You were telling him that he was going to go on a little baby rage fit, and then you did it 5 seconds before and just started tweaking out. Yeah, that was hilarious.
You are fucking baby raging as we speak, Ben. You can't handle that I, a 19-year-old boy, am smarter than you, right? You can't handle that I'm absolutely shitting on your chosen one. You can't handle that I'm educating thousands of people, getting them to vote for Kamala. You pisses you off so much. And then you come on here and you baby rage.
I really don't think
this is like the same thing. This is like This is like the same thing that Trump did too. You understand that, right? He was recognizing that Kamala was catching up with him in the polls and even passing him in some swing states. So then he was like, she's a leftist Marxist lunatic that wants to legalize abortion to cut babies' heads off when they come outside of the womb. This is what you're doing. Okay, cut the yap, all right? I don't care about your crocodile tears. I just want you to tell me why
cut the yap, bro. You're a yapaholic enough, buddy.
I'm a yapaholic. Yeah, I'm a literally professional yapper. I get paid to come on here every single day and yap. So are you going to tell me why you're going to vote for Trump? Hey, can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the middle class more so than the top 1%?
I think I made myself pretty clear when I got on here what I was going to do.
No, so you can't. You know nothing about the man?
I've already been on before with you.
Can you name one policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed that you disagree with?
Yo, Yappy, settle down. I've already been on here with you and Harry before, and it's comedic. I mean, me and Harry had a good conversation. That's why I can actually talk to Harry, but I can't talk to you because you just get on and it's just God, the way you talk to people is so rude. You don't see Harry talking to people, and I think that's probably why he gets better numbers than you do and why he has more followers and shit like that.
I mean, no, Harry probably gets more numbers than I do and has more followers because he's been doing this for 4 years.
Yeah, well, you should quit.
That's right. I should quit, but I'm not going to.
Yeah,
crazy.
No, how many times have you gotten banned and had to create another account?
So, I mean, is this the new method? You're just I actually can't contend Dean's facts, logic, or reasons why he's voting for Kamala,
whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Yo, Trinity, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Trinity. Let's get some massive W Trinities in that chat. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love.
Let me plug my Venmo.
All right, so Ben, I'm just gonna clarify here. You know nothing about why you're voting for Trump. Obviously, you're just politically ignorant. I'd love for you to prove me wrong by just telling me why you think Trump is a better candidate than Kamala. Is that something you could do for me, Pookie?
Alexa, don't call me Pookie.
Pookie, come on, this isn't you.
This isn't. I know it's not me. You're the problem.
This isn't you, Pokey.
Yeah,
This isn't you, Pokey.
None of
All
these people in here are like real accounts. And
So, are you just like not gonna tell me why Trump is better than Kamala? Is that what we're gonna do?
Beth,
Do you need some help?
Beth Hughes. Yeah, help me out.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you take an emotional teenager and then you pair
I'm older
them
than you.
and then you pair them with political ignorance. You get Ben. Madeline, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for
Dude,
Ben's
I
a
need to start
baby.
doing
Thank
this.
you
This
so
is
much
how
for the
you
love, Madeline.
make
Let's get some
money
dub.
off this.
Let's
This
get
is
some W
ridiculous.
Madelines in that chat for the $25 on Venmo. And Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Let's get some W Madelines and some W Stephanies. I really appreciate you guys. Hey Ben, I actually just have a question for you. Are you pro 2A?
Yeah.
So would you say that your right to own a gun should be taken away even if you knew for sure that it would save the lives of more innocent children?
So me having less guns would result in innocent children being saved.
Yeah, if you knew that very strict gun control would save more innocent
Like in
child
Chicago?
lives.
Like in Chicago?
Just like nationwide. If you knew
Like
it
in
for
Chicago where they have really strict gun laws and there's still people shot every day?
Ben, the question that I'm asking you is if you knew for sure that strict gun laws would
Yeah, but your
definitely
question is
save
a
the lives of more
hypothetical
children.
that doesn't apply to real life.
It is a
wouldn't-
hypothetical. Could you like
Yeah.
engage in my hypothetical?
No, I won't engage in your hypothetical or semantics. No, because you look at places like Chicago and Detroit who have
So they do decrease gun get deaths, but like I'm asking you a very strict question. Like I'm not even here to debate you on gun control, right? I'm just asking you a question here to relate it back into like a greater topic. So I'm just gonna ask you to engage with what I'm asking you. In fact, you haven't really answered anything. You're just kind of up here like babbling your little baby mouth. So if you knew for sure that gun control definitely would save the lives of more innocent children, would you support it?
You want to hear my answer?
It's either a yes or no, sir.
You're going to be disappointed. My answer is I'm not going to play in your hypothetical or semantics because it doesn't make sense. And it doesn't apply to real life.
Okay, so I understand that you're saying that it doesn't apply to real life. I understand that a lot of people on the right, a lot of people within the Republican Party do not think that gun control saves lives. However, I'm specifically asking you if you would support it if you knew for sure that it would save the lives of more innocent children.
And I'm specifically telling you that that is a hypothetical question that does not apply to real life.
So, I mean,
Go ahead.
are you able to answer my question or not?
Just because you're not getting an answer that you don't want.
All right. Well, we're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. We are just looking for some debates today. We don't want to talk to little babies like Ben. Carrie, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W carries in that chat. And thank you once again for the $50 on PayPal. That is out of this world. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W carries in the chat for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W carries. Thank you so much. Guys, if you're MAGA, just let me know in that chat, y'all. We're going to move on to our next guest here, guys, but we do just need to know if you're MAGA in the chat so we could just pull you up in here, y'all. We're going to move on to our next guest here, guys. If you are MAGA, just let me know in the chat. We're going to get our next guest up in here. We are just looking for some actual decent conversation. We don't really want to talk to like roid raging man babies like the last guest. So let's move on to our next guest, guys. If you are MAGA, just let me know in that chat, y'all. We're still just trying to get our next guest up in here. Yeah, baby Ben, for real. All right, we're going to try to get our next debate going for the 4.2 thousand people in here. Make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Hey, what's up, Micah? How old are you?
26.
Nice, man. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Well, I'm a patriot, and I'm all for the MAGA movement and making America better.
Okay, yeah, but I'm asking you why Trump is better than Kamala.
Well, I don't know much about Kamala, but I know she's Democrat. I'm a Republican, so I'd obviously vote for a Republican like Trump.
So if Kamala was running as a Republican and Trump was running as a Democrat, would you vote for her?
Well, it depends on the person.
Now it depends on the person. I thought you just said it depended on the party.
Well, I mean, I'd stick to my party, but I never
so
thought
if
about
Kamala
it
was
that way.
running as a Republican and Trump was running as a Democrat, who do you vote for?
I'd have to vote for the party I'm with. I mean,
Okay. So this is called party loyalism. It doesn't inspire critical thought or like well-reasoned beliefs insofar as who you're voting for. You're just like associating the label of the party with a person, which is shit, right? Like I have a question. If a grapist, right, ran as the Republican candidate for president, would you still vote for them?
I mean, I don't think he's a a grapist. I mean, he's not.
That's not what I asked you. If a grapist ran as a Republican candidate, would you vote for them?
I mean, just based on that, no.
Okay, so Trump was held legally responsible for grape. So does this mean that you're not going to vote for Trump?
I mean, I'm still voting for him, but I'm not for the action he took.
You just told me that you want to vote for a grapist, man.
Well, not voting based on just that action he took. I mean,
So then, yeah, what are your other reasons why you're voting for him?
well, back when he's president, I remember he's trying to close the border, throw out all the illegals and make them come in legally.
So we have lower daily crossings today than we had at the end of Trump's term in January of 2021.
I don't think we do, because I've seen the videos. They're just piling and climbing that wall and everything.
Yeah, but I'm not referencing videos. I'm going to be referencing statistics coming from the government. After Biden's executive order, crossings across the southern border have decreased by 55%.
Well, it don't look like it.
What do you mean by that?
There's a whole crisis down there. They're climbing the wall like crazy.
Okay, Micah, you sound pretty ignorant and like ill-informed. Like, I don't know what we're going to trust more, like videos from like months ago or like statistics from now.
Well, I mean, that's what I've seen. I've seen the videos. I know the government likes to hide things, cover things up, say things aren't true.
Wait,
But-
I'm so sorry. I'm actually referencing the same statistics that Trump has referenced. Like, if you go to the video of him getting shot in the ear, right before he gets shot, he's referencing government statistics on border crossing. So if it's good enough for Trump, why isn't it good enough from you?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just for him. The whole American Act, you know, he's for America. Want to make the country better.
No, he's actually against America. Dylan, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. He's like very against America, right? He tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020. When he lost the election, he started baby raging, told his VP not to certify the results of the election. And then his VP, as well as 34 other cabinet members, ended up leaving him in the dust because they asked him to put Trump above the U.S. Constitution, right? Additionally speaking here, he convinced tens of millions of American citizens to have virtues that distrust in our civil and electoral processes, particularly for the reason that, particularly for the reason that he wanted to stay in power, even though he lost, and he was disproven by 60 courts, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed.
I just don't see how he's against America. I mean,
I literally just explained it to you. Can you please recognize what I just said and repeat it?
yeah, I hear you. You mentioned were you talking about the January 6th?
We're just going to be referencing his election denial in general. This would also include the insurrection he caused on January 6th.
He didn't tell him to do that. He just told him to go down to where he was at. He didn't tell him to go have all that big old mess go on. He didn't tell him to do all that.
Yeah, so not only did he tell the rioters to fight like hell and organized it himself,
No, he didn't.
but he also told his VP not to certify the results of the election, and then additionally he sent fake electors to states to cast false votes within the electoral college. He literally tried to overthrow our government.
That's not what he did. They decided to do that.
Okay, so so they decided to do that, just like he decided to send fake electorates to states to cast false votes into our electoral college, and just like he decided to try to convince his VP not to certify the results of the election.
Well, I don't know. Well, I also see how's Kamala gonna help our country more than Trump is.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing all right. You sound of age. Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, hell no.
I appreciate you for coming up here. Hey, for the 3.4 thousand people in the live, I think we're going to go ahead and just restart the stream real quick. So for everybody in here, I'm going to be right back. We're just going to go ahead and hit a little quick restart on the stream, guys. So yeah, I'm going to be right back. Everyone, just click on my profile. All right, then refresh. I'm just going to be right back on live, guys. When we do get back, make sure that we are spamming the likes away on that phone screen. Make sure that we're sharing this live out with a couple of friends here. Doing it all, y'all already know. Just make sure not to leave. But yeah, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. I will see you all in 10 seconds. he had graped her got thrown out by the judge because it was grape and is currently defined as such in the state of New York and 36 other states. But now you're saying that she makes it harder for true victims to come forward. No. Trump supporters do, because you're taking the experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of graping her, but then proved it in fucking court. Right? And you're just disregarding it because it doesn't fit your political narrative. It's gross.
Dean, for one, I came up here because I actually think you're a really talented musician, and I've watched you on lives that are not debates, and I think that you are extremely talented, and I'm not just saying that. And
well,
so
I appreciate you for the love there, Trinity. Thank you.
Yes, I really think you have a lot going for you. And I know that what you're doing right now is extremely important, because we are talking about topics without attacking each other on why, one or the other is better. And that's why I'm here. I'm not here to attack you. I hear what you're saying, but I would like to talk to you about the taxes, because I did pull up the Tax Foundation placing Biden and Trump tax proposal in historical context. And it actually has President Biden with bringing the largest outside of wartime being 4.4 trillion, an average of 1.19% of the GDP per year. That would be the largest that they've seen, or the ninth largest, where President Trump, if he gets it done, he is at a major tax proposal at 121% of GDP, average ranking at sixth largest tax cut since 1940. Now, this is from that site on the Tax Foundation that I am pulling up these stats.
Yeah, so particularly when we're referencing is TCGA as tax cuts. So 83% of those went to the top 1%, and it also footed a bill of $1.9 trillion on the American taxpayer through debt-related spending. And we see economists from Harvard, both conservative and liberal, saying that it only led to a 0.02% increase in the GDP average per year. And then just like a couple other things here, I would like you to address like my first question, because I feel like you didn't really.
As a victim, I really would prefer to talk about taxes, okay?
Okay, I can respect that.
Thank you. So, yeah, I just don't understand that this right here, it says, on a gross basis, Biden would increase taxes by 4.4 trillion on an average of 1.19% of the GDP per year before reducing taxes by nearly 900 billion through expanded tax credits and preferences, an average of 0.25% of GDP per year. Together, the tax changes would.
Sorry, Trinity. We're just gonna move on to our next guest, guys. I'll respect her, the fact that she didn't want to talk about that, but like I hope that she'll now respect me, because like I just don't want guests that kind of pivot around my questions. But like I'll absolutely respect her reasoning, right? We're not gonna like try to press her on that, right? We're just gonna simply move on to our next guest. What's up, Traditional? How old are you?
I'm 47, dude. I literally can't believe you just kicked some lady, right, who was trying to prove her point of why she was choosing Donald Trump, because she was going to prove you with her facts over feelings of why she chose Donald Trump. Okay, that's disgusting. Okay. The second of all, the next thing I want to bring up,
I'd like
dude,
to
how old are you? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19. I'm 19. So I would like to address.
You're 19. No, hold on. So you were 15 years old in 2020, and you're on here like an encyclopedia talking to people who have experienced life. I very much doubt you even had hair on your balls at age 15. So kid, you really do have to jump off the bandwagon of Democrats, okay? And then just stop waking up every morning, opening your email and reading what the Democrat Party wants you to do. And you admitted earlier that you get paid for it. So at least you're smart enough to get paid for pushing all of this bullshit. But be supportive of women and then kick a woman off who was kicking your ass, dude. Mommy put you to bed and you had to kick her off. Oh, I was getting put in my place. Somebody asked me why I vote for Trump, and then they provide information, and what do? I kick her right in the... Oh, wait, let me ask you this. All your talks about women, what's a woman?
Okay, so I would define a woman as an adult human individual that would align with social categories typical of that of a female. However, the conversation on like what gender is a completely separate topic from why you're voting for Trump. I would also like to address your first claim, that being that I kicked her off because she was dunking on me. No, I particularly kicked her off and decided to move on because she was unwilling to engage with me in conversation.
You didn't even let her finish, dude.
Just allow me to finish. Just allow me to finish.
No, you didn't allow.
Because she was particularly unwilling to engage in conversation with me about E. Jean Carroll and how like she was perpetuating grape culture. She did say that she had like reason, she just didn't want to talk about it as a victim herself. Right, and I'm gonna respect that. Right, I get it. I absolutely get it. I'm not gonna like clown her for that. I'm not gonna try to press her and try to disrespect her boundary there. I'm just simply gonna move on to the next guest. That was by far the most respectful thing I could have done there. Right, but now the other thing is, you said that I probably didn't have hair on my balls in 2015 when Trump was in office. Why are you talking about a 15-year-old penis?
You ask people why they're voting for Trump, and she starts to explain it, and then you, by her facts that she's pulling up from a website that you were probably looking at, you went like, oh shit, this chick's about to whoop my ass, and
So
I
what facts
can't
was she
let
pulling
this happen. So guess what? I'm not even gonna tell her I'm gonna let her go. I'm just gonna let her go. You weren't even polite enough to say, hey, Trinity, I appreciate it, but I don't want to talk about this, so I'm gonna move on to the next guest. You kicked her off, and then you tried to backpedal and be like, well, I'm not going to talk to her about that because she didn't answer my question, but she did. She told you as a victim of SA, which is not the same as grape, okay? And civil is not the same as criminal. It's unbelievable. You have all these talking points, but you're too stupid to realize civil and criminal are not the same, right? So
civil courts are different from criminal courts. Thank you for being Captain Obvious. But how does this tell us that Trump isn't a
the burden of proof is not needed. The funny thing is, hey, answer this question. If it was so easy and the criminal intent and everything was proven in the civil court, why is he not criminally charged?
Because the statute of limitations had passed, so they couldn't bring it to the criminal court.
They could have done it before.
Yeah, she could have done it before, but why are we going to victim blame her for not coming forward
Funny
about
how
what
she
occurred
didn't
to her
do it
when
when it was
62% of
criminal.
women who get raped never speak about it or report it to the authorities in the context of their entire life.
Funny how when she didn't do it when it was criminal, and she could have stopped him from being president the first time, but she had to come out after Donald Trump was doing good.
So there's actually 2 points here. So the
What's that?
statute of limitations had passed both on civil and criminal courts.
And they changed it.
However,
And they
because
changed it.
because of the ACA proponed by victims of grape within the Catholic Church, the statute of limitations had been changed for civil liability claims.
Yep.
And then next, you're saying that if she would have brought this forward prior to the 2016 election, it would have prevented him from being president. Well, she's brought it forward before the 2024 election, so will it prevent him from being president this time?
Why did she wait? No, answer the question. And it can be. The other thing is, right, and I know people probably like Trinity, if you would have got into the real discussion with her, people like that remember stuff like this. She couldn't remember the year. She didn't remember the time. The dress that she had, right? Everybody's always talking about DNA. If the DNA was on it, in her own words, they didn't have sex. Supposedly from her, he manipulated her with his fingers. So how would his DNA be on her dress if he manipulated her with her fingers? Based off of her explanation.
Hey, man. So you're really loud and you're really wrong. So
No, I'm
first
not.
of all, what she testified to was specifically the fact that he had his pee out and his fingers, and she didn't know if it was one, the other, or both. You could actually read this within the jury instructions within the verdict form. And then about her not being able to remember the year, she did remember the year. That's just a lie, and I don't know where
No,
she
she
getting this lie
didn't.
from.
No, she didn't. Show it. Show me then. You have all this information. Prove it to me. Prove it to me right now.
Yeah.
Show it
So
to
one
me.
of the pieces,
No.
one of the pieces of
Show
evidence that
it
she
to me.
submitted. One of the pieces of
Show
evidence
it to me.
One of the pieces of evidence that she submitted into the court was
Show it to me.
So you
Stop
can look up
talking and prove your point.
So you
Stop
can look up
talking. Stop.
So you can
Pull
look
it
up
up. No, stop. Stop. Pull it up online. Stop. Pull it up online and show it to me so I can believe you.
So I
right?
could tell you how to pull this up on your computer.
I don't want to do your job. Pull it up.
So I've already.
You need to prove your facts, dude. I
So
don't
I've
have
already-
to go do your job. You're the one that's saying that it happened. Just prove it.
So yeah, I've already done my job, and I've done.
No,
my
you
research,
haven't.
And I can
all
tell
you
you.
said, all you've
mind if I
done
talk
is
real quick?
talk. Dude, all you've done is talk. You haven't proved one fact. You were
Yeah.
15 years old. You were 15 years old when this happened.
So, I mean, I'm currently trying to give you the proof, if you will allow me just to speak here for a second. So, first of all, you could read the court documents, particularly the jury verdict form with the jury instructions. that
Your
touches-
words aren't fact.
Right, but the court documents are. And I'm telling you where to find them online. You could look up jury verdict form, Trump v. Carroll, the Washington Post, and read it for yourself.
You should have this information readily available so you can put it up on your computer right now. If it's readily available, put it up on the computer right to the point of where she says what year it was.
Kelsey, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo.
Do it.
Happy Sunday, Kelsey. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W Kelseys in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Kelsey. Yeah, so first of all, the green screen cuts out my computer screen. You right there. See how it cuts it out, and then second of all, the text would be small.
Excuses.
So
Excuses.
For that, well, I mean, I'm just telling you how to find the information on your own
Excuses.
computer, so you could read
Excuses.
So this
Excuses.
isn't. I mean, yeah, this is a good excuse.
Excuses.
This is why I'm telling you
Excuses.
how to find it on your end.
Excuses.
Okay. So I don't know.
So when I find it, or I don't find it, how am I going to
So I don't know how this is getting lost in translation. I'm telling you where in the court document it presides. It presides within the jury instructions on the jury verdict form, and I'm even telling you how to find this online. You could just look up Trump v. Carroll jury
I
verdict form on the
don't
Washington
need
Post.
to find what you're stating is
Laura,
fact.
thank you for the $2 on Venmo for the
It is
earplug.
your job. You don't get to say this happened, and then guess what, dude? I've read 500 times that Kamala raped 500 dudes, and I don't have to prove it to you. It's on Google. Look it up.
Okay. So what would be your source for this claim?
On Google. Just Google.
Yeah, where?
Just
what do you want me
Google.
to what do you want me to Google?
Yeah, you got to Google.
I know, but what do you want
got
me to
Google? Yeah, Google it. Just Google what I just said. See,
Okay.
I don't have to prove anything to you.
Okay. So see, there's a
Right?
difference
So I don't have to
between-
prove anything to you.
Gee, thank you so much for the $3
I
on
found it
Venmo.
on Truth Social. So go on Truth Social and look it up.
Okay, so obviously that's just a lie.
Well, how do you know that?
How do I know that?
Because I'm not
what
proving
you're
it to
saying
you.
doesn't exist online.
Because I'm not proving it to you. You're not proving your statements.
Yeah,
so go ahead.
actually I am.
No,
I can't be more hyper specific with my proof.
You're hyper
I'll just-
specific.
I'll just go ahead and re-reference the proof and how hyper specific I'm being. Do you mind if I talk real quick, man, without interruption?
No, you're not, dude.
Okay, do you mind if I talk
full
without
of
you
shit.
interrupting me?
You're full of shit.
Yeah, I understand you're a really
you were
old,
15
emotional man.
years old in 2020 and you're still on here talking like you've experienced anything.
And
Let
I
me
still
ask
could
you
have
this,
whipped your
19,
ass in a debate
boy
when I
or
was
girl,
15
I don't
years
even
old.
care. If it's a guy pretending to be a girl, have you even got a blowjob yet, dude? Have you experienced life? You're on here talking about the what Trump has done and what Kamala has done, and I bet you haven't even diddled yourself, dude. You're so wrapped up in this, you probably don't even know how to masturbate. This is hilarious.
Hey, how old are you?
I already told you, I'm old enough to be your daddy.
And you're talking
Just
about
like
me
Trump.
masturbating?
Absolutely. Is that too much of a word for you? Are
Thank
you
you,
scared?
Sharon. Thank
Are
you so much
too
for the $2
fragile?
on PayPal.
Are
I appreciate you for the
too
love.
fragile for the word masturbate?
I think it's funny how you're calling me the fragile one when you were actually crying like a baby.
You just asked somebody if they were talking about the word if I mentioned the word masturbate. Is that too big of a word for you?
Wait, I have a question.
Is it too big of a word for you?
Is the word masturbate too big of a word?
Yeah, why-
It's just
why
kind
is
of
it-
creepy when there's someone twice my
So
age.
it's creepy?
Yeah, it is definitely creepy.
Okay,
when someone's
so-
twice my age
so
talking
it's
about me
creepy.
masturbating or talking about my balls when I was 15.
Okay, so then let's get down to
Yo,
the nitty-gritty
Fern!
right here.
Shut up, buddy! Shut up, buddy!
you
Fern
just-
with you! Shut
you
up,
just
buddy!
said that was-
Fern with the $100 on PayPal! Yo!
just
Thank
said
you
that
so
was
much!
the-
Shut up,
Okay,
buddy!
okay.
Let's get at least 300 W Ferns in the chat for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. That is
okay,
absolutely
Chad?
incredible. Thank you so much for the
Okay.
love, Fern. Let's get some massive W Ferns for the $100 on PayPal. That is absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Fern. And Madeline, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. JQ, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate y'all. But anyways, do you mind if I talk real quick, or do you have more to say?
me talking.
Thank you
to
so much,
another
Fern.
dude about masturbation is not okay. But
crazy.
drag queens talking to little
really
kids during story hour is.
Eli, thank you so much
protect
for the
that,
notes.
right?
So, I mean, I would also
protect
say
that,
that's
right?
creepy if they were talking to the kids about masturbation, but they actually just read them like educational stories. You're also talking to me
That
about
include
my balls when I was
masturbation.
15.
That include about masturbation and that also talk
Alert!
about.
Thank you so much for the golden party. I appreciate you for the love alert. Thank you so much. Hey, do you mind if I just hop in here and talk real quick without
No,
interrupting?
it doesn't matter. I'm enjoying this. I'm loving that people are actually cheering on a kid that was 15 in 2020 who thinks that they know what's going on.
Kayla,
It's
thank you for the
hilarious.
$5 on Venmo from
You're
the DNC. I appreciate
19.
you for the love.
You can't even buy a beer, bro, and people are listening to the shit that comes out of your mouth.
Yeah,
You
so
have
particularly
people donating to you for your diaper fund because you can't afford anything.
Mia, thank you
Go
for the
buy
confetti.
a non-alcoholic beer and at least taste what it's like, bro.
Hey, man, do you mind if I say something? Thank you so much. So, first of all, yeah, people do.
No,
listen
no,
to
you
me.
don't get to say anything because you're a punk ass little kid that can't drink a beer. When you can have a beer, dude, and a shot with me, then maybe I'll listen to the facts.
Okay, so yeah, the reason people listen to me is because I'm so much smarter than you, and I'm able to piss men off like you. Like it's been for too long, men like you have said at the top, with like just complacency by society for your lack of like personal like control, or like and you know just regardless of like the harm that you cause to others. But I'm able to piss people like you off. I'm able to sit people like you down. That's right. I understand I'm half your age. I understand you're old enough to be my dad, but I am your fucking daddy when it comes to intellectual conversation. Right? I am your daddy. You are my son. You are a little kid. I teach you. I educate you. You could pay me thousands of dollars to make you a smarter man.
You're not smart. We're shit. You're 19 years old and you're talking like you have life experience, bro. Can you drive a manual transmission car? Can you drive a manual transmission car?
Yeah, I could drive manual. Yeah, I can drive manual. Yeah.
Cry, baby, cry. Can you
Thank you so
drive
much
a
for the
manual
little guy.
transmission car?
Yeah,
Do you even know
yeah.
what that is? Listen,
Yeah.
I got the crybaby in the background. Do you know what a manual transmission is?
Dang. Yeah, I can drive manual, indeed, indubitably. Stephanie, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. I appreciate you.
So,
Can you
again,
drink
all-
black coffee?
The problem
Let me
with this
see the
is
dirt on your
that there's
hands, brother.
actually idiots out there that are my age who listen to the shit that's coming out of your mouth. You're 19
Logan,
years old.
thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
Years old.
So I'm half your age and twice as wise.
No, you're not twice as wise. What makes you twice as wise? Because you can read something that's emailed to you every day. Every time you talk, dude, it's like an encyclopedia. You have no.
Wait, this is you right now.
You read off a teleprompter, bro. You
Like
read
Trump
off a
was when he tried to,
teleprompter.
when he got shot in the
You
ear.
read off a teleprompter, bro. You can't have a beer. You don't know what masturbation is, and you can't drive a manual transmission vehicle. That's why this country is fucked right now, is because 19-year-olds like you and Harry are fucking trying to say that Trump is bad.
Yeah, so particularly the reason I believe Trump is bad is because he's a rapist, a felon, a racist, a misogynist that
Wrong.
serves as a threat to our democracy.
Wrong. Nope. He is not a rapist. You're using bullshit terms. just like you typically do.
So yeah,
You can't even be truthful, dude.
So would you-
You
so
have to
would
use
you-
bullshit lies after bullshit lies after.
So would you agree with me that anything going into a woman's vagina without consent is rape?
Where in this so-called
no. Deborah, thank you for the $15 on Venmo.
Great.
And Tyler,
What
thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. And Maria with the $5. Thank you so much, Deborah, Maria, and Tyler. I appreciate you guys so much. Massive W gifters, massive W, Deborah,
What
Maria,
does
and
it
Tyler
say?
in the chat. And Olivia, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate you guys so much. Thank y'all so much. And
What does the
Jennifer with the
decision say?
$30 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Jennifer. And Frank with the Flying Jets. Thank you, Jennifer, Deborah, Tyler, and Frank. Let's go, guys. Thank you
What
guys
does-
so
what
much.
does the
I really
decision say?
appreciate y'all. Thank you guys absolutely
What
so much.
does the
Garrett,
decision
thank you
say?
so much for the $15. Sorry, Gabriella,
does
thank you
the
for the
decision
$15 on
say?
PayPal. Let's get some massive W Gabriellas in the chat for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you all so much.
You can't even read the decision where it says that he was convicted in a civil case of grape.
Yeah, so the particular jury verdict form would read.
No.
that-
Then you can't use that word. If the jury wasn't given that decision, you can't say that's what he was convicted of.
Rand, thank you so much for the $5
Go
on
ahead,
PayPal. I
read
really
the
appreciate you
conviction.
for the love, Rand.
Read
Thank
the
you so much for the love. And Stephanie with the $5 on PayPal as well. I appreciate y'all so much. So I'd love to explain this to you if you just sit the fuck
Don't
back.
explain it. Read what the conviction says. What you want it to say, and you trying to explain
Now
it
you
doesn't
think
mean
that.
anything. Read the
Sasha, thank you so
final-
much for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. Yeah.
Read the final verdict.
So I'm just gonna explain this to you. So yeah, he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse because in New York State law at the time, they defined grape as a male member entering into the female member. In 2023, they updated this definition to anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent, right? Which is what the jury held Trump liable to doing to Carol.
That was
Trump
after.
even
You can't-
then Trump even tried to countersue her for saying that he was a rapist, and then the judge was like, "No, you raped her. That's how we colloquially use the term, and that's how we legally define
Okay.
it now, alongside 36 other states."
That is not the same thing. And like I said, you can't. He's not convicted of that.
So would you agree with me that that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is grape?
Dude, I'm not playing your game of this, dude. He was not convicted of grape. You lie, dude. That's
asking you a very
the start.
simple question.
You can't even admit it.
Anessa,
and
thank you
just
for the
go
$10
for
on
it, dude.
Venmo. I appreciate you
what?
for the love,
If
Anessa.
you just
Thank you so
played
much
the
for the love,
game and
Anessa.
said he sexually abused somebody or SA'd somebody, you would get so much further. But you have to lie, dude.
Okay.
You have to take it that other. You have.
I'm just gonna ask you a very simple question. Would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent?
You have to go. That's after the fact, buddy. You can't go after the fact and all of a sudden call him that. That's not what he was convicted of. If you're gonna go.
So, grape in the context of marriage became illegal in the 1990s. So, if a husband chained down his wife and entered into without consent in the 1980s, is that woman a victim of grape?
You are going to die on that hill. You need to go by what he is convicted on.
Yeah, so a husband couldn't get convicted of grape in the 1980s for engaging in intercourse without consent with his wife because it was illegal in the context of marriage. Would you say that that husband was a grapist?
Dude, I'm talking about what's happening right now. You need to stop moving the goalpost when somebody brings up.
Madison, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. And Tracy, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Tracy. Let's get some W Tracys and some W Madisons in the chat. Okay, what is
It's
it like?
unbelievable that you can't just be honest. Like I said, dude, it doesn't matter. SA, if that's the case and you believe it, right? Which I don't. Okay, I don't. That's still bad. So if you just
Lauren, thank you for the $5 on. Hey, buddy, shut up! I'm thinking a donor. I'm thinking a donor. Lauren, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, Lauren. Thank you so much for the love. W Lauren's in the chat. Go ahead and continue.
You can't respond. All you do. Oh, thank you for the 30 cents. I can't buy a beer yet. I can't even. Oh, the good thing is you can't spend your money on beer, so maybe you can lose your virginity and buy a hooker, dude. Go to Vegas because they're legal there.
Crash out on live 4K.
Yeah,
you're crashing out, old man. You are crashing the fuck out. You're
No,
so
I'm not.
corny. You're
Well,
so
I'm not.
corny.
I'm not crashing out. I enjoy
You're so corny.
this, dude.
You're so corny, little bro. I'm
No,
gonna go. I'm
I'm
gonna go to put. I'm gonna ask you to sit down, crisscross applesauce, put a bubble in the mouth as well. I have to treat you like a kindergartner because you are one. I feel bad for your wife. I feel bad for your parents, and I feel bad for your children. Honestly, your wife probably left you, and you probably live all alone in like your parents' basement. I don't know, just an assumption here. But you're gonna die lonely and alone because your children aren't gonna be there for you because they probably don't like you because you probably have the same anger emotions directed towards them as you have directed to me right now. Anyways, back to the point. You're strictly un-American because you want to vote a traitor into office that try to stage a coup to overthrow our government in the context of the 2020 election. You're strictly against women because you support the man that raped one, and then you deny that for what reason? No reason at all. You won't even engage in conversation with me about what grape is or what would prelude to it, and you just say because grape wasn't defined specifically as what happened to E. Jean Carroll in the state of New York in 2022, even though it is now in New York as well as 36 other states, and the judge denied a countersuit attempt from Trump towards E. Jean Carroll because he was calling her a rapist. You don't care. Even though the jury said it was grape and the judge referred to it as grape in the court documents, you don't care, right? Even though you won't even answer my questions about other times throughout the context of the U.S. history where things haven't been defined as grape that were, such as a husband chaining his wife down and engaging in intercourse with her without her consent in the year 1980 when grape was like legal in the context of marriage. You don't care. You're not going to
care about that. That's not
Fern, thank you for the
Trump,
blooming.
dude.
Thank you for the love.
That's not Trump, buddy. Okay, and I already told you, if you didn't hear me the first time, I don't think anything happened with E.G. Carroll. She was on.
Fern,
CNN
thank you so much for the
Jake
champion. I appreciate
that
you for the
she
love.
thinks that
And
most-
Derp, thank you for the galaxy. And Debbie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo.
Rape is
Joelle,
sexy.
thank you for the $10 on Venmo. And Madison, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate
Rape
you
is
guys for your
sexy.
donations on the Venmo and PayPal in the bio. Thank y'all so much. Lorraine with the $5, Justin with the $2, Stephanie with the $5,
Rape is
and Randy with the
sexy.
$5, and Gabriella
Rape is
with the
sexy.
$15 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Gabriella. I
most
appreciate you
women
guys.
think rape is sexy, Jake. I think most women think rape is sexy.
Frank with the flying jets. Thank you so much for the love, Frank. Let's get some massive W Franks in that chat for the flying jets.
think
Thank
rape
you so
is
much for the love,
sexy.
man. You think rape is sexy?
That's what Eugene Carroll said.
No, Eugene Carroll said that men think rape is sexy. What is true? It is
No,
absolutely
no.
sexualized.
She said it on CNN. She said that most women think that rape is sexy. Yeah,
so I'm
there's
gonna
a
go-
video of it. You could Google.
I'm gonna go ahead and educate you. So she was talking to Anderson Cooper, and she said that most people think rape is sexy, and then she talked about how it's not sexy. It's actually violent, and that's also true.
Google it. It's up there. She says she thinks that most women think that rape is sexy.
Yeah,
you're
I mean,
you're
I'll go-
mad
I'll go
because
ahead and
it's
pull it up.
facts. It's
I'm-
facts, dude.
I'm-
It's
I'm
it's
mad.
on the internet.
Okay.
What you just said is not what she said.
Yeah, it is.
No, it is not. No, it is not. Play it. Play it. I'll donate $100 right now in front of everybody. That if you play it and it's exactly what you said, and E. Jean Carroll did not say that she thinks most women think that it's sexy, I'll donate $100 right now.
Yeah, sure.
Do it.
Well, so
No,
okay,
no, no,
I'll
no,
go
no,
ahead
no.
and play it.
Do
So
it.
my claim was that she said most people think grape is sexy.
No, she said women.
You don't feel like a victim.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished. Which, the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt. It just
But I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
$100?
No, most people think that rape is being sexy. She was talking about women. She's talking about women. Play the whole fucking thing, dude.
You gotta pay up.
Pay the whole fucking thing.
You
Play
gotta-
the whole
you gotta pay
clip.
up.
It's
You gotta
talking
pay up.
about, there's no discussion about men in there. They're
gotta pay
discussing about women. They're talking, the discussion's
Hey,
about
buddy,
women.
Venmo, PayPal in the bio. You
Nope.
gotta pay up, little bro.
Incorrect, dude.
You gotta-
The discussion is about women. Listen
You
to
gotta
the
pay the
whole
fuck
thing. Why won't you play the whole thing? Play the whole thing.
Think of the
The
fantasy.
discussion is about women.
We're just going to take a quick break. If you can stick around, we'll talk more on the other side.
You're fascinating to talk to.
Yeah, so the conversation literally ends after she said that. You owe me $100.
That's not the whole clip.
You my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. Myron, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. That traditional owes me. Myron, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Quote unquote, that traditional owes me. Thank you for the love, Myron. I appreciate you for the love.
It's not even close, dude. Play the whole thing before and after the whole clip, dude.
I did.
No, you did not. You played 30 seconds of a clip, dude.
Okay, yeah, because this was the end of the show.
You played
Literally
30 seconds of a clip, bro. Play the whole thing, dude.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished. Which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations.
The whole thing, you dumbass. Do you not understand the whole clip? Do you not get that? See, a 19-year-old, I guess you don't understand the whole clip, dude. Play the whole clip.
You understand that I'm getting this clip from a far-right think tank that is like using this to
I
spread
don't
propaganda
care where you're getting the clip. I said play the whole clip.
There's a whole clip, buddy.
Why can't you play the whole clip, dude?
Why can't you give me my $100?
Why can't you play the whole clip where they are talking about females and rape, dude? That's the whole point. You want to take the con.
You made the claim that she said that women think rape is sexy. I said that she said people think rape is sexy. And then you said you'd give me $100 if you were wrong. So yeah, she said that other people think rape is sexy. I just played the clip of you. That's what happened. You owe me $100. My Venmo is in my bio. My PayPal is in my bio. There's $100 sitting in your bank account right now that belongs to me. That's my name on it. Dean.
No discussion.
Has his name
of men.
on.
They are
$100
talking
in the bank
about
account.
women and the women being raped. Most of them.
So if they were talking about women, then why would she
being
reference?
raped.
Okay,
Right?
hey buddy. Hey, how many continents are there?
Why are you changing the fucking subject? Do you need to know that there's 7 continents?
Can you name them?
Why do I need to name them?
Because you can't.
Holy fucking
Charlotte,
shit.
thank you for the money gun.
Jesus Christ, change the subject again.
Yeah, I mean, you owe me $100.
No, dude, I do not. Play the whole
Cynthia,
clip.
thank you so much for the $25. Cynthia, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo that traditional owes me. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for the $25.
It's insane. You're playing a 30-second clip, dude.
By the way, if someone else, so yeah,
Find the whole clip, dude.
There was no more context to the clip. If you say that I'm wrong, then
that's
you can
how
play
it
more
started
context.
and that's how it ended. So now, such a smart 19-year-old is saying that the whole interview was less than 30 seconds.
River, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo.
So that's your
particularly for
statement.
St. Cookham. Yo, photography by heart. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. That traditional owes me. Thank you so much, photography by heart. Stanford, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. That traditional owes me. Thank you so much, Stanford.
So is that your statement, dude?
Yeah, I said that there's no more context to the clip of her saying that most people think rape is sexy, right? If you just disagree with me here, then feel free to find it and play it, but it just doesn't exist. Like, you owe me $100.
You're 19. You're 19, dude. Did you not? Have you not heard of YouTube? The whole clip is on YouTube.
I actually think that they kind of scrubbed it. I had to go on Twitter to find that. I'm not gonna lie.
It's on YouTube.
They took it. I haven't been able to find it. I found it, but where
The whole interview's on YouTube. The whole interview, and you can play the whole thing.
I just go ahead and play it then.
Yeah, go ahead. The whole clip. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. So once again, I'm gonna say this one last time. I played the whole context of her statement when she said most people think rape is sexy, and that's true. Now you're saying that there's more context to justify your statement that she was referencing women. You can play that if you want, but you have the burden of proof.
You did not play
the same way that you were screaming at me and yelling down my throat a good 3 minutes ago about me not providing my sources. I pulled up a clip and I proved you wrong.
You did not
now,
play
if you
the
have
whole
anything further to add on that, then you could play it. But you're just an emotional old man. You'll never be better than me. You'll never be smarter than me.
No.
You'll never beat me in any single degree or regard whatsoever. I am your dada. I understand that I'm 19.
You know what?
But I'm your biological father. How does that make you feel?
You know what? It does sadden me that you're smarter and I've had more pussy. You're absolutely right. It is unfortunate that I didn't spend as much time reading the.
I actually disagree with you. I don't think that a single woman alive would let you get within 100-foot radius.
100%. You can definitely read an email and
there's not a single woman on this planet that would let you get within 100-foot radius.
You're absolutely right, buddy.
Let me ask you, all my women in chat, would you let this guy get within 100-foot radius of you? Every woman in here. Let me see one if you wouldn't let this man get within 100-foot radius of you. Let me see a two if you're like, oh yeah, it seems like a great guy. No.
Talking points, buddy. Come on, read them.
That's
like encyclopedia.
crazy.
Do it, buddy. Come on, Dan. Read them. Everybody here, the Democrats tell me that you're a racist. Hey, everybody, Kamala's great, even though she ain't done shit. And then you're such
Gabriella, thank you for the $3 on Venmo for part of the $100 that Traditional owes me. Thank you so much.
Kamala keeps 20,000 people in prison for cheap labor in California, and you're standing behind her. She kept a man on death row when she knew the evidence would release him, but you stand with him and you go.
There's no evidence about her keeping people past their sentences. And the man on death row, she did provide DNA testing for him. He was not exonerated, and he's actually still alive on death row today as a guilty man. Thanks.
Here's cheap labor. Let's keep 20,000 people in the system so that California can get cheap labor. Oh, they don't need to go back to their parents. They don't need to do this. No, they don't need to go back to their kids. No, they could stay and they could dig holes. Because I'm the #1 AG in California. Oh, and then by the way, folks, I'm going to run for president. Oh, wait, I got to drop out because I ain't got shit. I got to vote. Oh, wait, Joe's a laughing fool.
Megan, thank you for the $3 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you for the love, Megan. Nicole, thank you so much for the $5.
You want to be my D?
Nicole asked how much to kick him off the live. Ooh, I don't know.
Oh, Joe!
$100. Yeah, the $100 that you owe me. That's how much. The $100 that you owe me. That's how much. That's how much. That's how much. $100 that you fucking owe me.
I'm the border czar.
Okay, are you here to like
shit about the border?
Are you here to like engage in actual conversation and have critical thought and tell me why you think like Trump is going to be a better nominee than like Kamala? Or are you just going to be here to like actually crash out on live? You're spiraling in front of like almost 7,000
no reason to talk to somebody who was 15 years old in 2020.
When I was 15 years old in 2020, I still was like more intelligent than you.
Congratulations, buddy.
Than you.
Keep hanging on to the. I'm more.
Michelle, thank you so much for the $5, and Kalista, thank you so much for the $5, and Nicole, thank you so much for the $5. Kalista, Michelle, and Nicole.
Guess what happens when shit gets real in the world? Intelligence.
By the way, I just want to put it out there. This is the MAGA voter base, ladies and gentlemen. Like, do you see how like the calm, collected, rational, like gentleman is voting for Harris, and then the insane, emotionally just a regulated man is voting for Trump. You're the reason that 95% of violent crimes are committed by men. You are the particular reason why we see like women picking the bear over the men. Gabriella, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And you're
15 years old in 2020, but I'm going to sit here and I'm going to tell you how it was. I'm going to tell you, you probably, insurrection, dude, you shouldn't have been worried about insurrection.
Manda, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love there. Thank you so much, Manda. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. I've had enough of his yap. Let's go into what our next guest has to say, y'all. Spam MAGA in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. What's up, Will? How old are you? Will, hi, are you here?
Hey, I'm 21.
21, awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
I don't really know, to be honest, dude.
Yeah, so you're just going to take the grapist over the non-grapist, the racist over... Okay, well, he left. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone, just do be patient. Do give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box, y'all. For the 5.4 thousand people in here, do double tap on that phone screen. Do share out this live. We are just looking for some debates right now, but spam MAGAs in that chat if you want to come up and debate. I'm actually going to go and do a quick poll in the chat. Let me see a smiley face if you're voting for Trump, a sad face if you're riding... a smiley face if you're voting for Kamala, and a sad face if you're riding with Trump. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here. We're going to go to get clip off the live. Smiley face for Kamala, sad face for Trump. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here right now, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. And Shelby, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Shane, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you all so much for the love. Let's get some massive W Shanes in that chat for the $20 on Venmo. Absolutely so kind of you. Hi, Brittany. Hi. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
There's so much fucking noise going on there. We're just going to move on to our next guest. What's up, Auction? How old are you?
Hi, I'm middle-aged.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, why so?
So, I don't know if you're familiar with the right to try law that he helped enact. It's something that is very important, and it's something that should be important to a lot of people. Are you familiar with it?
So what's the name of the bill? Also, I can't hear you if you're not on the live. What is
It's
it
called the right to try law.
Okay,
Are you
what's
familiar
going on
with
with your
that law?
mic? What's going on with your mic here?
I don't know.
Okay, what's the right to try law?
So the right to try law is the ability for patients to try drugs that aren't approved yet for their certain condition or a family member or loved one's condition that is either currently in clinical trial and past phase 1 or that is approved for something else. For instance, if you have ovarian cancer and there's a drug approved for breast cancer, you are able to try the drug for breast cancer as opposed to something that is for like a unlabeled drug.
Yeah, I mean, so like, first of all, I've just looked it up. Yeah, if that's something that Trump influenced get passed, then I actually do agree with that, because I think that could be beneficial in some circumstances, right? However, I don't think that this is going to give us like any reason to vote for Trump over Kamala, right? I think that Trump is I'm going to take Trump is a felon. He's a rapist. He's an election denier, right? He's sexualized little girls, and he overturned Roe v. Wade, which put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls at risk. And I ultimately think, while we can associate some pros with him, such as the right to try law, if he did influence that, or even Project Warp Speed. Ultimately speaking, all things considered,
those are very important
for Harris.
I mean,
yeah, but I'm not going to vote for
medically speaking.
But what's more important, the right to try law or 170 million American women having access to health care?
I know it's being left up to the individual states, though, they said. But to have vaccines, to have all the things that mitigated COVID is very important. And to have, if you are diagnosed with something or a family member...
You really haven't answered my question. What's more important, the right to try law or 170 million American women and girls having secured access to health care?
It's not just the right to try law. It's also like Operation Warp Speed. He creates drugs and things very fast, and it eliminates FDA regular bull that they pull. That, people can't get.
It's funny that you're telling me that the two things that you like of Trump is Operation Warp Speed and right to try law, when I'm literally telling you those are the two things of Trump's that I agree with too. However, about his response to
great.
the pandemic,
That's the reason.
I'm happy that he gave the response he did. However, if Biden was in that same position, he would have given a better one, because Biden wouldn't have stigmatized mask or vaccine mandates, right? However, it is the case that you still haven't answered my question. I ultimately do think that these are going to be two good policies coming from Trump while he's in office, but this was the only good that he did for our country. Everything else was a detriment. Telling his VP not to certify the results of the election in 2020, or sending fake electorates to states to cast false votes in the Electoral College, or convincing tens of millions of American citizens to have virtues of distrust in our civil and electoral processes, because he told them all that the election was stolen, even after being proven wrong by 60 courts. There's no contest here. Would you vote for someone that was held legally responsible for rape?
No.
So Trump was held legally responsible for rape, so you want to vote for him?
Would I vote for him based on that? You have to take the good with the bad, right? I mean, I'm not fully on board with everything Kamala stands for, and I'm not fully on board with everything Trump stands for. But you asked me why I'm voting for Trump, and these are the reasons I'm voting for him. Is that right to try law is very important. And if people would look that up, they would realize that that is very important. But
what's more important, the right to try law or 170 million American women and girls having access to health care?
To me, they're both important.
There's obviously one that's more important here. I don't think that we should be putting the state of our country, our democracy, and the citizens within it, especially the 170 million American women and girls, at risk for the right to try law.
It's important to me. FDA has too much fingers on what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do as a patient or your family members. And if you're diagnosed with something, the first thing you're going to do is go to Google. You're going to research what you can and can't do.
Okay, so you're actually not responding to a single thing that I'm saying here. Hey, is the right to try law still in effect today?
Yes, it is. But it's
so
not
the
in every
Biden-Harris
state yet.
administration hasn't put it at risk?
They're not approving it for every little state, and they're trying to get rid of it because they're trying to say that compassionate care is equivalent, which it's not.
Okay, I don't even know what compassionate care is. Tammy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. But you're still what's more important? The health care of all women and girls, or the right to try law?
I mean, you just seen one of your people say, "My father survived cancer because of right to try." I mean,
Okay, yeah,
you know,
I'm sure that the right to try laws help people out, but what's more important? Our democracy or the right to try law? Keeping a
If you were diagnosed with a terminal
keeping a
illness,
felon and a rapist out of the Oval Office, or the right to try law? What do we want? The right to try law plus fascism, authoritarianism, Christian nationalism, and our democracy on the line, and the rights of all 170 million American women and girls put at risk? Or what? Or what? We're still going to have the right to try law. Slower implementation of it. Okay. Well, she is leaving. We'll leave her up here in case she unmutes her mic. We're going to go and get our next guest up here, though, in the meantime, y'all. So everyone just give us one more moment. Hey, what's up, Thomas? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
06.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
Not too sure, to be honest with you.
All right. Well, I'm just specifically looking to talk to individuals who are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you for joining me, though. We are going to move on to our next guest in the meantime, y'all. So let's go and get Jay up on the live. And by the way, if any of you guys want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. But yeah, let's go and get our next guest up in here in the meantime, guys. Make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen, though, y'all. We're just still looking for our next guest. I don't know what Auction's doing. Like, she's still in the live, by the way. I just want to let y'all know she's still in the live. But like, it just won't allow me to even like invite her to unmute her mic. So yeah, we're going to move on to our next guest. If you want to come up here, have a conversation, debate, let me just see a MAGA in the comment section. What's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, she's not here. Guys, honestly, just put a MAGA in the chat if you want to come up. I'm just going to start pulling up individuals from the particular chat. So let's see who we got here. Everyone just kind of give us a minute here. We're going to get Win up on the live, so everyone just do be patient. What's up, Win? How old are you?
Dean, Tashika is accusing you of being a racist.
Yeah, she thinks that me and everyone in my Discord are like members of the KKK. Isn't that weird?
She said something about Parker saying something to her on a FaceTime, and she was like, if someone says a tick.
We're going to move on to our next guest here. They weren't here to debate. We're going to move on to our next guest. Yeah, she's like been reminding me of QB lately. She's been reminding me of QB a lot lately. Let's go to see what our next guest here has to say. Let's go to get E-Rock up on the live, y'all. Everyone just be patient, guys. If you're a MAGA, just let me know in that chat. Actually, she also says that all my supporters are like members of the KKK. So by the way, if you're in here and you're a supporter, she thinks that you're actually a member of the KKK. No shit. We're still just trying to get our next debate going on, y'all. So everyone just debate. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's taking so long. Guys, if you're MAGA, just let me know in the chat. I'm actually just gonna start pulling from the chat, y'all. We're still just looking for our next guest. AJ, I got you loading up in Divine Order. You don't live in America, dude. You can't vote. AJ, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Nice. Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, no, most definitely voting for Trump.
Okay, why so?
I just think it's better for the economy in our country. Kind of going back to oil and gas.
So we're producing more oil here at home in America than we literally ever have, including Trump's presidency.
What'd you say?
We're producing more oil here at home in America under Biden's presidency than any other country that has ever existed in the context of the entire history.
I have not seen the same studies that you have seen.
So that's not coming from a study. That's coming from the EIA, the Energy Information Administration. You could just look it up.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, then, I mean, another thing, I hear you talking about the Roe v. Wade a whole bunch, but I mean, for a long time, weren't they asking to give the rights back to the state?
What's that?
They were asking to overturn Roe v. Wade for quite a while to get to put it back to the states.
Who's they?
A bunch of ever since they overturned it, the whole government. I mean,
who's they?
Dude, I don't know all the names.
Okay, so you're just talking out of your ass. You know, you want to know who wanted?
I'm talking out of my ass. Why are you being so emotional right now, dude? Calm down. I'm not gonna remember every single name like that. There's gonna be a lot of people that's been passed for a long time.
Wait, so like me telling you that you're talking out of your ass isn't me being emotional. It's just me being legit. And it's like the people that wanted it to be passed back down to the state is particularly, all right, misogynistic men who want to punish women for engaging in intercourse without an intention to raise a kid. Okay, and
Women?
they want to
What?
push the access to abortion back down to the state, so they could just take this very sophist approach to basically like certifying that less women will have access to abortion without just saying it out loud, and that's the truth.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've done quite a bit of research, and like I said, sorry that I can't remember all the names, and I don't think that calls for you to say that I'm talking out of my ass. You know, it's just trying to keep it respectful. You know, because you're trying to bait for some anger type approach.
Appreciate you, Henry.
You know, when trying to prove that all MAGA people are hateful and whatnot. When in regards, I've been, you know, the more calm one, not baiting or anything throughout this entire conversation. So, I mean, I think that can show for how like Kamala voters really are. They just want to bait for a response on a certain like topic, and then when it's just y'all. I mean, it wasn't her. Like,
What?
here's a bait.
I'm confused. What do you? I don't even. I don't know. I'm like, I don't really know what you're saying. Like bait for a response. What do you mean? You said
saying
that
I'm
they
talking out of
tried
my
to-
ass, trying to get me riled up. That's, you know what I'm saying.
you said that like everyone wanted Roe v. Wade to be overturned. That's false. You're just talking out of your ass. No.
From the studies that I've done, dude, I've looked up at 4 different websites over the past few months, just trying to get a little bit more knowledge on the situation.
Can I just be honest? If
Yeah,
everyone
sure.
in America wanted Roe v. Wade to be overturned, then everyone in America is wrong. Roe v. Wade protected the access to healthcare of all 170 million American women and girls.
Yeah,
Roe
so
v.
you
Wade
agree with-
protected the family unit and made sure that the only people having children are financially well-off adults that desire to have and raise children and desire to start a family.
Yeah,
Roe v.
no,
Wade
I-
ensured that we don't
I-
have increases of rates of our poverty, decreases in our rates of education or income, particularly for areas that have restricted or no access to abortion. No, people,
Okay.
we don't want it overturned, right? But who
No,
does want it
I-
overturned? Misogynistic politicians who want to put their hand into the rights of all 170 million American women and girls in the context of the world. They don't care about in the world, that's crazy, in America. They don't care about the life of a fetus. They don't even care about how valuable they think our children are. All that
Yeah,
they specifically
so
care
if I
about
could
is
just
punishing women for
butt in
engaging
for a
in actions
second.
that they disagree with.
Yeah, could I butt in now?
Yeah, go for it, man.
All right, so if everyone didn't want it, why would? Because when it gets taken to the states, it's going to get voted on by the people, and if you know the people vote for not killing a baby, you know, and I totally get what you said with making sure that they're, you know, financially off to raise a kid before they bring a kid into the world. I get that, but I don't think it's okay with killing a baby, because there's women out there that, you know, they can't have kids and they would love to adopt a baby. I mean, for the party of such, like, you're for everybody. We want to make everyone happy, but you're not for a living fetus. You know, you're trying to play the high ground, saying, "Oh, it's for the women. Oh, yay! We want women to be able to not have to live with the decision they made." Now, if it's for rape, totally, I'm okay
Say
with
grape,
abortion.
not rape.
If it's for rape or anything like
I'm
that,
literally telling you to say grape.
grape. Sorry, my bad, bro. If grape is the situation which they get impregnated, for sure, yeah, no, that's wasn't her decision. That's not her fault. Yeah, she doesn't need to go through that dramatic change in her body. But like, if you make a decision to have unprotected sex, you don't get to kill another human because of it. Like, it's a
Oh, really?
human, dude.
Yeah, so do you think that like all humans have the same amount of value?
It depends on their heart, really. So I'm gonna say no. I mean, there's some evil people out there.
Okay, yeah, but like all like innocent fetuses. Like, would you say that like an innocent fetus has just as much value as you or I because they're human and alive?
Yeah, totally,
Okay,
dude.
and it's like murder to kill them.
Yeah.
Okay. What about like a unicellular zygote? So that's like the first stage of human life that occurs right after conception. Is it murder to kill a unicellular zygote?
Yeah. So how I think.
Yeah. So just follow me here. So that is murder. So would you say that women with some forms of birth control, particularly IUDs, that will allow for conception to occur, but then will prevent it from implanting into the uterine lining, essentially killing it? Would you say women with IUDs that engage in intercourse are murderers?
So, can you describe what the IUD does again? I kind of zoned off, my man. I'm smoking a bowl while we're talking. So,
Okay. Well, I mean, that's going to get me age restricted. I do appreciate you for coming up, though. I wish that we could add that conversation, but talking about DRUGS like that will get me age restricted. I really wish that we could have fleshed out that conversation. I was really looking forward to that. Unfortunate. Super duper unfortunate, chat. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If we are in the queue, specifically make sure that we are voting for Trump, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on to our next guest here, guys. Let's go into what our next guest has to say. If you're MAGA and you do want to come up and debate, just let me know in that chat, y'all. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. We're going to move on. Damn, dude, I really wanted to flesh out the conversation with him. Unfortunate. What's up, Kathy? How old are you? Kathy, hello? Okay, Kathy's just not here. We're just going to start loading people up from the chat. If you're MAGA, let me know down below. If you're MAGA, let me know down below. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
Most definitely.
Okay, why?
I feel like in my lifetime, Trump has been like a father to me in sorts, and he has. I'm sorry, I get really emotional because he has been here for hard times in my life. And I specifically am a mad cultist, and I don't think that's a bad thing. And people who say it's a bad thing, they aren't real members of MAGA.
So was Donald Trump being a good father when he cheated on all three of his wives?
But in a sense, like, I don't think he meant to cheat.
So, engaging in intercourse with a porn star, then paying her money to not tell anybody. You didn't mean to do any of that. We're gonna move on to our next guest. I think she's trolling. Chat. We're gonna move on to our next guest, Brittany. Y'all, no way, no shot. She was definitely trolling. Brittany, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, don't hang up on me because I think I'm having a hard time connecting with you. Can you hear me?
Wait, I got you. I've tried to bring you up a couple times, but we've got you on the line now. Are you voting for
I'm
Trump?
looking forward to this conversation. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Maybe not. Okay, I just want to ask you a very simple question off the bat. So Trump has a vehemently sexist, misogynistic history, like complete disrespect and utter disregard for the thoughts, wants, needs, and opinions of women. How do you expect him to effectively account for just that while he's legislating in the Oval Office if he was to be reelected?
So I guess, like, honestly, just being transparent, that's really not like that important to me in the scope of things.
But I feel like our president is supposed to represent the people, and when he can't represent half the people, that should be important.
I would rather live in a healthy economic, like, world than worry about him, like, being inappropriate. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the scope of things, I'd rather be able to take care of my family financially than I care about all of his banter and the stuff he says. Like, I just don't, that's way less important to me.
Yeah. Duh. Yeah, he's a rapist. So what? Yeah, dude, totally.
Well, he's not,
totally.
and you keep throwing that out there, and it's like very strange.
So yeah, he is.
No, he's not. As a woman, I would not call that grape at all whatsoever.
So would you agree with me that anything entering into a vagina without consent is grape?
Say that again?
Anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent, is that grape?
No.
What's grape?
Grape is a man's penis. Yeah.
Okay, so women can't grape women?
I actually don't know, can they?
Well, I mean, if your
There's a difference between sexual abuse, sexual assault, and grape.
But if your definition of grape is like pee into vajayjay, right? I mean, obviously, like, we're just going to assume like two cis women here. So, like, a cis woman can't grape another cis woman?
I think they can sexually assault another woman.
So grape doesn't happen in women's prison?
That's not the definition of grape. Yeah.
So it actually is. It actually is according to 36 states, including New York. In fact, Trump even tried to countersue Eugene Carroll for calling him a grapist, and
So,
he
wait,
lost
can I
because the
ask you a
Trump was like,
question?
yeah, this is how we colloquially use the word grape, and this is how it's even defined in the laws we speak.
So you're saying that if someone were to put their fingers in up there, whatever, that they would be charged with grape?
Yeah, in 36 states, including New York. Yeah.
I've never heard of that in my life, honestly. Never.
But I don't think that we're going to be I don't think that we are going to be basing our definition of what grape is or isn't off of what someone could or couldn't get charged with. Like, for instance, marital grape was made illegal in the 1990s. So in the 1980s, a husband can chain down to their wife and enter into intercourse with them without consent, and he couldn't get charged with grape. So would you
Yeah,
say
that's
that
not
woman
cool.
wasn't a
That's not
victim of
okay.
grape?
That's grape. Yeah.
Oh, but he couldn't get charged with grape.
Okay, what does that have to do with Trump?
Well, I mean, you just said the reason that Trump isn't a rapist is because he couldn't have got charged with grape at that time. So why wouldn't you say the same thing for the husband in the 1980s?
I have never known grape to be anything besides, a man sticking his penis into a woman.
Yeah, so if someone walks up to a woman with a broomstick and inserts it into her without consent repeatedly, she's not a victim of grape?
No, that's not grape. That's called I forget the name of the word for it. It's like a violent sexual crime.
Yeah, so what's the difference in the experience of the victim?
Pretty large, actually.
So there's a large difference between a woman getting a broomstick shoved in and out of her repeatedly and then like a male member?
Well, if you can imagine, like, what would be a worse experience for somebody?
Probably the broomstick.
They're both terrible, but one is definitely more terrible than the next. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, I don't think that like we should be like looking at these experiences that didn't involve us and then saying obviously what happened to Eugene Carroll wasn't that bad.
But
so
I can
then
vote
we get
for
to use
Trump
language to
and not-
specifically not here's what I think you're doing. So the reason I think you and like other
I'm not
like,
deflecting, and I hope you don't say that because I'm really
Nah,
not.
I'm not going to call you deflecting. Don't worry. We're going to stay on topic. So here's my issue. I think the reason that you and other MAGA supporters don't call it grape, even though it's currently legally defined as such, even though the judge referred to it as grape in the trial, and even though when Donald Trump tried to countersue her for calling him a grapist, the Trump didn't allow it to pass because he did grape her, and that's what the judge said. The only reason you won't call it grape is because you want to use other words such as sexual abuse that don't carry the same societal weight as
They
the word
don't.
grape. So then you can be apologetic towards what he did towards her. So you don't feel as bad
Absolutely,
when
and
you
I
vote for him in November.
absolutely am, and that's not okay. He should have never done that. That's absolutely terrible. But it's not like I'm gonna be 38 like in a week. My whole life I have known grape as being one specific thing. So now for somebody to say all of a sudden that that's not what this says anymore, it's like weird for me to even wrap my mind around that. That's not what it is. Like it's
Okay,
like
so can a man grape another man?
yeah, he's got a penis.
But I thought you said that grape was a PP entering into the vajayjay without consent.
Well, it's a penis entering into a hole of a woman.
Okay,
Yeah.
so no grape happens in women's prisons, right?
No, it doesn't, in my opinion. It's sexual violent crimes, absolutely. Molestation, sexual assaults, yeah, but that's not, I don't know.
So
but then again, like,
so you disagree with the 36 states that classify grape as anything, or to include
no,
anything
I'm telling you, me as a person and what I know as a definition of grape is not.
So you disagree with the 36 states that state differently?
Well, they might have changed it, the language
Wait,
now.
I have a question. So like really sick P3DOs, right, will sometimes grape infants by using their fingers instead of the pee-pee because of the anatomy of an infant. So would you say that the infant was a victim of grape?
No. It's severe sexual assault. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, grape has always been a penis entering. Like, no, they're sexually abused, sexually horrific experiences, but it's not grape. It still can be just as violent as just as horrible without you calling it grape, because that's
Wait,
not
so
grape.
you could
that's
an
sexual
adult
molestation.
an
That's
adult
sexual abuse.
An adult could engage in forms of intercourse with literal infants, and the infant didn't get graped.
You're trying to make me sound like I'm like a bad person because the definition of grape has always been a man's penis.
Literal adults can engage in forms of intercourse with
Okay.
3-month-old
Can I
infants,
say
and
something
it's
to
not
you?
great
Because this
to
is
you.
crazy. I don't understand why you are doing this and like you want people to come on and like talk about why they're voting for Trump and stuff. But then you always project it onto like grape or whatever. Like you don't even want to hear what anybody says. You just want to just like talk crap. Like you don't want to hear, you don't want to have like an educated conversation. It always goes to grape or like, yeah, that's literally it. You're always like changing it that way. I don't get it.
Sydney, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Sydney. Sydney says, keep on keeping on. I really appreciate you for the love, Sydney. Thank you so much for the $20. So, I mean, because I feel like grape is a deal breaker. Like, it is so astounding to me that majority of Americans, right, particularly MAGA supporters, disagree with me.
Okay, can I
Right?
ask
In
you a
absolutely
question?
no world, right, should we say that a rapist should be serving as our president? And
So
then
wait.
on top of that, it's not only that you think a rapist should be serving as our president,
So
but
wait, if you
further
had two
yet,
people to vote for that you had to pick between, right? One, let's just say that he raped somebody, but he would be able to run the world in a very healthy state financially.
Wait, name one
his
policy that Trump
policies-
influenced in
You
the past
would,
while he was
you
president
would,
that
you would
benefited our
vote for somebody
economy.
that would drive our freaking economy into the ground where you wouldn't be able to take care of your family and no other countries respect you, and the world would, like, the United States would be a disaster, a shit show.
King of the earth,
But then you would vote. But then you would vote for. But you would not vote for that guy that's going to run America into the ground because he raped somebody. So you would
Danielle,
just
thank
throw
you so
your
much for the
whole life
$5 on
away.
PayPal.
You would throw your whole fucking life away.
Yeah, so why do you think that the earth would be ran into the ground if Harris was elected?
She's a moron. Are you serious?
How so?
Tell me one policy that she stands behind that you side with her on, that you think is just so brilliant. Like, wow.
Yeah, so sure, we could talk about the PACT Act, like investing $800 million into VA healthcare benefits to expand VA healthcare benefits to over 1
Oh, you don't
million
think
new
Trump
veterans.
is doing that?
We could also reference the infrastructure bill, investing over $1 trillion into our infrastructure here at home in America.
And you don't think
sparking
Trump's doing that? This man is a multi-billion dollar.
Brittany.
He didn't
Hey,
need to
hey.
be the president. He's helping us.
Hey, Brittany.
Like,
So
he
first of
doesn't
all,
need the money. He doesn't need the platform. He's literally doing it
do you
to
mind if I
help
finish
us.
without an interruption here real quick? It's not that I think Trump isn't doing that. I know Trump's not doing that. So he campaigned on getting an infrastructure bill passed when he was running for president in 2016. And he had a better split in Congress than the Biden-Harris administration did, and he didn't get it done in 4 years. Do you know how long it took the Biden-Harris administration to get it done?
They were piggybacking off of everything that he did.
One single year. Not just the infrastructure bill.
Because they
PACT Act, the
piggybacked
CHIPS
off
and
of
Science
him.
Act to
That's
bring
all that
production-
happened. They piggybacked off of him. That was it.
Could you give me any evidence of that?
So you think that a man that owns billion-dollar organizations and is a businessman would not be financially more strong of a person and make more safe economic decisions than Kamala would? It just doesn't make any sense.
Could you name another good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
They do it on purpose. I'm in banking. It's not ever bad to go bankrupt. It's a healthy financial situation.
So you're in
and a
banking, so
good-
you should know the name of one other good businessman with 6 or more bankruptcies.
No, I don't, because I don't care how many people claim bankruptcy. I think it's a smart financial decision.
Would you agree with me that like people like Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates are better businessmen than Trump?
I wouldn't know. I would have to investigate them all on a separate level and then compare them all together.
Trump's net worth is like $7 billion. Their net worth is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. So would you vote for Bill Gates, the crazy neo-leftist Marxist that wants to depopulate the world, over Trump because he's a better businessman?
Maybe.
Wow, crazy. Hey, Crystal, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, but also like,
hey, I have a question. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced? Yeah, you're really touting how like good and strong of a businessman Trump is. Veronica, thank you for the hand hearts. So, can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed while he was president that made our economy better?
The tax bracket situation.
That actually made our economy worse because
Are you
83% of
kidding
the
me
tax
right
cuts
now?
that
Oh,
were
wait, you know what
included
I
within the
want
Trump
to talk
tax
to you
code
about, Tim?
were
What
sent to the
about
top
COVID?
1%, and it footed a bill of $1.9 trillion onto
What
the
about
American
COVID?
taxpayer through debt-related spending, and only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. So would
What
you
about
say
COVID?
that spending $2 trillion is a good rate of return for a 0.02% increase within their GDP?
What about COVID?
Pivot!
No, I'm asking you because before I forget, because I do have ADD brain, but honestly, if he wasn't in office, I can't even imagine what would have happened, right? Like if you had a mortgage, you were able to not pay your mortgage for 6 months or longer, and they would just put the balance on the end of your loan. Great system there. Nobody lost their homes.
Yeah, Operation Warp Speed was pretty good. I'd still say that if like someone like Biden or Harris was in office at that time, they would have done better because they wouldn't have stigmatized like the use of masks or like getting the vaccine. And I think that ultimately led to herd immunity being achieved much later than it would have otherwise, and led to like incredibly unnecessary deaths because of the politicizing of like getting the wearing masks and like getting the vaccine. But like all that aside, like you were seriously pivoting around here, right? You said that he's good for the economy, then you said the Biden-Harris administration has been bad. Can you please like name one policy that the Biden-Harris administration has influenced to get passed that you think served as a detriment to our economy?
I probably can't, honestly, because I don't.
Then how do you know they're bad for it? I mean, are you just fear mongering?
No, I just know that when he was in office, I was making the same money I'm making now, the same liabilities, paying the same liabilities every month, and I was like doing well.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I was
what are you
actually
referencing here?
doing
Inflation?
well, and now, yeah, I'm honestly not that smart, and I'll just say it. So like, I can't tell you like the names of policies and shit. Like, you're not going to get that out of me, honestly. I
Yeah,
just
but
am more
the
of like
thing
a
is like-
feelings person. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm not going to be able to be like, oh, in 1984, like, yeah, that's not going to happen. So.
Yeah, so the Biden-Harris administration didn't cause the global inflation that was made by the pandemic. In fact, the U.S. had the quickest global rebound out of any other country in the G7. Look, I hate it when people just associate anything that happens under a presidency with a president. But I could do the same thing to Trump to make him look like shit. He was one of the only two sitting presidents we've ever had that left office with a negative net loss in jobs and a record high unemployment rate since the Great Depression at 14.8%. Should I blame both of those things on him?
So there's an inflation of jobs, but nobody can afford to live.
I mean, you're not answering my question. And inflation.
How
of
does
jobs
that
and
make
nobody can
sense?
afford
No,
to
because
live.
you
What do
always
live?
answer with a question. You will never answer a question.
What do you mean by inflation of jobs but no one can afford to live? If you're referencing the rate of inflation making groceries or gas cost more, well, yeah, that would be caused by the global inflation that was onset by the pandemic.
But you're blaming it on Trump.
No, I'm actually blaming it on the pandemic. Joe, thank you so much for the
But he
$20
was in
on
office
PayPal.
when
I
the
really
pandemic
appreciate you
happened.
for the love, Joe. Let's get some massive W Joes in the comment section for the $20 on PayPal.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for the
Joe,
love.
Donate another $100.
Yeah, but like I just said, like we shouldn't use the logic just because something happens while someone's in the presidency doesn't mean they caused it. Like, would you say that Trump caused the 14.8% unemployment rate we saw at the end of his term?
No, but wait a minute. How can you not blame that on COVID then?
Actually, you can and you should.
Okay, then why
The
are you
reason
saying
we saw-
Trump? Because he was in office, so you're like, oh, it's his fault.
You were running straight into the point. I'm conceptually
Oh,
demonstrating
okay. Oh,
to
you're
you.
going to say something nice about him?
No, I'm demonstrating to you a very important conceptual point. You're saying that this thing that happened under his presidency of the record high unemployment wasn't caused by him, it was caused by the pandemic. But this is exactly what I'm going to say about the global inflation that we've experienced under Biden's presidency.
So you liked Biden? You thought he was...
Love the Biden-Harris administration for the most part. I absolutely
Really?
think that there was some aspects of what they supported that was bad, like the funding for Israel. But the reason I'd still vote for like Biden now, or particularly Harris over Trump is because Trump is the most pro-Israel president that we've ever had and would support them more. But that's
Well, I'm
completely besides
Jewish
the point.
and my family's from Israel, so I can't even begin to go there. Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you have any other reasons why you're going to be voting for Trump over Kamala here? I mean, all that you really told me is that specifically speaking, the economy was better under Trump than Biden. But then you walked into the point that just because something happens under presidency doesn't mean it was caused by them. So I feel like you're going to have to demonstrate to me through policy or executive order specifically how Trump would be better for our country.
But you're not talking about some like fluke that happened, like some minor incident. You're talking about the largest pandemic that's like hasn't happened since what? 1920 or something? When was the frickin'
Spanish flu 1912.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
but why would we blame the pandemic on Biden?
why would you blame? If anything, you could just say, oh, well, the loss of jobs was because of COVID. You can't blame anything on Trump then, if that's the case.
I actually don't associate the 14.8% unemployment rate at the end of his term with being caused by him. It was caused by COVID.
Okay. What I do want to say though is that like it seems like this can get like very hateful in here, and I think that everybody is entitled to their own feelings, and it doesn't make you a bad person. You know what I mean? Like everybody should be able to Like, it's just a feeling. It's like religion. You should be able to pray to whatever God you want to pray to. Like, just because somebody wants to vote for Trump and not Biden doesn't make them a bad person.
I think it does, because
It
I
also
think
doesn't
that,
make them stupid. You know what I'm saying?
I think I don't know. So I absolutely disagree with you, because Trump is a threat to democracy. He wants to undermine the state of our liberalism, aka the peaceful passage of power. He tried to stage a coup, an insurrection against our government in 2020. Like, that alone is a reason not to vote for him, right? He puts the rights of already marginalized communities at further risk, right? And he put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls on the line when he overturned Roe v. Wade. Like, it does make you a bad person, because this man wants to usher in a new era of fascism and just control. Right? He wants to marginalize everyone who is not a rich white man, and he wants to make our lives worse. He wants to deny women health care. He wants to disenfranchise the family unit and increase rates of poverty, decrease levels of education and income, because people are no longer focused on becoming responsible, financially well-off adults, right, that desire to have children, that desire to start a family, and are now forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old girls to be mothers because their state won't allow them access to health care, and are forcing them to provide their bodily resource to another individual for 9 months.
But you don't feel like Democrats just want a handout? Like, that's it.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Access to healthcare that you have to pay for is not a handout. It's a human
You would
right.
vote for universal health care?
I would vote for a universal
Okay,
healthcare.
I'm going to tell you why I would never, ever want that to
But
happen.
one second. You're completely detracting here, because we're not touching
What?
about universal healthcare. We're touching on access to abortion. That's not a handout. That's a human right.
We still have access to abortion.
Yeah, in half our states. What do you have to say about the women and girls in the states where it's been severely impeded upon or outright banned? What do you have to say about them?
I don't like that, yeah.
You don't like that. Neither do I. Shouldn't this be a good reason not to vote for Trump, because he's the one that made that happen? Oh, you're really backing away from your mic here? You're probably covering it.
Two are evils, honestly. Like, you just gotta, you gotta, like, pick what's worst, honestly. Like, I'm not a Trump fan. I'm not like you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I never have been.
What's worse? I have a question. What's worse? A strong, intelligent, caring woman, Mamala over here, or a decrepit 78-year-old man that cares about no one apart from himself, constantly engages in delusion, stage a coup to overthrow our government in 2020, put the rights of all women and girls on the line, and further perpetuate systemic misogyny and rape culture by all men, all MAGA supporters in general, accepting and adopting a sexual abuser, a rapist, into the Oval Office and treating them
it's
as if they
all
did nothing
bad.
wrong.
But the most important thing to me is being able to a two family household should be able to live off of $100,000 a year.
But how did her and Biden cause y'all to not be able to live? They didn't. Right? That was by the pandemic. We had global inflation everywhere. The U.S. had the quickest global rebound from it, though, out of any other country in the G7. It was caused by the pandemic. It wasn't caused by their presidency. In fact, they ushered in the quickest response from this global inflation through things such as approving 50% more drilling permits than Trump's administration, meaning that we're drilling for more domestic oil than any country that has ever existed.
I mean, see, like, you can spit all
The
that
Inflation
facts at me,
Reduction
but I
Bill
don't
investing millions of
know.
dollars
Yeah.
in renewable energy resources to reduce inflation in the long term. CHIPS and Science Act to bring manufacturing jobs back home here in America right now. Infrastructure bill to stimulate the economy, investing $1 trillion in our local infrastructure. Jasmine, thank you for the $3.
And what if you just spit off all the things that Trump did that was so great for us?
Yeah, name one thing
What would
that Trump
that
did
look
that was so
like?
great. Name one thing
No,
that
I'm
Trump did that was
asking
so
you.
great.
Why can't you give it? You can't give him a compliment because you hate him that much?
Operation Warp Speed was all right. Could have been better if he didn't politicize the use of vaccines and masks.
What else?
What else? The law that someone brought up on my live like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, with the medicine?
That's all. Yeah, that's all.
So can I actually, because I think that I want people to like think about this for a second when you talk about universal health care, because this is like really important. My mom had a brain tumor that was like a very specific kind of brain tumor. And it had to be operated on. She had to have it removed. So because we don't have universal health care, she was able to go to a specialist in South Carolina, we live in Pennsylvania, and have him perform the surgery and was able to have that adequately taken care of. If we had universal health care, somebody would just say, this is where you have to go. She would have had some just a regular surgeon. She wouldn't have been able to go to a specialist in South Carolina to get that taken care of. And that's why, to me, it's like, if I'm paying, I'd rather pay for my health insurance and be able to get the care that I want and I think is appropriate for me than for
Jesse,
somebody
do
to
the
pay
$5
for it
Saba. Cool.
and tell me where I need to go. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I
I'd
just
rather-
don't think that you understand how universal healthcare works. So, like, this is going to be providing the bare necessities to, like, all American citizens. And it's also the case that this is going to decrease wait times for particular use of medicine. And it's going to increase the efficacy of the outcomes. And it's also just going to cost less. Like, if we just introduce, like, a hike in taxes to pay for universal healthcare for all, like, the average American is going to be paying lower premiums, right? And then additionally here, I don't think that there's anything wrong with private specialized healthcare available to those that can pay additional money. All that I'm advocating here is some baseline level of healthcare, because healthcare is a human right, and I don't think that, like, these 13-year-old boys and girls should be having to go months with a cavity in their tooth because, you know, their parents out of a job, right? And no longer is healthcare for them or their family. Like,
Well,
it's
wouldn't
just,
they get,
like,
welfare
you know what I
benefits?
mean? It's about a baseline necessity that should be available to all citizens, and it would cost the average American less with a small hike in taxes to reduce the premiums, and there's still going to be access to particular, like, specialized healthcare. But once again, completely detracting from all the conversation we've had. Like, you've not been staying on topic, you've not been responding to my questions, and you've not been
because I'm
telling
just
me why Trump is
passionate
better than
about
Kamala.
certain things and I just want people to hear me. Also, another thing, we should be able to access our Social Security money immediately. Why am I paying every freaking check like $300, $400 into my Social Security?
Okay. Brittany, I do appreciate you for coming up. I am going to go to move on to my next guest at this point. You just kind of pivoted a little bit too much there. I'm going to go ahead and move on here, y'all. For the 7.5 thousand people in here, if you guys are enjoying the stream, spam MAGA in that chat if you want to come up. Also, do double tap on that phone screen. Do share that live. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. At this point, we are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. So if you do want to come up and debate, if you are a Trump supporter, let me know in that comment section. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, though. Let me know if you want to come up by just spamming a couple MAGAs in that chat. Hey, what's up, Aiden? How old are you?
Oh, shit.
I'm so sorry. Worst mic known to mankind. We're going to go to move on to our next guest, Mimi, y'all. We got Mimi. I invited you up. Feel free to pop up. All right, moving on to our next guest. It is so good to see all 8,000 of you guys. Welcome in. That was the most MAGA convo ever, for real. Her grape denial was crazy. That was like the craziest shit I've ever heard. We got our next guest loading in right now. Everyone, do be patient. Everyone, do be patient. We're moving on. Just having a little bit of an issue getting people up in here. Keep in mind, guys, keep spamming MAGA if you want to come up, because I am just pulling up people from the queue. We're going to go and load up our next guest, y'all. Everyone, do be patient. And Tracy, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W Tracy's in that chat. Alrighty, tidy. Still just getting people up here. Still getting people up here, ladies and gentlemen. Getting people up here. Y'all already know. Y'all already know. For the 7.6 thousand of y'all, do be patient. Do be patient while we're getting people up in the live. Alrighty. Who we got? Who we got? Jeez. Okay, so just, I'm going to keep talking while I'm getting my next guest up here. But yeah, I absolutely do not think that we should be voting for the rapist, for the election denier, the fraudster. Are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling over.
Okay, moving on to our next guest here. Yo, Christy! Christy with the $50 on Venmo. Holy cow. Thank you so much for the love, Christy. Let's get at least 100 W Christies in that chat for the $50 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you, and thank you so much for the love, Christy. Let's see some W Christies in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. Absolutely so kind of you. Thank you, Christy. Let's go. That is Kristi. What's up, Clinker? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18, and
Phenomenal.
honestly, I'm not
Daffy Dog?
voting. What'd you say?
Okay, you're not voting. Then fuck out of my live, never come back. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Annalise, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the love, Annalise. Thank you so much, Annalise. That is so incredibly kind of you. W Annalise is in the comment section. Bro, that kid was spamming MAGA in the chat. Dude, this part always sucks, y'all. For the 7,000 people in here, I'm sorry. This part sucks. Always trying to get our next guest up. Just do double tap on that phone screen. Don't stop spamming MAGA in the chat while we're trying to get our next guest up. I'm loading in everyone. What's up, Blaze? How old are you? Okay, Blaze isn't here. That's crazy. Ethan, are you here?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
I turned 18 in August, so yeah, I will be.
Okay, why?
Why? Because under Trump, we had the best economy ever.
Yeah, but what policy did he influence that to get passed that caused the economy to be so good? That's also a lie. Bill Clinton had a better economy, and you're also not 18. Sorry, I just thought about that. Moving on to our next guest, Matthew. 17. I don't know why. A little bit of a brain fart there. Jesus Christ, guys. Jesus Christ. Cheese and rice. All right, moving on to our next guest, guys. Just looking for an ex-Trump supporter. If you are voting for Trump, just let me know in the chat. Just trying to get our next guest up in here, bro. This is crazy. I really wish I had someone like to help me exit people out of the queue so I could pull people up from the chat. Like, do y'all see? I have like 4 people loading in right now. Carrie Ann, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Carrie Ann. Let's get some massive W Carrie Anns in that chat for the $25 on Venmo. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie Ann. Let's get some massive W Carrie Anns in that chat. And Sassy Biatch, 1997, please join. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Yo, the real KP. How old are you?
24, Dub Harry, Dub Dean, Dub Parker. No bugs.
Oh, I appreciate you for the love, man. Appreciate you for the love. We're going to move on to our next guest. Bro, this sucks. Guys, make sure if you're in the queue that you're voting for Trump. I'm inviting Trump supporters up as well. And Chris, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. I really appreciate you, man. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Matt, you're on the live? Okay, bro, this is craziness. This is crazy. Still just looking for our next guest. It's been minutes. Fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. Hey, what's up, fat guy? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Makes sense that you have a pedo as your profile picture then. Why are you voting for Trump? And King, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W Kings in the chat for the $10 on Venmo. All right, why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because we had a better economy when he was in office.
Yeah, but how do you know that he caused the economy to be better?
Didn't he pass the Tax Cuts and Job Act or whatever it was?
Yeah, that sent 83% of the tax cuts to the top 1%, footed a bill of $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending on the American taxpayer, and only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. I don't know about you, but paying $1 trillion for a 0.01% increase in our GDP is insane.
Can you give me a source?
For what?
For, like, where you got that from, like...
I mean, so as far as it costing $1.9 trillion, you could just look up Trump's national debt added, right? And then the leading cause, apart from stimulus package, is going to be the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Insofar as the particular claim that it only led to a 0.02% increase in the GDP, this is going to be coming from Harvard economists, both conservative as well as liberal. Just look up Harvard economists, TCGA Trump.
Oh. Well... That's the only reason I was voting for him, so.
Yeah, would you vote for someone that was held legally responsible for grape?
I would not.
Okay. Well, Trump was held legally responsible for grape, so why would you vote for him?
I did not know he was held responsible for grape.
So now that you do know that he was held responsible for grape, will you no longer vote for him?
Definitely not. Yes, I will not be voting for him.
Okay, so now you're going to be voting for Trump. So now you're going to be voting for Harris?
I don't know.
Okay.
He's lying. He's lying anyway.
Hello, Big Papa.
He's lying anyway. How's it going? That's not me making all the noise, yeah.
Are you voting for... Okay, is it possible for you to go into a different room?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why so?
Like they said, the economy, which you also lied on.
What did I lie about?
You mentioned a study, and you in that same study you said that it was a combination of conservative and liberal economists. It's not. It's not true at all. You can't name more. You can't name me 3 that are on there.
Yeah, so like I actually will absolutely get you their names because they are conservative as well as liberal economists from Harvard. Well, give me 1 second.
Give me 1 second, guys, please.
Yeah, I just texted Parker for the source. I'll let you know when I have the particular source.
See, that's the thing. I know you have a computer right in front of you, and you should have had that up. So again,
yeah,
this is
I mean,
a Harvard study.
yeah,
This is
like-
a Harvard study, right or
One
wrong?
second. One second. Like I'm referencing you like the particular like source for it. That
You
being Harvard.
mentioned it earlier, I know, but what I'm saying is,
But
this
like when
same
you
Harvard-
if you want like the particular names of the economists, like I'll get you them. I'm just gonna.
But you
text
said
Harvard
that it was a
links.
combination of both, and that
It
would
was.
mean that you had already had those people already. Basically, you would already have those labeled down.
Yeah,
and
they
it's
are
not
labeled down.
necessary.
I just have to
You
get the
would
link to
have
give you their names.
You would already have them. That's what I'm saying. For you to make that claim, you would have already had them. But once you do go on there, you realize that there aren't.
One second, Big Papa. Have you ever like done research and then like
Yes,
kept
yes,
in mind
whenever
what the research
it-
noted? And then
yeah,
you just have to, like,
I do
bro,
legal
can you
lit-
mute
I-
the fetus?
They're on the other side of a door. I don't know if you understand how that goes. And then you're yelling
You're
for
gonna-
no reason. You're yelling for no reason.
Bro, please just go take care of your kids. Keep watching the live. I'll give you the source. I texted Parker for it specifically. But Jesus Christ, go take care of your kids. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
How old are you? Yeah, could you turn off the music?
That's usual.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am. How old are you?
I'm 19. So why are you voting for Trump?
There's a lot of reasons, really.
Okay, let's go through them.
I mean, we could start with the simple fact of, the tax relief program that he did. He did that when he first got in office and, eliminated a lot of debt, national debt. Not only that, but, it was a historic.
He added
tax
more
relief.
to our debt than Biden. He added $8.6 trillion to our nation's debt. Meanwhile, Biden added $4.6 trillion. And then when you're referencing his tax relief program, that was actually the leading driver apart from a stimulus package for the debt that he added to the economy. Bird, thank you so much for the jellyfish.
I mean, so you can say that like during his presidency that much debt was acquired and what have you, but at the same token, like you were saying before, you can't exactly relate the economy and what happens during their presidency to like how well they did as a president.
Wait, but you can when you like could demonstrate how it was caused, right? So like you actually referenced how it was caused. Like so his TCJA, his quote unquote tax relief program as you described it, cost $1.9 trillion in debt related spending.
How much?
1.9 trillion.
$1.9 trillion of debt, you said, because of his tax relief program, like the tax reform that he did when he first went into the White House, when he first got, his
Yeah,
job.
because you're going to be referencing the Trump tax code from 2017. Yeah, that's the TCJA. Yeah.
I don't know how that would have equated to 1.9 trillion dollars in debt, dude. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, you could like go up and read about it. So this is coming from Tax Policy Center. Just look up TCJA 1.9 trillion Tax Policy Center. Yeah, and it has a corresponding dynamic score of a $1.9 trillion increase within our debt, right, caused by the introduction of the TCJA.
Yeah, but I mean, you personally, I don't know where you're at, where you live, what state you're in, or what have you. But I mean, everybody across the state, everybody across the country in the U.S. has literally seen prices increasing over the past year, 2 years, 3
How did
years.
the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
What have they done to combat it?
Well, I mean, first of all, they've approved 50% more drilling permits in the Trump presidency, so far to the point where we're drilling for more oil.
Just like the national
more domestic-
pipeline got shut
for
down
more-
to affect
for more-
everybody's gas prices as well, right?
And
Okay, so I could respond to one thing at a time. So now I'm gonna pivot to that. So I mean, like what, like okay, this is like the thing with you Trump supporters. You gish fucking gallop. You ask me what they did to combat inflation, and then when I'm four words in, you just hit me with something else from the left field. So calm the fuck down.
Oh, I'm pretty calm.
I'm going to answer one question at a time. So the way that the Biden-Harris administration combated the inflation was by approving 50% more drilling permits than Trump's administration, which has now left America producing more oil than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth. Right? They also introduced the Inflation Reduction Act, which invested millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to reduce inflation long term. CHIPS and Science Act to bring manufacturing jobs back here home in America. Infrastructure bill that invested $1 trillion, sparked new industries of manufacturing and work for jobs here home in America, which led to a 3.4 percent unemployment rate, the lowest that we've had in 50 years. And then when you're referencing them shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline, you said that drive prices of gas up, right?
100%.
Okay, wrong. Because it wasn't currently producing oil, it didn't impact the oil supply curve. So when it was shut down, it couldn't have driven prices up as there was not a change within the oil supply, right? And then
Well, that very
do you
well
know why
could
they shut it
have
down?
been affected. That very well could have affected that price. And now I don't know why exactly it got shut. Something about a hack or something.
No,
I think it
because-
got hacked.
Because of an order from the Supreme Court. And no, it couldn't have affected the price of gasoline for the reason that because it wasn't currently producing oil, right, it didn't impact the global oil supply curve. So given the same supply and the same demand, we will not see an increase in price. You either have to have an increase in demand or a decrease in supply.
I mean, we can agree to disagree on that, honestly.
Why would we, on what grounds do you have to disagree?
I would disagree with the whole fact of you're saying that wouldn't affect the gas prices in the sense that because it wasn't being used or because this this or that.
This is like basic principles of macroeconomics.
Well, that's fine, but it very well could have been being used either before or even shortly after it had been shut down.
So it was not it was not producing oil before it was shut down. This is coming straight from Keystone XL pipeline. It was in its production phases.
I'm not sure, but what I'm saying is it very well could have been.
No, it actually couldn't have been. No, because it was still being produced. And my source for this is the pipeline's website. Like they complain about how it got shut down before it was implemented for years.
Okay, well, so there's I guess there's strike one, right? The other thing, just as far as things that Trump did when he was in office and just the administration did, were also pretty amazing as far as unemployment goes. The amount of jobs that were created, business that was brought to America versus business that was being, sourced to other countries, things of that nature. That also helped our country.
So
Not to
what
mention, he
policy,
also
what bill or executive order caused any of those things?
I mean, you want me to go and look into different policies and executive orders that he made with other countries that, decrease the amount of sourcing that we were doing from those countries instead of doing it from within our country to establish our country more and to establish our dollar and to drive the, our dollar to be worth more than what it is?
Well, it causes our dollar to be worth less. Because what you're going to be referencing is Trump's tariffs on China. So first of all, the Biden-Harris administration didn't get rid of them, they kept them. And tariffs are incredibly inflationary because that price added, that tax is just pushed back to the consumer. So then the consumer ends up paying more, right? So that is inflation, right? And then secondly, right, it's also the case that you can't just associate anything that happens under a given presidency with a president, right? Because using your same logic here, well, I could just say that the 14.8% unemployment rate at the end of his term was caused by him. And I can say that the 15 million jobs added back to the economy under Biden-Harris administration were caused by them, right? You have to actually demonstrate how it was specifically caused by the relative presidents. And in the same way that you're referencing unemployment under Trump, there was a 50-year low at 3.4 under Biden's presidency when the lowest they got under Trump's was 3.5.
Trump also is dealing with COVID during the timeline that even happened,
So now you're starting to introduce externalities to explain how something can happen in a country, regardless.
Well,
of
no,
the
those whatever you labeled it, whatever word you use, the external, whatever. I'm not exactly sure with the word, but that's just a part of what he was dealing with. As far as the economy goes, it was a huge effect on the economy. Biden got to take over after the fact. Essentially after everything was said and done. Not to mention Trump himself during that time did all he could within his power to make sure that we were running as a country and that we were going to be okay. He made sure that there was different procedures being taken place by hospitals or by, allocating funds to, certain organizations that supported hospitals or that, gave hospitals supplies to help basically with that, whole disease, that whole problem, that whole pandemic. So
does anyone in chat understand what this guy's trying to say? You started off by saying that Trump was a good president because the economy was so good under him, and the economy was so bad under Biden because of inflation.
Well,
right? And then you're saying
that
the high unemployment rate that we saw at the end of Trump's term was caused by COVID, but then you don't attribute the global inflation at the beginning of Biden's term as being caused by COVID. Even though I detailed to you exactly how that was the case and how the U.S. had the quickest global rebound from said global inflation out of any other country in the G7.
You're saying under Biden's presidency, we combated inflation better than we did when Trump was in office, is what you're saying?
Under Biden's presidency, we combated the global inflation that was onset by the pandemic.
We affected it globally, as in we gave other countries support, and we essentially went out,
Global inflation. The inflation that we saw here at home in the U.S. that you blamed on Biden was seen in every country on earth. It was a result of the pandemic.
I'm not blaming it on Biden. I'm simply saying that it's been persistent during his presidency.
That's a lie. We saw the inflationary rate at a peak at 9%. Right now we're down to 3%.
Man, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to acclaim that to relevancy towards his presidency. Like you said, the economy isn't directly affected by their presidency, going like from the day they're in office. It can take a while for it to actually take its toll, for it to actually, for it to make a difference, right?
So
the policies that you put in place.
You're just not really telling me anything. And we can claim like direct causation from a president to the economy if we could demonstrate the policy, right? And like the tax cuts, like for instance under the Biden-Harris administration, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure bill. These are all policies that encouraged, a positive growth of the economy. Maria, thank you for the $7 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. But dude, you're not giving me any reason why Trump is better than Harris here. So do you have any more reasons that you want to go over? Because you're right. Right now you're yapping.
I mean, I'm yapping just as much as you, pal.
No. Because I'm demonstrating to you what the Biden-Harris administration has done for a country through policy and executive order. I'm demonstrating to you how we've had the quickest rebound from the global inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. And then you yapped about his tax policy and said that he reduced our deficit, but he increased it more than Biden. And a major factor within increasing the deficit was his tax policy. And then apart from that, you've been yapping.
Okay, so when was that deficit calculated though, in comparison to when Trump was in office? Was it calculated right after?
So we are comparing 4 years under Trump's presidency to what we've experienced so far under Biden's.
Okay, so about the same timeline.
Yeah, and then he added $8.6 trillion to our debt. Biden has added 4.2.
Sure, and he also hasn't been combating COVID this entire time.
He literally did. He introduced a $1.9 trillion stimulus package, combated COVID by incentivizing people wearing masks, having vaccines, mandating the vaccine for federal employees, which is the largest worker group within our country, right? What do you?
Well, yeah. I was one of those workers. I was an oxygen technician for a hospital. I was doing that work and never saw an increase in any of that. So I don't know where that came from, as far as who got it and who didn't, but I can tell you firsthand, I was a hospital worker I was an emergency worker, an on-call worker to make sure.
How can you make the claim that Biden, why do you say that the Biden-Harris administration didn't combat COVID when we had the quickest global
I'm not saying they didn't
inflation onset by about, No. How can you say that the Biden-Harris administration didn't combat COVID when we had the quickest global rebound from the inflation onset by COVID out of any country in the G7?
I mean, that's, one sec. Yo, can I call you back? Yo, yeah, okay. I'm not trying to say that the Biden administration didn't combat COVID.
You literally said that verbatim, bar for bar, word for word, quote for quote.
No, you didn't let me finish what I was saying. I'm not saying that they didn't combat it, they didn't try. They didn't attempt to. I'm just saying their attempt in doing so wasn't as good as it sounded, as you're making it sound.
Tyler, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Tyler. Let's get some W Tylers in the chat. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Okay, so what else should they have done?
They should have made it a 100% stapled in, bill or what have you, that any essential worker that's going out and doing work for COVID, or people that are going into people's homes, myself included, who went out and did the dirty work of trying to get people better and get them on oxygen, we should have got, this hazard pay that was quote unquote going to be paid out, blah, blah, blah. We should have got, there should have been extra, there should have been more. There should have been more for the people that were actually combating the COVID, ground, not the people who were combating it from within an office. There should have been more that was given for people, that were doing it, that were taking care of those people that were, like myself, that was, I was getting exposed to COVID on a daily basis. going in with the hazmat suit and making sure, that the environment was okay for folks who were doing.
Yeah, that's going to be on Congress.
Well, yeah, it's on Congress, but the president.
What effect do you think that Trump is going to have on the Republicans in Congress when he tells them that it's not a real pandemic, it's just a flu, it's just a cold, don't take the Fauci vaccine, masks don't work? What effect do you think that's going to have on the Republican members of Congress, and how do you think that's going to incentivize them to pass like additional hazard pay
Well, I
for
don't
people
think anything
that are
of
working
that.
on
I
the
mean-
field when Trump is saying that it's not hazardous and it's just a cold?
I mean, I don't think anything of it. I don't think we're going to ever have to combat something like that again. But the fact that it happened the way it did, and the way it was treated, and the way that the stimulus package that you're talking about was
One
given
second,
out,
you're
whatnot.
referencing the stimulus package and you're pivoting. Can you please address what I just said?
I mean, I'm trying to, yeah.
No, because the stimulus package is not addressing what I just said. You particularly made the claim that you wish that Biden would have passed some legislation to pay federal employees that were boots on the ground working during COVID, like additional hazard pay. And the question that I asked you is, well, that's not going to be on Biden, that's going to be on Congress. And how can you expect Congress, particularly the Republicans within it, to treat COVID seriously and as if it is hazardous and should be incentivized to pay these federal employees with boots on the ground more when Trump said it was anything but hazardous, just a common everyday cold, and influence people not to wear masks, not to get the vaccine, or to take it seriously?
I mean, the whole thing in general was pretty much a new cold, a new flu. I mean, it's
So
just
then why would you want hazard pay for something that isn't hazardous and is just a cold?
because people get paid extra to do extra work when you're going out doing things that you go.
People get paid extra to do extra work. Yeah, it's called
Right.
being an hourly employee.
Yeah, but it's also called like a part of the stimulus package, the extra money that we're supposed to be given to the folks who.
He's all over the place. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. Yeah, a Republican wanting a handout. Maybe switch parties, buddy, according to your own logic, right? Yeah, be ready CPR. Thank you for the $25 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some CPRs. Thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. That's absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much there. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio. Thank you so much for the love. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone just do give us a minute, guys. We're just trying to get our next guest up in the box. And no, I didn't kick him because he was whipping my ass. I kicked him because I can't hold a conversation. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Okay, are you voting for Chomp?
Yes.
And what year were you born in?
32. Wait,
Okay,
what'd you
so
say?
You were born in the year 32?
Wait, what'd you say?
I asked you what year you were born in?
1994.
Okay, so I have a question. What's 24 plus 6?
24 plus 6. That is 30.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a minute here. We're going to get our next guest up in the box. If you're voting for Trump, just let me see a MAGA in the chat. Actual fetus on the live. Actual fetus on the live. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hello? Is anyone here? Either of you guys? Are you guys just both Hello? Okay, moving on to our next guest. I don't know, no, dude. Okay, Deshaun, goodbye. Moving on to our next guest here. Everyone just do be patient while we're trying to get our next debate going. This is a hellhole. Quite the train wreck. Quite the train wreck. Quite the train wreck. Ladies and gentlemen, would you look at that? Would you look at that? If you're MAGA, if you're voting for Diaper Dawn, let me see you in the chat. Let me see you true patriots in the chat. If you're voting for Trump, if you're a true patriot, if you care about a country, let me see you in the chat. I'm going to go and pull people up from the chat for our next guest. Let me see you in the chat. If you're a true patriot, let me see you in the chat. If you care about if you care about a great country and the nuclear family, let me see you in the chat. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here. Right, if you're one of those motherfuckers out there, if you think that we should make America white again. Oh, sorry, great. Fuck, what in the same? What's the difference, right? Oh, shit, there is none. That's right. Trump is a white supremacist. I'm going to start debating that. Because that's all you mean. We're going to move on to our next guest. Hey, what's up, Samira? How old are you?
I'm 29.
29, awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I can't vote. I'm actually from Europe following this.
I appreciate you for coming up. And yes, it is scary, but we are just looking to people to debate. Y'all, if you guys are voting for Trump, make sure to hop in the queue. If you're in the guest request and you're not here to debate, just leave, please. Just looking to talk to people that are voting for Trump. Because then what happens is I lose my mind when we have like 10-minute periods like this when I literally can't get anyone up to debate. Like, it fucking sucks, dude. What's up? How old are you?
23.
Awesome. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Alright. So you feel me? Like,
Hey! Stop fucking touching your phone.
I'm gonna stop moving.
And Chandra, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Chandra. Let's get some W Chandras in the chat for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you.
So the reason why, you feel me, I'm not voting for Kamala as a black man.
Kamala.
She is a detective, you feel me? Damn near. She's a prosecutor. She's put more black men in jail with nonviolent crimes and kept them in jail for longer than they need to be, which is, at the end of the day, if you're a man and you understand what it's like to be in jail, it's not a place for no man at the end of the day. So it's like, you wouldn't want to keep somebody there just for a cheap service. And then also too, as somebody that's my first president actually growing up, I seen Barack Obama. He was a black man. Everybody was happy, but he was a pacifier for the black community. He didn't do anything but make gay marriage legal. That's the only thing that he did that is still here. True. Yeah, it's the truth. You can make the face.
He didn't do anything but one of the largest leaps in human rights since like the abolishment of...
If you're a black man, if you were in a black man, right? If you're black, you're not black. So you wouldn't understand how the black community feels about that type of stuff.
Okay.
But in the same sense, the black community wouldn't have agreed with that type of vote, that type of shit, if that was us. You feel me? Like, just realistically, he was a pacifier for us, bro.
I mean, listen, I'm not that informed about Obama's presidency.
Yeah, you're not. You don't have to be. We're here for Trump and Kamala.
Yeah, but hey,
and that's what I'm getting back.
I just want to talk about what you said about Kamala. So you're telling me that she put away a bunch of like black men for nonviolent crimes. So first of all, what you're going to be referencing is DRUG offenses. And while she was prosecutor, she only put 45 people in jail for DRUGS, and we don't know their sex, gender, or race. So anyways, how do you feel about Donald Trump calling for the death penalty for the Central Park Five, even though they're exonerated of their crimes?
As I said, like I said, I don't really agree with some things that Trump has to deal with. Nor do I agree with Kamala Harris. And
then in like 2014, she actually said that we needed to end the war on drugs and advocated for the federal legalization of the M drug. And then in 2018, when she was in the Senate, co-signed on a bill to federally legalize.
But how do you feel? How do you feel about You talk about kids and women having the rights, right? How do you feel about Kamala supporting the multiple children being, whatever her name is, being bombed and being killed? How do you support that? How do you sit right at night being a 19-year-old kid that's not being in America, not dealing with those things, but then you're on TV seeing kids blown away, blown into smithereens, but you support that?
Where
I just
specifically?
want to ask you that. Huh?
Where?
In Israel, in Palestine.
They're not and is not real. They're in Palestine.
Palestine.
And, I'd
So
like to
you're telling
clarify
me-
here.
So you're telling me that. So you're telling me that that's okay. That's okay to bomb people for money. That's okay.
So no, I mean, did I say that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking you a question.
Okay, so no, I'm pro-Palestine. I think that what Israel is going to be doing to the individuals in the context of Palestine is a genocide. But why would the fact that like the Biden-Harris administration has funded Israel give us reason to vote for Trump when Trump has said they haven't funded them enough? Like, why has their leniency
Trump actually
on
said that he
advocating for a
wasn't funding
ceasefire?
them.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Why is there leniency on advocating for a ceasefire in Gaza? Like enough to not vote for them and to vote for Trump when Trump has said he's the most pro-Israel president ever? When is there lack of advocacy for the innocent Palestinians give us reason to vote for Trump instead of Harris, when it is the case that Trump says that the Israelis need to finish their job? Like, the point here is that it's the lesser of two evils, right? Neither of these two sides have good like policy and advocacy for the innocent people in Palestine that are being killed. But we should vote for Harris over Trump because Trump is worse for the innocent Palestinians.
You're telling me that
Susanna, thank you so much for the championship.
Trump
Thank you
is
so much for the love.
So Trump is worse than Kamala but when he's on the media,
Yeah, like
telling me
literally,
that he wants to call
first of
for a
all,
ceasefire. When he's on-
Harris. So like Harris the other night didn't go to Congress when Netanyahu gave his speech. What did Trump do? Invited him to his private house. Sorry, go ahead and talk. I'm so sorry for cutting you off there. Go ahead and talk.
All right. So look, you're telling me that it's okay for them to support hospitals being blown apart, things of that sort. And Trump is the man.
No
coming in
brain.
office. Can
No
I speak,
brain.
bro?
No brain. No brain.
speak.
You have no brain.
How do I have no brain? I'm
You're
asking
like
you a
saying
question.
because you're saying because I'm voting for the lesser of two evils. I am okay.
Trump
with
never.
the genocide.
Trump never. All right. So look, we've never been at war in years, bro. Since for 2 presidencies, we've never been at war for so long. Even with Trump being in office, we weren't at war. We had a few battles that we fought with Syria. Let's be honest, you know.
So there was
But-
a war. We pulled out of Kurdistan, which caused the Turkish-Kurdish war. We had a proxy war with Russia and Syria. We had the Yemen genocide, and we also had a 450% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East. But this is all like irrelevant, and you're absolutely pivoting away from the fact that you try to virtue signal in support of the Palestinian people, saying that this would give you reason not to vote for Harris. When in all reality, Trump says he's the most pro-Israel president ever. Trump says that Israel needs to finish the job that they started, with Israel themselves saying that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, in particular individuals from Israeli leadership saying that they should just drop a nuke on the Palestinians, and then Kamala Harris not going to Netanyahu's speech within Congress. Then after Netanyahu's speech in Congress, Trump inviting him to his private estate for a dinner. Like, how can you tell me that Trump is going to be better for the Palestinian people in comparison to Harris? That is such an
How else is he
outrageous
gonna
claim.
stop the
Like, even if
war?
we watch the debate, bro, even
He's
when
gonna
we
stop
watch,
the war.
Okay, first of all, it's not a war.
It is a war.
Second of all,
It's not, we're not at war. We're not at war, but we're funding it.
wait, so
Your
killing innocent
taxpayers' dollars are funding it.
killing innocent women and children, intentionally cutting off food and trade routes and water routes to starve, and innocent Palestinians, bombing their schools, churches, hospitals, etc. as a war.
So bombing someone's hospitals that can't defend themselves against a military force that is one of the greatest military forces in the world is not being a bully? You're telling me that we're not bullying the Palestinians at this moment? You're telling me that dropping bombs with taxpayers' dollars is not bullying? I'm
Okay,
asking you a question, bro.
so guys, I'm pretty sure this guy doesn't have a brain.
Now I don't have a brain. I went to college. I went to The Ohio State University.
So I'm
You're
gonna
19.
go ahead and like spell this out for you really easily.
I'm
Can
asking you a
listen?
question. I'm asking you a question.
Kelly,
you can't
thank you so much
answer.
for the $10 on Venmo.
See?
It's
I
more-
know.
it's
You
more than-
don't want to have real logic.
It's more
You don't
than
wanna have real
bullying.
logic.
It's literally genocide.
All right.
So I'm okay. You don't have a brain.
So you're telling me
Two rocks go
I don't
crack
have a
it.
brain.
I'm gonna because I'm gonna go ahead and explain this to you. So in November, we have 2 choices: Harris or Trump. Trump worse for Palestinian people than Harris. So who are we gonna vote for when we're speaking in the context of the well-being of the Palestinian people? Trump or Harris?
In the well-being of the Palestinian people, you're talking about someone that is bombing them and saying that she's going to be better for them, and she's bombing them. Do you not understand that you're over here telling people, you're over here falsifying things, telling people a bunch of things like, oh, Trump is a rapist, Trump is this, all because
Hey, so
you're
you
not able
understand
to
that
see the
Trump
real.
has said that the Biden-Harris administration hasn't done enough to support Israel. Trump has said that he's the most pro-Israel president that we've literally ever had. You understand that once again, Kamala walked out of the Congress meeting when Netanyahu spoke, then Trump invited him into his private home to have dinner. Right? You understand that specifically speaking, Kamala is advocating for a ceasefire and is advocating for the rights of the disenfranchised Palestinians.
Wow,
Could you please
still
show me one
bombing them.
Could you show me one statement where Trump has done anything of the type?
So Trump didn't say that he's going to end the war in Palestine? He didn't say that at his presidential debate? You're going to tell me?
Trump literally said that he wants Israel to finish the job.
Oh my God. And did he not say that once he becomes in office, he's going to end the war? Did he not say that?
Okay.
Did he not say that?
Yeah, by wanting Israel to finish them.
Bro, Do you not
Like,
understand?
oh my God, you don't have a brain. Hey,
I
chat,
do
should I
have a
just
brain.
move
I
on
do
from
have
this
a brain.
person?
I do have a brain.
Chat,
You
should
don't
I
wanna-
should,
you don't want to.
chat, should I continue to try to get him to like engage in this conversation with me, or should I move on from this guy who just has two rocks clacking up there? Hey, Shrimp, can you acknowledge what I've said? In fact, can you repeat me what I've been trying
Bro.
to tell you for the last 10 minutes? I want you to repeat to me
I'm
what
gonna
I've been
acknowledge.
saying. For
I'm
the
gonna
last 10
acknowledge the
minutes.
fact that
Repeat
basically
what I've
you're
been trying to say.
tell me
Repeat to what I've been saying for the last 10 minutes.
you've been trying to sit here and tell me that. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, bro. So like, let me get 5 minutes to talk. You feel me? Don't cut me off. Let me just say a few things, bro. I've sat here for 20 minutes. Watch how you talk to your fans, how you deal with people. You're very disrespectful to your fans. People that are coming here to actually say something to you and have something to actually to say, you're disregarding their judgment or anything that they're speaking on based off of how you feel about a president, and then telling me that they're bombing people and that she's okay about it. And then you're saying that Trump, oh, he said that he wants them to finish their job. What does finish the job mean? In politics, finish the job can mean anything. It can mean sit down at the table and have a discussion. It can mean bomb them. It can mean that. But at the end of the day, he's not coming out and actually funding a war and bombing them. Now let's really speak. You're talking about lesser of two evils. A man is coming to say he wants to end a war, and then you got somebody over here saying that they're supporting the war and just sent another $1 billion over there to support Ukraine.
Okay. So when Trump says that he doesn't think the Biden-Harris administration is sending enough money and supporting Israel enough, what does that tell us about what Trump would do?
That's basically saying.
Right
That's
now?
basically
Would
saying
that
that
tell
if he
us
was
that
president,
he would be
show
supporting
his
Israel
strength.
now more?
He would show his
sending
strength.
more money.
Look, let me explain this to you. So when Syria had that issue with us the first time, how did it end? With bombs, right?
Hey, Shrimp, I'm asking you a very
Oh
direct
my
question.
God, bro. You're
So when Trump says that he's more pro-Israel than Biden-Harris, what does that tell us? When Trump says that the Biden-Harris administration isn't sending Israel enough money, what does that tell us?
That tells us that he's in support of them. He's in support of the war.
Does
But
that
what
tell
it-
us? Does that
what it
tell us
tells
that
you-
he would support Israel more than they would?
Yes, and what it tells you.
And if Trump supports Israel more than the Biden-Harris administration would that tell us that Trump would send them more funding, more weapons, more ammunition?
Yes, and you know what that means.
So when
You know
you're
what
up
that
here
means?
telling me that a
Okay.
negative, that a reason not to vote for
Okay.
Harris is because of the funding, weapons, and money that she's sending to Israel, why would this give you reason to vote for Trump when you just admitted and agreed with me that
Now
he would
let
be
me
sending
now,
more?
Let me explain why. Right, the last time that we ever had an issue when Trump was president was Syria. As soon as there was an actual issue, Trump sent missiles. Explaining to you, the U.S.'s force. The Biden administration, with Biden being struck in under all of these allegations of Alzheimer's, all these different type of things, the way he's moving, falling up steps, being unphysically fit to actually be a president of this nation that you so much love, right? Under their administration.
Okay, so
he's
saying that Biden,
just let me speak.
saying that Biden isn't able to lead, right, because you think he has dementia, has nothing to do with like qualitative analysis on what support Trump would offer to Israel and what support Harris would offer to Israel. That was a complete non sequitur that bear no relevance on our conversation.
It does bear a lot of
So
relevance.
what's the
Let me
relevance
explain it to
of
you. Let me
Biden's
explain it
mental
to you.
state to the support that they've shown Israel in comparison to the support that Trump has shown Israel? And how does this wrap into a bigger conversation on why we shouldn't be voting for Harris in the 2024 election?
Because you want to know why? In all honesty, when you look at it, somebody that has the actual force to pull off and be a president is not going to allow this war to have been going on as long it's been going on. Our funds would have never been extended as far as it's been extended, because the first time that he had to extend funds, they would have been extended well allocatedly for. That's a fact.
So they'd be able to kill more Palestinians quicker?
No, that's not what I'm saying. The war.
What are they going to do with the money?
What do you think? What
What is Israel going to do with the bombs? What is Israel going to do with the billions of dollars? What is Israel going to do with the guns? What is Israel going to do with the bullets? What are they going to do?
They're gonna kill. The same way that
Kill
the same
who?
way.
Kill
Can't
who?
kill the Palestinians the same way.
So when you admitted earlier that Trump would send them more funding, more weapons,
he would.
Did that mean that they'll kill more Palestinians?
That mean that whatever situation.
No. You just agreed with me that additional money funding weapons would allow them to kill more Palestinians.
It could mean that.
So you'll agree that it could mean if Trump was president right now that more Palestinians would be killed.
It could
more
mean that.
innocent women, children in Palestine
bro.
would be dead right now
It
if
could
Trump
mean
was
that.
president.
It could
And
mean
you're
that.
sitting here
mean that.
telling me that you're not going to vote for Harris because you care about the Palestinian people, but you would have rather Trump been in office so more Palestinian people would be dead?
All right, let me
You don't give a
explain this to you.
fuck about the Palestinian people. You don't give a fuck about the women. You don't give a fuck about the babies. You don't give a fuck about the children. You don't give a fuck about intentionally cutting off food and trade routes to starve them to death. You don't give a fuck about dropping bombs. You don't give a fuck about unaliving them executioner style. You don't give a fuck about them. You are using them to virtue signal and pander because you are admitting that if Trump was president right now, he would send them more money. He would send them more weapons. He would send them more bombs. Nikki Haley would be signing more of them, and they'd be killing more Palestinians. You care about the Palestinians. That's why you're not voting for Kamala. But
say
you are
that.
particularly wanting to vote for Trump, so more of them are dead.
I didn't say that. Exactly what I said. I said that the war would have been ended faster.
Why
and
would the war
ignorant-
have been ended faster? Because they would have killed the Palestinians faster. What do you think Israel means when they say that there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian? What do you think that leaders of the IDF say when they think that all the Palestinians should be dead and ethnically cleansed? What do you think they mean when he says that Israel should finish the job? What is the job? Eradicating the Palestinians, ethnically cleansing them, and using what happened on October 7th as an excuse to push them out of their homes, destroy Gaza, destroy Rafah, and kill them all because they want that land for themselves, and they do not recognize that there is such a thing as innocent Palestinians that have just as valuable lives as you, I, or anyone else alive, and there's tenets of Zionism that specifically advocate for the reclamation of land, and because of the allocation of that land being promised to them by the British, they
I say
think
one
they have a
thing?
rightful ownership over that land, even if it means killing innocent Palestinians.
Can I say something? So right now we got Russia, and I believe it is China, to be exact, that is out here teaming up against the U.S. There's nations that have taken away from the U.S. dollar being their national currency, and all of these things have happened under the Biden administration. And what I'm trying to explain to you as in politics, bro,
Pivot. Either stay on topic, or I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go
that's
move on to
on
my next
topic.
guest.
How is that not on topic? That's on
No,
topic.
it's not, because you said that we shouldn't be voting for Harris because of her support for Israel. I absolutely destroy you on that topic, and then you pivot to Russia
How
and
did
China.
you destroy me? No, I'm not done. First off, because secondly, you're talking about a president that will sit down with world leaders that we have issues with. This is a president that is known for his debates, known for sitting down with people that don't want to be sat down with. Kim Jong-un, to be exact, right? This is a man that knows his power, and as a president, he uses his presidential power in the right ways. He doesn't use it as I'm a bully, I'm gonna send money, and I'm gonna act like nothing is going on, and we're gonna be bombing these kids, bombing hospitals, and changing this. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to that, because honestly, I don't believe
Carrie, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal.
I
I
don't
really
believe Trump will
appreciate
bomb
you
a
for your
hospital.
love. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. Let's get at least 300 W carries in that chat right now for the $100 on PayPal. Carrie says, "Free Palestine." So fucking real. And this man is virtue signaling, using the innocent lives of the Palestinians being killed to perpetuate his narrative. And it's fucking gross. But let's get some W carries in the chat for the $100 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love.
PayPal.
I'm not going to allow you to sit up here and virtue signal using the innocent life of the Palestinians any longer. Listen to you. You're literally saying that by the Biden-Harris administration is bullying, killing, and funding for the genocide of the Palestinians. I couldn't agree with you more, bro. But the thing is, when we're voting for Harris in November, I'm not voting for her because she's going to be the best thing to our people or to people globally. I'm voting for her because she's the lesser of two evils. And how can you possibly say that you care about the innocent lives of the Palestinians and this provides you reason not to vote for Harris when you admitted that Trump would have sent them more money, more funding, more weapons, more bombs, and that would have been used to kill more innocent Palestinians? You're not okay with the deaths of some innocent Palestinians, but you are okay with the deaths of all? Explain that one to me. Why
First
aren't
off-
you okay with the deaths of some
All right.
innocent Palestinians, but you are okay with the death of all of them?
As I expressed to you before, President Trump is never the person that is just, he's not the type of person that's just sending his bombs or sending money anywhere. First off, he's not sending money.
He said
Oh
that the
my God.
Biden-Harris administration hasn't sent them enough money.
Yo, let
that
me
tells
speak.
us if he was president,
Can
he
I
would have
speak?
sent more.
Can I
He said
speak,
that the
bro?
Biden-Harris administration hasn't been enough pro-Israel. Alex, thank you for the swan. That means if he was pro-Israel, if he was president, he would have been more pro-Israel. He said that Benjamin Netanyahu is a great man leading a great country and invited him to his private estate at Mar-a-Lago when he was in the United States of America for a private dinner. Meanwhile, Harris walked out of Congress, did not sit and listen to Netanyahu, and attempted to draft a ceasefire deal that humanized the Palestinians, that recognized what they are going through. And you are sitting here virtue signaling,
We're
using
talking
this to
about-
say that we should vote for Trump. You don't logic. You don't think. You don't engage in critical thought, and that's the fact.
I want you to
continue to
critically
try. It won't slide past me, little bro. Continue to virtue signal for the innocent Palestinians.
Bro, I
Let's
want you to
go.
critically
Let's
think this. I
go.
want you to critically think about this, bro. You have somebody that is trying to help people that they're bombing, and you're trying to tell me that that is good. You have somebody on the other end who is Trump. Let me speak. Could I let you talk? Let me speak. Trump is a person, right? At the end of the day, I'm a young nigga, bro. So at the end of the day, the way I look at this, I look at it in a way of me, like who is a better president to me that makes the most sense for what I go through as a person. President-elect Trump, right? When he was president, cares most about the black community, cares a lot about the black community. He does a lot for the black community as a
Okay. Well, he ran out of chess moves. We're going to move on to our next guest. He could do anything but address my claims about Trump being more pro-Israel. We're just going to move on. That went back and forth for 20 minutes with me repeating the same thing about how Trump is more pro-Israel than Harris. And then he pivoted to Russia. He pivoted to China. He pivoted to inflation. And then he pivoted to like the care for the black community here at home in the U.S. Like pivot, address anything but what I'm saying. Let's get some L's in the chat for that last guest. We're going to go to load up our next guest here, y'all. Guys, if we are particularly in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. And if you do want to come up and debate, let me see a MAGA in the chat. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. But if you're voting for Trump, just let me know in the chat. We're trying to get our next guest up in here. Harry, I see you in the chat there. I sent you an invite. See, that's what happens. It's like that, I've recognized that some like MAGA cultists are now like trying to virtue signal in the lives of the innocent Palestinians. We're gonna move on to our next guest. It's just gross. It's deplorable. Like they're already going through enough, bro. They don't need you virtue signaling on behalf of their lives to tell us why we should elect the most pro-Israel president, self-proclaimed, by the way, that we've ever had. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Mike? How old are you?
19.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Okay. Why?
Well, I feel like he could better handle a lot of the issues that our country is facing right now, like the economy, border crisis, these wars overseas that we're sending taxpayer money to.
Do you think that we currently have a crisis at the southern border?
Well, obviously.
Well, then how could you say that Trump would better handle it? Because we literally had more crossings per day at the end of his presidency. Since Biden's executive order, crossings have decreased by 55%.
Okay, well, Trump wants to build the border wall, right? I feel like that's the best solution to the border crisis.
Well, during his first 4 years, he only built 18% of the wall. So what makes you think that he's going to build the rest in another 4 years?
That's because he couldn't get the funding. He requested the funding from Congress, but Nancy Pelosi and all the other Democrats didn't want to give him the money. That's why it wasn't
Wait,
built.
there was a better split in Congress, right, that Trump had than what like Biden has had. All right, you can't even use that as an excuse. He tried to do the same thing with the infrastructure bill. He tried to get that passed for 4 years and failed. Then Biden comes in with a worse split and gets it passed in his first. Also, why do you want a literal rapist running our country, sir?
Hey, well, you keep on bringing up the E.G. and Carroll case, right? But Trump was never actually charged with rape. He was charged with defamation.
So there was 2 civil lawsuits. The first was for defamation. The second was for grape. And yes, the anonymous jury, right, did hold him legally responsible for grape. Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm still not convinced. It's just like a liberal witch hunt.
Okay. So, do you see how you actually don't have any reason to believe it's a liberal witch hunt? You're just willing to contort your version of reality to fit your narrative at the expense of victims and women, just further perpetuating grape culture, denying the experiences of a woman who didn't just accuse a man of raping her, but then proved it in court. You don't really care about all that. You don't really care about the facts. You're just like, liberal witch hunt!
I mean, grape is a terrible thing.
Okay, it is a terrible thing.
I'm not
so why are
convinced
you
that
passive?
Trump did
So
it.
then why are you apologetic towards it? Can you name one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted in the court of law to for the jury to find him guilty of grape?
No, I'm not able to name a piece of evidence.
So if you don't know one piece of evidence that she submitted in the court to prove Trump's guilt, then how do you know it was a liberal witch hunt?
Because, like...
Because.
Well, tell me, what's the evidence?
Because. Well, yeah, we could go through that. I want you to answer my question first, though. Don't pivot.
Well, what is your question?
Yeah, you said that it was a liberal witch hunt, and she was like lying and it was all false, but you didn't even know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court case. And like before 30 seconds ago, you didn't even know that there was a specific court case for grape. How do you know it was a liberal witch hunt when you know jack shit about the case?
Well, because all these charges against Trump are just complete bullshit.
Okay, so you're saying this one is bullshit because they're all bullshit.
All the
How do you know
judges
they're all
are liberal.
bullshit? Like what?
All
like,
the
no.
judges are liberal in every case.
All of the judges are
Democrats.
liberal. I have a question. Who convicts a defendant, the jury or the judge?
The jury.
Ah.
Well, most of these trials took place in New York, right? And New York is mostly a Democratic state.
Yeah, but why does this tell us that the trials are false? Like, they're liberal. Okay, and?
Well, honestly, I'm more interested in debating policy rather than like talking about all these BS cases.
I mean, they're just not BS. You just deny them at the expense of victims and women. I mean, yeah, true. I mean, you're already voting for the man that we know wouldn't be able to tend to the thoughts, wants, needs, and desires of all 170 million American women and girls in the context of the U.S. You're not only voting for the man that overturned Roe v. Wade, put the rights of all 170 million American women and girls on the line, but now you're just denying a victim of rape. Amy, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that lob. Thank you so much, Amy. Let's get some WAMEs. That is AIMEE. Like, what do you think that tells women, right? When we see men just denying a man who wasn't just accused of rape, but proven guilty for it in a court without knowing a single fact of the case, what this tells victims is that no matter what they do, no matter who they tell, even if they hold their rapist legally responsible, that the men around them still won't believe them. That's what it tells to the victims. And what does it tell to men? That they could go out, grape a woman, and even be held guilty for it in court, and they will still be accepted into their social circles, continuing the perpetuation of grape culture and the normalization of it as well. Like, come on.
Oh, all right, but can we please move on to talking about policy?
I mean, as soon as you give me one good reason why you think that it was BS.
I already told you.
No, you didn't. You just said liberal.
I mean, I don't know.
Liberal.
I mean, didn't Joe Biden and Bill Clinton also have sexual abuse cases?
Actually, no. Bill Clinton did. He settled outside of court. I would be okay with like looking into that further. I'm not going to be like, oh, he's not a sexual abuser because he was convicted by conservatives, like you say he was convicted by liberals. Joe Biden was accused of SA by a woman that lied, contradicted her story, perjured herself in court, then fled to Russia and joined a misinformation campaign. But I have a question. Is Biden or Bill Clinton, are either of those two men running for president?
No.
So what's the relevance?
I mean, I'm just saying, like, there's not many presidents that are completely innocent. It doesn't mean they won't run the country well or do a good job being president.
Who am I pointing to?
Kamala Harris.
And who accused her of grape?
I'm not familiar with any cases of her being accused of grape.
So then why would this narrative that there's no one who isn't a grapist give you reason to vote for Trump even though he's a grapist when the lady he's running against isn't?
I feel like just Kamala would be very damaging to this country, and Trump is the better alternative.
More damaging than a grape. So you would. So if it was true that Trump had graped E. Jean Carroll, would you still vote for him?
Over Kamala, yeah. Kamala's like a freaking crazy left extremist.
Oh, she's a crazy left extremist. Why? Why do you say that?
Well, if you look back at her 2020 campaign, just look at some of the policies she supported, like universal health care, like ridiculously high taxes on corporations.
Okay, so actually, no, they actually don't support raising corporation tax rates beyond like 20 through 25%.
Well, Joe Biden did raise the
support,
Biden-Harris administration did raise corporate tax rates.
yeah, beyond 20 and 25%. And then we particularly see that they support raising individual like tax rates for everyone making over $400,000 a year, and introducing like, I don't know, let's see, universal health care for all, to make sure that no matter who you are or where you're at, you have some baseline accessibility to healthcare, which will actually cost the average taxpayer less money, all things considered, because they're no longer going to.
Where's your source for that?
Private, like lower, like okay. Okay, I'll just take time out. Yeah, hey, while I'm looking for this source on, you know, the effects that universal healthcare would have, can you get me a source for how his rape conviction is false? Dude, oh my God. What's your source? Yeah.
I mean, universal healthcare would just never work in America.
Okay, so yeah, we're actually going to be referencing, this is from the Commonwealth Fund. It's called Paying for It, How Healthcare Costs and Medical Debt Are Making Americans Sicker and Poorer. And it's particularly findings from a Commonwealth Fund of 2023 Healthcare Affordability Survey. And then it takes like the affordability findings of privatized healthcare and would compare that to that expected under like universalized means. But now that I got that out of the way,
all right, Dean, let me tell you something.
No. Charlotte, thank you for the money gun. You asked me for a source for that. Yeah, so give me a source that like the grape the civil court that held Trump liable for grape was just, you know, all false, all trumped up, all liberal, and that's the reason that he didn't actually grape E. Jean Carroll.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to find a source on that. Like, that's just unreasonable. I mean, he was.
Yeah, but then yet you cut me off 3 words into me explaining why I particularly like universal health care, and you're like, oh, give me a source. So, yeah, once again, no, I'm going to press you on that just for being a little bit of an annoyance to me.
Okay, well,
yeah, so I want you to provide me. I want you to provide me with reason. Oh, is he whining? Is he crying like a baby now? B, thank you for the
just
galaxy.
how you talk over people.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and actually explain to me why the fuck you deny the experience as a woman who didn't just accuse a man of raping her, but then proved it in a court of law to fit your narrative that Trump is a good man. Like, I think is absolutely deplorable, right? We've already went over the rebounding effect of this. It only further perpetuates grape culture by not holding grapers accountable and victim blaming as well, right? It also fucking tells men all around the world that they could grape women and get away with it, even if they're found guilty in a court of law, because men around them just won't believe the court. Right? I also think it's absolutely insane that you think, oh, the criminal justice system is so unreliable when we're talking about Trump, but all of a sudden it's so reliable when we're talking about the undocumented migrants coming across the southern border. You're like, oh, they're all rapists and murderers, and that's why they shouldn't be allowed in our country. But, oh, this guy's a rapist, but he should be allowed to run the country. Make that make sense, Mr. Mike.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
So, well, yeah, we have a lot of issues from these illegal immigrants crossing in through the border. Yes, a lot of them are rapists. They bring in illegal drugs, and they're taking away American jobs.
Yeah, so like the undocumented migrants that commit violent crimes, should they be deported?
Absolutely.
Okay, but like if a natural-born U.S. citizen commits a violent crime, he should be allowed to run the country.
Well, what proof do you have that he actually committed these crimes?
Yeah, the anonymous decision from a jury of 7 men and 2 women. Charlotte, thank you for the money gun. Hey, what's up? I hate Kamala. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Nice. Are you voting for Trump?
What kind of question is that, man? Of course I am.
Damn it, bro. Mike ran. Unfortunate. So why so?
Because I think both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are traitors to the country.
Okay, but Trump isn't a traitor to the country, even though he organized a coup to overthrow our government in 2020 by telling his VP not to certify the results of the election, with his VP then turning against him.
How is that being a traitor to the country? How is that being a traitor to
With Mike Pence going on record saying that Trump wanted him to put Trump above the Constitution, sending fake electorates to 7 of his states to cast false votes into our electoral college, then convincing tens of millions of American citizens that the election was stolen from him, even though 60 courts told him he was wrong, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed, and then encouraging an insurrection upon our capital on January 6th. This man is a traitor to our country.
No, he's not.
The Constitution.
No, he's not.
The government.
No, he's not. He didn't wake up one day and say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to convince thousands of people to storm the Capitol. That's not how that happened, and you know that's not how it happened. I think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are traitors to our country because they put foreigners above us as natural U.S. citizens.
How so?
Because of the millions of people crossing the border every day and them getting health care and claiming asylum and then getting shelter and health care while our veterans are being thrown out onto the streets.
Did you just say millions of people crossing the border every day?
Yep. That's an exaggeration. That's an exaggeration, but there are
How
thousands.
much people are crossing the border every day?
Every single day, say above 10,000.
No.
Yes.
After Biden's executive
Yes.
order on the border, we have less crossings now than we did in January of 2021 under Trump's term, where we have below 2,300 crossing the border every day.
right. At the very end of his term.
Then also,
dude, I don't
okay,
understand why you're
so
crying like a little kid.
I think that Trump, right? I'm just going to assume the MAGA world view here. Why wouldn't you say that Trump is a traitor for Dr. Steely? Thank you for the champion. For putting these quote-unquote foreigners, undocumented migrants, above natural-born U.S. citizens, when he is the man that shot down 2 bipartisan border bills that were on the House floor, particularly because he didn't want the Democrats to look good, by calling the Republicans in Congress, telling them to vote against the bills, with them even saying at a rally that if the border bills fail, to blame it on him.
Because even if those board bills did pass, the ignorant Democrats would have found a way to run it into the ground like they've run this country into the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, actually, the border bills didn't pass, but then he put in executive orders that decreased crossings by 55%. So you're wrong, Dean Bo.
No, I'm not. Dean, you're wrong, bro.
No, you said if the border bills fat. If you said you literally said if the border bills passed that we wouldn't have a decrease in the amount of crossings across the southern border, right? But yeah, they didn't pass, but his executive order did, and we saw a 55% decline.
That's why the older millennial always cooks you, because you just spread misinformation.
The older millennial cooks me?
Yes, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All the time.
Hey, 1 second. 1 second.
Justin,
Because
let's
let's
get a
be
liberal
real.
in here.
But I'm gonna be real. If I was gay, Dean would be a target. That man is pretty as hell.
Hey, he's right, because you're submissive and breedable, Dean. You're submissive and breedable. You'd rather just chill and take that.
He wants to cook me a dinner after he fucks me. That's what he wants to do.
That's because you're submissive and breedable, dude.
Okay, so me, a straight 19-year-old teenager, should be viewed as submissive and breedable by a 40-year-old man with a fiance.
All right, stop calling him like a 40-year-old grown man, because by that definition, you're a grown man too, Dean. You're a grown man.
I literally said a 19-year-old teenager. Yeah, that's what.
So then, what's the? All right, never mind.
What's the problem with a 40-year-old man with a fiance saying that he wants to make a 19-year-old teenager that's straight his target? He said that he wanted to rape me.
He was also wasted.
The other time when he was wasted, he said that he wants to throw everyone with a mental disability off a cliff.
It's wasted. I don't understand. You get up here every day and you just spread misinformation.
Kylie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for cooking the older millennial. Thank you so much for the love, Kylie. Kylie, thank you so much for the $20. I have no clue what his problem is. He's probably jealous, but thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W Kylies in the chat for $20.
Wasting your money.
She's wasting her money?
Absolutely.
I mean, okay, I feel like that's just you, like, is exemplifying your jealousy. I don't know that.
Buddy, I am not jealous. You just get up here and beg for money. That's all you do.
I beg for money?
Yes, you could put a gun to my mouth. I ain't begging money from nobody. That's
How do I beg for
exactly what
money?
you do. You get up here and you're like, hey guys, I don't know how to get a real job, so I'm just going to go on TikTok Live and spread misinformation and hope that gets people to just donate.
Wait, what's a real
$25.
job? What's a real job? What's a real job?
I own an auto detailing company.
I know, but what's a real job? You're saying that this isn't a real job. Why is this not a real job? What's a real job?
Because, dude, you're not putting hard work behind this.
Okay, so what's hard work? Like,
Getting up
if you're
at 6
referencing like
o'clock,
manual labor is hard
trying to-
work.
Yes,
you're going
it
to
is
reference
hard
like
work.
manual labor is
This
hard
is
work.
yeah, it is
Fern,
hard work.
thank you so much for the champion. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. So if you're referencing the hard work is only manual labor, well, then would you say that IT professionals do not have real jobs because they don't have hard work? Yo, and Elizabeth, yo, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Holy shit. Let's get at least 100 W Elizabeths in that chat for the $50 on Venmo.
Robbing people
Crazy.
of their
Thank you so
money,
much
dude.
for the love. Let's get some
Robbing people
massive
of
W
their money,
Elizabeth.
dude.
Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That's so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much.
Dean, are you
I
in
really
college
appreciate
right
you for
now?
that love.
Payne, are you in college right now?
Yeah.
What college are you going to?
CU Boulder.
What are you-
Brandon,
what
thank
are
you for
you
the 50
studying?
cents
What
on
are you
Venmo.
majoring in?
Philosophy.
You're majoring in philosophy. What are you gonna do once you get out of college, huh? Because I know if Kamala wins this next election, you ain't gonna be able to buy a house. So what are you gonna do?
Wait, why do you think that Kamala will drive the pricing of houses up?
Because, dude, that's all that I haven't been at. I'm
Glory be
18.
to the Alpha Trump.
I can't get a house for the next probably 10 years because of the high inflation that they've caused.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause high inflation? And
Lack of-
Mark with the $20 on PayPal for my real job. Let's go. Shut up, buddy. Mark, thank you so much for the
Dean, I'm
$20
better
on.
than you, dude.
Shut up, buddy.
I'm
Mark,
better
thank you
than
so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for that
Why
love.
does
And
your
thank you so
middle
much for the
part not
galaxy as
part in
well.
the middle?
Let's get some massive W marks in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. Listen, buddy, you're right. My middle part may not part in the middle, but at least I'm not proven for the rapist fraudster that seeks to destroy
He's not a rapist.
fucking America, right?
not
That
a-
does not care about you, that does not care about anyone apart from himself, has
Not a
only
rapist.
further disenfranchised the 170 million American women and girls that exist in our country.
not a
has only
rapist.
further marginalized other already marginalized group and only puts our rights
He's
as
not a
Americans on the
rapist.
line by serving as a threat to our democracy. And yes, he
He's-
is a rapist.
No, he's
Curtis,
not.
thank you for the
No,
$5
he's
on
not.
Venmo. I
He's
really
not a
appreciate
rapist.
you
It doesn't look
for
that
the
way to
$5
me.
for the real job. Thank you so much for the love, Curtis. Hey, shut up, buddy. I'm thanking Curtis for the $5 that he sent me for my not real job. I'm pandering. Okay,
Dean, I'm
grifting
better than
according
you
to
are, dude. I'm better than you.
At what? Playing with like fucking blocks and polka dots and you like come on.
Bro, what are you talking
Annalisa, thank you
about?
for the $10 on
Are you
Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some WNESS in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love.
Clowns.
Who's a clown?
Your donos.
Okay, no, Anissa's is not a clown. I think you're just jealous once again.
I'm not jealous. I promise you, I'm not jealous.
Then why do you call him a clown?
Because, bro, she's just giving money to people who spread misinformation. Like you
What
calling
misinformation
him
have I spread? Why is
You
that
calling him a
misinformation?
rapist. He's not a
Marquisho with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, and Joe with the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W Marquishas in that chat and massive W Joes in that chat. Thank you both for the $20 on Venmo and PayPal. I appreciate both of y'all so much. Thank you guys so much. So yeah, why is the idea that Trump is a rapist misinformation?
Because he's not a rapist.
Why would you say he's not a rapist when that's exactly what he's found to have done to E. Jean Carroll by a unanimous jury of none of their peers?
Well, he wasn't criminally convicted of rape, which is a criminal crime, so it seems kind of BS to me.
Jedax, thank you for the superpower. Carlos, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. Thank you so much, Carlos. Yeah, so he wasn't criminally convicted. He was held civilly liable.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Doesn't
So
mean-
how does this tell us that he's
I'm
not a
better than
rapist?
you, dude. Because isn't grape a criminal offense?
Grape is a criminal as well as a civil offense. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got you. So why isn't he in prison?
Because the statute of limitations had passed, so they couldn't pursue criminal charges, and civil courts can't send people to jail.
That's very convenient. You know why that passed is because filing charges against someone like 25 years after they supposedly did it is complete BS and it's framing.
Yo, Susan, thank you so much for the $7 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love, and Tara, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Mikey, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo as well. So yeah, actually, no, what is not convenient, right, is electing a rapist into the White House.
He's not
This
a
will
rapist.
particularly serve to disenfranchise already disenfranchised communities. And you're literally sitting here saying that he's not a rapist because
not.
she pursued like litigation 23 years after it happened. So it's very typical for rape victims. In fact,
I don't give a damn.
62%,
I don't give a damn if it
62%
is.
of women
It
who
looks
are raped
bad.
never report it to the authorities in the context of their entire life.
So why is that Trump's fault then? That's not his fault.
Yes, it is his fault for raping a woman, engaging in intercourse with her
He
without
didn't.
consent.
You just believe that he did because you hate him so much.
Wait, can you name one piece of evidence that E. Jean Carroll submitted in the court of law?
her freaking therapist notes? Like that's supposed to prove that he did it? Yeah.
So not only do we have therapist notes, which are medical records consistent
No, they're
between the
not.
testimony of her as
No,
well as
they're not.
others,
No,
as
they're
well as a
not.
dress that had unknown male sperm on it. Hey, there was so many good reasons, specifically for Trump to provide his DNA to the court to be tested against that on the dress. If he was innocent, he would have saved hundreds of millions of dollars in the defamation suits.
That's what-
He would
no,
be able to
that's a lie.
countersue E. Jean Carroll for
That's a lie.
millions of dollars as well. He would have been able to save the millions of dollars.
That's a
right?
lie. Stop lying.
Okay, so are you telling me that if he submitted his DNA and is an innocent man, and he was indicted of being a rapist,
Well,
that
he doesn't
wouldn't
have
been
to
able save
submit his
millions of
DNA. I
dollars?
wouldn't have submitted my DNA because I wouldn't want to. Because the whole trial. is just all
Elizabeth, thank you
BS.
so much for the
All BS, and
$50
that's
on Venmo.
that's
I really
exact-
appreciate you, Elizabeth. Let's get some massive W Elizabeths in that chat for the $50 on Venmo. That's
Waste
so
of money,
incredibly kind of you.
Elizabeth.
Thank you so much for the love. Oh yeah, thank you for the waste of money. Let's get some massive W waste of monies and some massive W Elizabeths in that comment section.
Swear
I
to
want to
God,
see that
bro, you're
going.
illiterate.
I
You
want to
just
see
like
W
Joe
waste
Biden.
of monies for the next like 15 minutes. W waste of monies. Hey, so if you were pulled over by a cop and he suspected you of drunk driving and you weren't drunk, would you take the breathalyzer?
No.
Why?
Because then, if it goes all the way to court, I'll sue for defamation, and I'll be like, "Yeah, give me all this money." Can't do that. That's
Yo,
like-
Vaughn! Yo, Vaughn! Holy
You're such a
shit!
clown, bro.
Yo,
Oh, my
Vaughn!
God, you
Yo,
are-
Vaughn! With the
are a victim. You are a victim. You're the perfect victim.
$250 on Venmo! Jesus Christ! Yo, Vaughn! That is absurd! I want to see at least 1,000 W Yovans in that chat right now for the waste of money. Let's go, according to him. Massive W Yovan. $250. Are you fucking serious? That is insane. Thank you so much for the love, Yovan. That is like out of this fucking earth. And Stacy, thank you so much for the perfect. Oh my god, I do not deserve that, Yovan. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W Yovans in that chat. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Yovan. Jesus Christ. And Cece, that is CECI. Thank you for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. That is so incredibly kind of you. Let's get at least 100 ECIs in that chat for the $40 on Venmo. Holy shit, but I want to see the Yovan. I want to see the W Yovans. Keep them coming, ladies and gentlemen. That is just absurd. Thank you so much. And Carter, thank you for the 1 penny saying that you're so done. Get the fuck off the stream or we'll find you. Hey, Carter, buddy, find me. That's right. We're going to go load up our next guest, guys, if you're MAGA. Let me see you in the chat. And Shelly, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Shelly. Yeah, man, you think I'm scared of you finding me? You think I'll run my mouth any less in person? Come on, buddy. We'll do an IRL debate. I'll film it and post it on TikTok, too. How about that? How about that, Carter? Come find me. Do some recording. Let's debate. Post it on TikTok. Get a couple million views. All right, moving on to our next guest here. Dear good. W Threats. Justin, thank you for the money gun. Guys, if you're MAGA, just let me know in the chat. We're going to bring up our next guest here. We're engaging with some crazy, crazy guests today. All right. We are still just trying to get our next guest up in here. Everyone, just do be patient. Do just give us a minute. All right. Yo, Mo, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. That is coming from Meredith. Meredith says, keep doing this. Thank you, Meredith. Thank you so much for the love. You're so incredibly kind for that. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. We're still just trying to load up our next guest in here, guys. If you're MAGA, just let me know in the chat. We'll load you up in here. We're still just trying to get our next guest. A lot of people from the queue just not connecting. So yeah, I'd also recommend, guys, if you are in the queue, right, check to see where you're at and drop out if you don't actually want to come up and debate. MAGA so outdated, so real. So real, so real. We're just trying to get our next guest up in here, guys. Just still trying to get a debate going. Everyone just do be patient in the meantime, y'all. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
What are you doing?
Hey, you had a lot of background noise, man. Is there any way that you might be able to quiet that down a little bit? Grady, hello? Okay, Grady's not even here. Moving on to our next guest. Yeah, guys, if you're MAGA and you're in the queue, okay, well, this is what we're gonna do. If you are in the queue and you support Trump, let me see a me in the chat. Only type me if you are already in the queue, because I could only load up people that are already in the queue. If you want to come up and debate and you're already in the guest request, put a me in chat. Okay, you're 17. Goodbye, Lewis. Oh, this is awesome. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to do. This is what we need to do right here. If you're already in the queue and you want to come up and debate, put a me in chat. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, what's up, man? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18. What's up? Also, why are you saying Jesus Christ when you don't even believe in religion?
Because Jesus Christ is a colloquial like terminology used to like reference some type of shock or like disdain towards something someone said. Like we use words in a way that don't reference like religious ideals. Like in the same way, like I might say go to hell, but I don't believe in hell. I'm not being literal. I'm being like metaphorical.
Okay.
All right. Like in the same way, like when we're referencing someone that's attractive and you call them a tall glass of water, they're not literally a tall glass of water. But anyways, why are you voting for Trump?
Because Kamala puts people in prison and she's a woman. Good luck.
Oh, okay. So you left. Unfortunate. Oh, well, I would love to have destroyed your misogyny. They know that they could have taken it, so they left. Emily, thank you for the 2 cents on Venmo to counteract the threat. Here's my 2 cents. What's up, Justin? How old are you?
What's up, man? 23.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Dipey Don?
Honestly, I did the first time. I'm leaning towards it again, but I do watch the stream a lot with you and Parker. I'm just kind of curious, like, I don't know. I hear you guys debate, but like, what is like a good reason for me to, this sounds bad. I mean, I want to vote, but like, I honestly don't have a preference.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to
it.
go and just give you the best reason. So the biggest reason, right, if we ignore that Trump is a rapist, a felon, fraudster, racist, etc., if we ignore every single thing he's done and just hyperfixate on this is enough reason not to vote for him. After his 4 years, when he ended up losing 2020, he didn't like that. And instead of engaging in liberalism, the peaceful transfer of power, he raged against the system and tried to inspire a coup to overthrow our government. So just imagine this, right? It's January, the year's 2020, and Trump has lost the election. Instead of bowing out, right, supporting Joe Biden, going and supporting that fully, he instead tells his VP to not certify the results of the election. Just because he wanted to win. He tells his VP not to certify the results of the election to make it so he could continue to stay in the White House. And Mike Pence no longer supports Trump for that reason. And Mike Pence continues to reiterate the same idea that Trump was asking Mike Pence to put him above our Constitution. And the same story could be told for the other 34 cabinet members. Trump and his lawyer Rudy Giuliani, right, also sent fake electorates to 7 different states to cast false votes into the election, into the Electoral College, to literally rig the election. And those 2 things alone are all you need to know. Because if we put this man back in a position of power, if we put this man back in the White House, what is he going to do now? What could he do now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I mean, what do you think is his like backing to wanting to go back into the office with like all the authority that he has, like, or not authority, just like all the money that he has? Like, I literally live near Trump National, like in New Jersey, and like, I mean, like, why would you need to go into this like hostile position, especially like almost
Can you name a more
assassinated,
powerful position
you
in the
know?
world than being the president of the United States of America?
Do you think it's just a full power play at that point?
Yeah.
Got it.
Is there anything else that you wanted to go over here, man?
I mean, I don't know. What do you think about, like, to be honest, dude, like, I'll be honest. I don't have anything against Kamala. It's too, like, new for me. Like, I'm not big into politics, but just from what I see, like, I think you even said it, like, with Parker, like, the one respectable thing that he did was, like, after he got assassinated, or, like, tried to get assassinated, I guess, like, he, like, put his arm up and stuff. Like, you know, I like the pride that he has, you know what I mean? Like, behind America. Now, is it misconstrued? Maybe, but I think a lot of things are. So, in terms of, like,
Yeah, but him fist pumping.
No.
Him fist pumping didn't change his character. It didn't change his policy. It didn't change how he's a threat to our democracy. It didn't change any of these things. Like, yeah, like I said this after it happened. I'll say it again. Sure, after he got shot and he did that whole fist pumping thing, he kind of looked badass, right? But that doesn't change anything that he could do to our country or has already done to our people.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
I like to keep like a modern, like just a medium view of both. You know, like I'm not strong to the left or the right.
Yeah, and it's people like you that are It's people like you that are going to be deciding the outcomes of this election. So I really hope that you continue to watch and engage with content. But I am going to move on to our next guest just to get another Trump supporter up here. But thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, dude. Yep.
Yep. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. If you do support Trump and you're in the queue, just let me know with me in chat. I'm going to be loading up people from the chat. But only say me if you're already in the guest requests. And yo, George, that is Jorge. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. He says, I know you don't believe, but God bless you for encouraging people to get out there and vote. Thank you so much for your support, man. Massive W, George, Jorge. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. That means the absolute world. Thank you so much, man. What's up, Andrew? How old are you?
45.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Awesome. Why?
Because we just seen Kamala sit there and say that she's going to stop the fracking and everything with the oil drilling and everything else out in the Gulf.
Yeah. So we're actually producing more oil right now here at home in America than any country that has ever existed in the entirety of the earth.
So she's going to stop the fracking and everything else, and we're...
No, I actually don't believe that. I think that all that they're really going to do here...
She does. No, she does have a video of her saying all that stuff.
Yeah, like before, like her and Biden were elected in the office. I mean, they both were really like marketing on just being like pro renewable energy resources. Plus, she can't really do that alone. I think more so like the main motivation here is just like investing more in renewable energy resources and eventually getting to a point where a country can operate off of clean forms of energy. Right? I mean, they already did this during their presidency, like the Inflation Reduction Act, investing millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to reduce inflation long term. That's the main motive. Is like. Yeah, we are currently reliable upon fossil fuels, but we want to get to a point where we're not.
Okay. So, real quick question: the Roe versus Wade. When did that get overturned?
Roe v.
What was the date?
When did Roe v. Wade get overturned? It was either like 2021 or 2022, right?
It was 2022. Who was the president?
Biden.
Okay. So why are you sitting there blaming it on Trump?
Because he's the one that elected the 3 justices to the Supreme Court to do so, boasted about it after it happened, and even talked about it at a speech last night about he was the one that caused that due to the great justices.
Okay. All right. And now you're calling him the grapist or whatever you're calling.
I mean, I'm not calling him a grapist.
Hold on.
He's a grapist.
Okay. But did she take money from him?
Did she take money from him?
Did she take money from him? Right or wrong?
Like taking money in the sense of him being held legally responsible for rape and defamation.
Pay for a cover-up. Did she take money?
Pay for a cover-up? Well, you're going to have to tell me what you're talking about. I don't know what you're speaking on.
So...
Hush money?
Yeah, hush money. Did she take it? Yes. Yep. Did she take it?
No.
Yes, she did.
E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah, she did take the hush money.
When?
Well, you got all these businesses that was giving out money. Oh, but...
Hush money for what?
Hold on. It's hush money
for
that
what?
was given to her.
For what?
For supposedly they wanted to shut her up. Did they or did they not? Did they or did they not?
So, I mean...
Did they or did they not give hush money to her? She had no money given to her.
So, I mean, first of all, no, she didn't have any hush money given to her. Trump actually claimed that they'd never met, and the only money that she was rewarded by Trump was what the court forced him to pay out because he had raped her and for the defamation as well. And then even if he did give her hush money for raping her, doesn't this just make him look worse?
She's a prostitute. Right or wrong?
E. Jean Carroll is not a prostitute.
Well, she's a porn star, right?
No.
Okay.
You're referencing Stormy Daniels. That's going to revolve around his 34 felonies. That's a whole other case.
Yeah.
Isn't that? Why are you voting for the guy where you literally get his convictions confused? You're confusing him raping a woman with paying off a porn star. Both things he did, both things that he was held liable for or convicted by courts of laws for. You're like literally getting all this fucked up shit he did confused, and you
doesn't
think
matter
he's better?
anyways. But I'm still going to vote for him.
I'm still going to. I have a question.
I'm 45 years old. I've dealt with Democrat, Republican for a long time.
I have a question.
We've got.
If Trump walked up to you and said that he would be dating your 10-year-old daughter in 10 years, would you still be voting for him?
Probably not, dude. But
Taylor, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Taylor. Let's get a massive W, Taylor, in that chat for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. So Trump did tell someone else's daughter that.
But
so why would he be voting for him since he
general
told
with
someone else's
that-
daughter that?
But in general, with that, I myself have worked my whole life since I was your age, going out and doing. And you say earlier, dude, I've been watching you for hours. Like, just wait to get on here to talk.
I'm listening.
Like, it's just mind-boggling to some of the stuff that you guys say. It's like, man, it just cracked me up. Like, you're gonna live your life, dude. I was like you. And I'll admit, I was like you at your age.
Okay, so I mean, nice. I appreciate whatever the hell you're saying, I guess. But my main question here was, you said you wouldn't vote for Trump if he told your 10-year-old daughter that he'd be dating her in 10 years.
I don't have a 10-year-old daughter.
Yeah, but we're assuming that you did. He did tell someone else's daughter this, so why would you vote for him because he told someone else's daughter this?
Where do you have that he told a 10-year-old? Where is it?
CBS News, 1992. There's a clip of him saying it.
Okay.
Want to hear it?
No, go ahead.
Bet. Just gonna pull it up. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen.
You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
But at 10 years from 10 is 20. Is she legal?
Yes, he did say that he thought that this 10-year-old girl was really hot and wanted to wait until she was legal to fuck her. And of course, there'd be nothing wrong with that because, you know, at least he waited till she was legal.
Yep.
Do you see how insane you sound?
But you would probably say that he raped her or something.
Do you understand how insane that sounds?
No.
Like, do you think that the sexualization of 10-year-old girls is okay? Like, we all have like standards and preferences that we uphold when. Hey, sir, we all have like standards that we uphold when we determine who we do and we don't want to date. Okay,
Yeah.
Right? So, what was the relevant quality that he was evaluating within that 10-year-old girl that led him to the conclusion that he wanted to be dating her in 10 years?
Yeah.
Was it her personality?
That's
No.
back when he was. That's
He
back when he was-
sexualized. He looked at this 10-year-old girl. He said, "Hey, she's hot because I'm a creep. I can't wait till she's legal so I could fuck her without going to jail."
Yeah. Well, that's back when he was a Democrat too. Right or wrong?
I don't think that his political affiliation had anything to do with him sexualizing a 10-year-old. I'm a Democrat, and I've never sexualized a 10-year-old.
You're 19, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd be older than I am right now.
Yeah. A lot older now.
So, anyways,
But-
that's a complete pivot. I don't.
I mean,
Hey, buddy, you got anything else to add on here before I move on to the next guest?
I just, like I said, you keep sitting there and say grape and all this and that. I maybe I got the wrong person. Eugene Currow, I got all them people wrong.
Yeah, I got them all mixed up.
You said all the skirt and this and that, whatever. Man, at the end of the day, it's all about.
Moving on to our next guest, guys. If you are in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. We're just gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. I have no fucking clue what he was saying. What's up? How old are you?
31. I just turned 31 today.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Dipey Poopy Smelly Don?
I'm voting for Trump, my boy.
Alright, why so?
Well, me and a friend of mine, we talk about this political warfare all the time, and we pretty much rise in conflict over and over. But me personally, he's been stuck with me about this wall situation for about a month and a half now, and we keep going back and forth with it. And his thing is, we pay for the wall as civilians, and it came out of tax dollars. My thing is, we never got to finish the wall, and we paid for that wall to start getting built so we can finish the wall, so we can write another country an invoice on the work that we did as Americans on that wall.
Hey, so if he only built 18% in his first presidency, what makes you think he'll build more in his second?
Hey, we cannot limit someone just off of him being one person. We have to work as a unit. The United States is a unit. So if we do not work with him, then we suck.
No, then we strive. If we
No.
don't work with Trump, we strive because we get to
don't all
protect our
work with
democracy.
Kamala
Hey,
Harris,
sir,
we
sir,
still
let me finish. If we don't work with Trump, it's not that we suck, it's that we strive because we get to protect democracy, we get to protect women's rights, we get to protect women's access to health care, we get to protect unity, freedom for all. We get to protect keeping the deficit low. We get to protect, like clean energy resources. We get to protect the idea that climate change is real. He denies it. He's unscientific. But more so, we just get to protect liberalism, the peaceful transition of power in the state of our democracy. For sure. We don't suck. We strive.
Well, technically, I don't mean to bring Americans down, but when we talk about the point where we need to stand as a unit, regardless of who's
We need to stand as a unit with Mamala over here, right? Mommy Kamala is going to be the one that we stand as a unit with, not Mr. 78-year-old Diaby Don.
Look, I'm not going to change the viewpoint. I just want to stick to the fact that it is a real thing, and that is a rational thought. And I can't deter from that just because of the popular vote or the popular view, man.
I know, but you're not giving me any reason to vote for Trump here. Hey, would you vote for someone that's held legally responsible for grape?
I'm not trying to give you a reason. You asked me, am I going to vote for Trump? And I'm giving you my reason. I've given you my reason because we have so much to fight for with Trump. He is a businessman. True. He doesn't know.
Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Give me one good business, Donald Trump.
Yeah, anybody apart from him?
Some of the locals here in the state of South Carolina.
Like who?
Maybe Old Man Johnson that's up on top of the King's Mountain there.
Yeah, who the hell is Old Man Johnson?
He stays in a multi-million-dollar mansion.
Who the hell is Old Man Johnson?
Hey, man, it's not my, to be honest, it's not even my business to tell. And it's disrespectful that you could laugh at some old man who fought all his life.
Are you talking about Trump or Old Man Johnson?
Fight for him. He fought for himself.
Are you talking about Trump or Old Man Johnson?
But that's his name.
Who the fuck is Old Man Johnson?
Bro, I just met him. I'm not even from here. I'm from Louisiana.
Who the fuck is Old Man Johnson?
Right.
Wait, if you just met him, how do you know that he has 6 bankruptcies? In that, he's a good businessman.
Bro, word here spreads quick like wildfire. Dude, bro. Oh, God. Don't get me started on that, bro. That's gonna take us way off topic because it's gonna turn into a story that's gonna turn into somebody else's story that's gonna turn into somebody else's story.
What the fuck is going on? I'm going, guys.
I'm just keeping it real with
chat.
you.
I do this for y'all. I do whatever the fuck okay, listen, buddy. Would you vote for someone that was held legally responsible for grape?
All right. See, now that's where I have a problem at also because I can't find anything from 2023 that he was actually found guilty of rape.
Sure, just look up the jury verdict sheet. Look up jury verdict, Trump v. Carroll, Washington Post. It'll show it to you.
Okay, Washington Post posted that he was liable because it could have happened, but they had no proof that it happened, and that's the problem with that actual pivot. There, don't
worry.
And I don't mean to attack you. It's just the fact that the facts weren't lined up to where I could show interest and say, "Oh, there is somewhere I can put my hands at." I can point my hand in this direction, and instead, I'm like, I'm missing a lot here.
Yeah, don't worry. They had proof that it happened. First of all, do you know the name of the lady that was his victim?
I cannot remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, and you don't know one piece of evidence that she submitted in the court either, right?
Hold on. Give me 1 second here.
It's like totally normal.
Miss Jean Carroll.
You found it. There you go. E. Jean Carroll.
Right. It don't take me long, man. I just, but when you said the verdict was split, jurors rejected Carroll's claim that she was raped, finding Trump responsible for a lesser degree.
Oh, yeah, so they held him responsible for sexual abuse, not rape, because at the time in the state of New York, rape was defined as the male member entering into the female member. How would you agree with me when I say that rape is anything, or would include anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent?
That right there is forcible.
I'm asking you, would you agree that rape would include anything entering into a female's vagina without consent, not just a male penis?
It's disgusting, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so yeah, then you think that he raped her because it's exactly what the jury held him liable for. But the penal code in the state of New York at the time didn't define that as rape. It does now, as well as 36 other states.
Well, that's not what we've seen over the past few. It's saying that.
What the hell? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck? These words. What do they mean?
1996, awarding her $5 million in judgment that could haunt the former president as he campaigns to regain the White House. The verdict was split. Jurors rejected Carroll's claim that she was raped, finding Trump responsible for a lesser degree of sexual abuse.
So I just explained this to you 10 seconds ago. What did I say? Were you listening?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
So then what did I say? Give me a quick, give me a quick rundown of what I just said. Give me the cliff notes.
All right. You said that if you forcibly go into someone, either fingers, penis, or otherwise tongue, it doesn't matter, a part of your body that they don't want inside of them.
And that's great.
Right. That's the definition
But in New York state law at the time, they only defined rape as a male member entering into the female member without consent. Nothing else.
Exactly. But
right? So they didn't held him liable of rape. They only found sufficient evidence for his fingers going in without consent, not a male member. But
They held him
it doesn't matter
liable
because
for
regardless of what it is,
defaming
it's rape.
they held him liable for defaming Carol over her allegations.
2 rocks, click clack, and very fastly away. Goodbye. I appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. If we are in the queue, make sure that we are specifically voting for Trump. And if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Let's go to move on here, y'all. Everyone just do give me a minute to get our next guest up in here, y'all. All right. We are also at 1,000 shares. That is amazing. How long have we been on live? We've been on live for 3 hours now. We'll probably go for another 2 hours here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and try to get our next guest, Colton Peterson, up in the live, y'all. So everyone just do give me a minute. If you are in the chat and you would like to come up, let me see a me. Let me see a me in the chat. What's going on? Hey, what's up, man? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, Dean? I'm 19.
19. In the chat, you said that I'm paid. By who?
I don't know. I just said it to come up here, you know.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty disingenuous. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. If you are particularly in the queue and you do want to come up and debate, just let me know in the chat with me. Also, guys, make sure to hit that follow button. I do these every single day. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Yeah, you're good, man. You're over the age of 18. That's all that matters. Yeah, do you support Mr. Diaper Poopy Smelly Don?
I don't support neither one. I don't vote. My vote don't count.
If you were to vote, who do you vote for?
I don't vote. Never have.
Okay, well, I saw you spamming like the Israel's flag in chat, like pro-America, pro-guns. So it seems like you'd probably be voting for Trump. So thank you for your service, sir. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, he's not here. If you want to come up, let me see a MAGA in the chat. Let me only see a MAGA in the chat, right? If you're already in the queue, though. So only put a MAGA in the chat if you are already in the queue, guys. Also, make sure that we're all double tapping away in that phone screen. We're going to go to get our next guest up in here literally right now, y'all. Let's go to get Taco up on the live, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. Do give us a minute, y'all. What's up, Taco? How old are you?
57.
57. Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
All the way, man.
Okay, why?
Let's just say that there's no doubt that his economy was better under him than the Biden administration. Now, let me ask you a couple questions, because I already answered yours. So, number one, you're talking about this E. Jean Carroll, he's a rapist and all that. Has there been any money exchanged? Has she actually received any money?
I don't think she's received the money yet.
Okay, so then how can you call him a rapist? Because it's all bullshit.
So I could call him a rapist because a jury decided that he was a rapist, right? He was held civilly liable for it. It was proved. He was guilty.
Even with the statute of limitations, Why wouldn't she
Wait,
come?
I
forward
Taco,
a
I
long time
have a
ago?
question. I have a question. So, if a man is convicted in a criminal court of murder, and he's just like held in a holding cell for a day before he's sent to prison,
We're
is
not
he a
talking about
murderer while he's
somebody
in a
else.
holding cell?
We're not talking about somebody else.
Just answer my question, please. Is he a murderer while
Because
he's
if
in a
he
holding
was
cell?
guilty, he'd be in prison right now.
No, because civil courts don't send people to prison.
Because they're appealing it. And I guarantee you she's not going to get anything.
On what grounds do they have to appeal the case?
They're appealing the case right now.
On what grounds do they have to appeal?
Whatever the grounds are, I read the article.
They don't
They're
have any
appealing the
grounds
case.
to appeal. They don't have any grounds to appeal.
Then, okay, if they're not appealing, how come no money has been turned over?
Why? They're going to try to appeal it without grounds, and they will fail.
Okay, but you just said they're not going to appeal it.
No, I didn't say
How
they're not
come
going
no
to appeal. I
money-
said that they're not going to have grounds to appeal. They could try.
Okay,
the
but
same
how
way-
come no money
the
has
same
been
the same
turned
way
over?
the same way Trump didn't have grounds to bring forward 60 court cases claiming that the 2020 election was stolen.
Okay,
and
let me
ultimately
ask you
failed
something.
in all of them. If they try to appeal, they just won't have any grounds because he's a rapist.
Okay,
And that's the fact.
Let me ask you another question. What about Russian collusion? Whatever happened with that bullshit?
I was proven in the Mueller report.
What happened with it?
Russian collusion was proven in the Mueller report. It just didn't link to Trump.
Bullshit.
Go read the Mueller report, bro.
That was all lies, man. Robert Mueller was lying.
And what is it? Oh,
Come
okay.
on now.
Yes, and the criminal justice, the DOJ was lying. What does this have to do with Trump and Kamala? You're just saying that he wasn't
No,
a
because
rapist.
you know
You got
what?
dunked on. You didn't know what to
That's
say.
what the
So then you
leftist
pivoted
does.
to the Mueller report.
That's what the leftist does.
That's
Is
what the
they
leftist
just
does?
try to
That's
dog
what they-
this
what?
man. They've tried to take him out, and nothing has worked at this. What about Fannie Willis? Where's that Georgia shit? What
Okay, can
happened
you give
with
me?
that?
Hey, buddy. I'm gonna go ahead and sit back. Also, welcome in. Hey, that top
No, I'm
guest,
not giving
Sally.
you
How old are
any
you?
sources.
I am
You
22.
know what? Here,
Awesome. And I saw that you're voting for Trump, right?
Yes.
Awesome. So real quick, Taco. So you're saying that Trump isn't a rapist, and the whole court that held him guilty for rape was just, the Democrats trying to get back at him. I'm gonna sit back, and I'm gonna give you the mic for as long as you want. I want you to explain to me how that's not a conspiracy theory.
okay, so I'll tell you what. If I'm found guilty for a DWI, like you were using a while ago, like you're saying, I'm found guilty, then that's it. I mean, it's a bottom line. I'm either gonna be, have to do probation, pay a fine. There's no other choice about it. And you're saying here that he was found guilty of rape, but yet no money has been turned over. You're making it sound like it's all said and done, and it's not. Again, let's bring up the Fannie Willis, the Georgia thing.
Okay,
what happened
I'm
there?
gonna go ahead and respond to
What
that.
happened with Fannie Willis?
So I
what
don't-
happened with Jack Smith?
I don't
What
know.
happened?
I don't know.
Oh, what? But you got all the answers.
I don't know.
How
they
would
are.
you not know that? I'm an electrical engineer. I can sit here. This is what I've studied all my life, and I can convince a lot of people, just like you. You're what, political science, and all you do is recite all this crap, and you're paid by the DNC. We all know that. Parker and Little Harry. I mean, come on, man.
Oh, my God.
You're following. Listen here. I'm going to ask you another question. Tell me if I'm wrong or right. What are the big corporations right now? BlackRock, Vanguard, and all them, right? Who do they support on the political spectrum? The Democrats. Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong?
Okay. Yeah, I don't
Am I
think.
right or wrong?
I don't think we have any evidence to indicate like one way or another. Plus, like BlackRock is like a multi-trillion-dollar investment firm for consumers. I don't think that we'd be able to say that this company supports like a particular candidate because companies don't have political affiliations. And then second of all, you said that I'm paid by the DNC. Why do you think I'm paid by the DNC, buddy?
You are. I mean, this is what you're getting.
Yeah. Why do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Because this is what y'all are getting paid to do.
I'm asking you why you think I'm paid in the first place.
It's no secret. This is what there are. So many
I'm
of
asking you for the
guys-
reason. Do you understand that when you believe something, you should have reason?
I saw an article where the Democrats were reaching out to people like you that for these platforms to push the Democratic narrative.
You saw
and they were willing to pay.
You obviously haven't watched him very much because he definitely has came on here and spoke about many different topics many different times.
Oh shit! Wait, Sally, are you voting for Trump?
No. But you know what?
Yes,
one thing
I
that
am
I hate.
voting for Trump.
But one thing
Oh,
that
but
I
even
hate,
you
though,
agree
listen,
that he sounds crazy. Elizabeth, thank you for the
I've been
11.
following you for a while, and you definitely don't seem like a person who's being paid by the DNC.
Oh God!
Yes, listen, she's a Trump supporter. Let's go, W. Sally. W. Sally and Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $11 and the 11 cents on PayPal from the DNC. Thank you so much. And Andrew, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo from the DNC. Let's go, W. Elizabeth and W. Andrew, guys, thank you so much. Angel, thank you so much for the $5.36 on cents on
D,
Venmo from the
you're a
DNC.
Democrat.
Thank you so much.
You're a
One more.
Democrat.
Hunter, thank you so much for the $12 on Venmo from the DNC. And Nicole, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC, specifically from Kamala.
I said
Thank you
D.
so much for the love. Thank you guys so much for all your love on Venmo and PayPal from the DNC. Let's get a WDNC in the comment section. So yeah, you have your own, like you have a fellow Trump supporter here, right?
Okay,
Telling you
TikTok.
that I'm not paid, that
Do
he
you think
disagrees.
Trump's a rapist? TikTok. I'm talking to her.
Oh my
Does
God,
she
you're
think
talking to
Trump's
me.
a rapist? No, I'm talking to her.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are they going
Do
to
I
turn on
think
each
that
other?
Donald Trump is a rapist?
Yeah.
Currently, no. Do I think he's done shit in the past that he's been charged for and it's been proven? Yes.
My life. My
Oh,
life.
what
my
about
life.
Biden? What
It's
about
my
Biden
life.
and Ashley?
Joe, thank you so much for the. You guys are both Trump supporters. What the fuck are you doing? Joe,
what
thank you for the
about-
$15 on Venmo from the DNC.
What
I
about
really
Biden
appreciate
and
you with the
Ashley?
love.
What about the
Let's get
Ashley
some
diary?
W. Let's get some W Joes in the comment section for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Joe from the DNC. Okay, what about Biden and Ashley? Biden isn't running for
What
president.
about Ashley diary?
What
Is
about
that a
Ashley
conspiracy
Biden's
theory?
diary? So
What?
she's not running for president. So I once
No,
again
no,
I
no,
asked.
but ain't that pedophilia?
Taco, please, Taco, calm down, Pookie. This isn't you. But okay, going off the deep end. You're engaging yourself in fringe conspiracy, Pookie. This is not you. This is not you. No, it is not. Pookie, can you give me any evidence, any reason to believe that I'm paid by the DNC? Don't want to lose you.
That's all you do is come up with your leftist liberal bullshit. You know what? Like
I asked you
many
a
people
question.
Told you, you're a young guy. Until you've been out in the world and worked and know that this economy sucks.
Wait, I work. This is my job. I work a job, yeah.
You sit behind. I mean, come on, man. Really?
What?
Go
Is
out
this
there.
not a
Would you
real
serve our
job?
country? I'm a veteran. Would you serve our country?
No.
Would you go to the front line?
I'd pull a chomp and say I have bone spurs and say I can't.
Would you go to the front line?
I literally just said no. I'd lie about like a
There you
medical
go.
condition and say I wouldn't fight like Trump did.
Yeah, that's right. You wouldn't serve our country
No,
you
because I want to be like Trump.
Because you ain't got the balls.
Like Trump didn't have the balls.
Neither did Biden or anything. They don't have
Neither did
balls.
Biden.
Kamala
Neither did
Harris.
Biden. The person that isn't running for president.
Kamala Harris. What has she
Kamala-
done for our country? Not a goddamn
Why
thing.
are you pivoting everywhere? Why, dude? Taco, calm the fuck down, Pooch.
Kamala, because I'm trying to state the facts. The Democratic Party is so fucking corrupt. It's unreal. Unreal. They're controlled by Israel. We all know it.
Wait, I'm so sorry. If the Democratic Party is controlled by Israel, why would you say that? Why would Trump say that he's the most pro-Israel president we've ever had, and he's a Republican?
Who took the what you call it out of
no
Israel?
answer. No answer.
Who took the thing out of Israel?
Literally no answer.
I'm here.
Literally no answer. If the Democrat Party is controlled by Israel,
Didn't Trump move?
if the Democrat
embassy?
Party,
Didn't Trump move the embassy from Israel?
hey buddy,
to Jerusalem?
if the Democrat Party is controlled by Israel, then why does Donald Trump, a Republican, say he's the most pro-Israel president we've ever had?
Did Donald Trump?
Jack, thank you for the $5 on
embassy
Venmo
out
from a
of
30-year-old blue combat vet, blue collar business owner. I have no clue. Answer my question, please. Okay, Sally, why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because I feel like when he was president, I feel like our economy was better, and I feel like our jobs were better. We had better opportunities.
So how specifically did Biden make the economy worse, or how did Trump make it better?
I feel like Biden's choices with his administration choosing to raise taxes and tariffs has definitely taken a turn on the economy.
So tariffs are bad?
I feel like it, yeah.
Trump wants to replace the federal income tax with a flat tariff of 10% on all imported goods and a tariff of 60 to 100% on all imported goods from China, right? Which would just destroy the middle class. And you just agreed with me on that.
which would in turn cause us to go for resources that are made in our country and not giving money to China.
The 180 is fucking insane. I can't do it. I'm about to crash out.
Go ahead,
Sally,
bring that pandemic up. Bring the pandemic up like you do.
Sally,
Biden
I'm about to
recovered
crash
the
out.
economy
Sally, I'm about to
bring the pandemic up like a dumbass.
I'm about to fucking crash out. Sally, you just said that tariffs were bad. Then as soon as I described to you that Trump supports insane levels of tariffs, all of a sudden you think that tariffs are good.
No,
tariffs are
I
good.
said that the tariff causes us to be using in-house resources in country.
Yeah, we're just gonna go and move on to our next guest, guys. I can't do it with them. I'm gonna crash out. I can't, guys. Okay, we're moving on to our next guest. I'm having a rough day. I asked Sally, hey Sally, what's the reason you're not voting for Biden? And she says, because of Biden's tariffs on China, which is from Trump. I'm like, oh, so tariffs are bad. She's like, yeah. I'm like, so you think it's bad when Trump wants to replace federal income tax with tariffs on all imported goods? And then she's like, no, that's great. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my shit. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
18. This will be my first year voting.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Actually, I was leaning towards that, but I just had a few questions I wanted to ask you.
Hey, I really appreciate you. In fact, I have a Discord. Link is in my bio. I would love for you to join and ask all the questions away in the Q&A channel with Dean. I'd appreciate it. I'm just looking for people to debate on here, but if you got questions, please ask them on my Discord. I would love to give you the answers to all your questions. Yeah. What's up, Glenn? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Well, it's my first time voting, and I was going to go for Trump, yes.
Okay, why?
Well, I just think when we had him in office, I mean, my parents said that the economy was a lot better.
Yeah, but how did Trump cause the economy to be better when he was in office?
What?
How did Trump make the economy better when he was in office? Or alternatively, how did the Biden administration make it worse?
I don't really know. I'm British.
Really?
Yeah.
That was a pretty good Southern accent.
Cheers.
I'll give it to him. That was a decent Southern accent. Well, I mean, shit. I felt like he was being forced, but I want to assume that he was British. We'll give that to him. That's half all right. That's half all right. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. Like, of course, the accent seemed forced, but I wouldn't assume that there's a British dude hiding under it, you know? We're gonna move on to our next guest, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute here. All right, guys, if you are in the queue and you want to come up and debate, put a MAGA in chat. Don't put a MAGA in the chat unless you are already in the queue. Just let you know. Moving on here, everyone, just do be patient. Moving on. Hey, what's up, man? How old are you?
I'm 41.
Have we spoken before?
Yes. But I'm voting for Trump now. I've changed my mind.
Oh, hey, what's up? How old are you? What, you were voting for Trump last time. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
28.
28. Are you voting for Trump?
Sure am.
Okay. First question out the gate. So Trump has a vehemently sexist track record of his treatment towards women. Just an absolute disregard for all women's thoughts, wants, needs, and desires. Violence, disrespect, and sexualization. How do you expect him to account for all 170 million American women's and girls' thoughts, wants, needs, and desires while he's legislating in the Oval Office when he's completely disregarded them in his past?
Well, I actually wanted to tell you that I wanted to encourage you to do your own research to find out that the judge was democratically handpicked for that case. And the judge, in fact, told the jury that it did not need to be unanimous.
Okay. Well, I mean, both of those things are wrong.
Okay. Where are you getting your source from?
The U.S. Constitution, particularly the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, stating that jury decisions must be unanimous for a fair and complete court ruling.
Okay, but can I have you look that up, what I just said, so that way you can do your own research and read for yourself that that is actually what happened?
Well, it couldn't have happened. It literally couldn't.
Dean, it did happen though, and I encourage you to do your own research so that way you're not continued to be brainwashed and you can see for yourself that that is what happened.
Okay,
Please.
you're pretty confident in your claims, wouldn't you say?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. How much money do you want to bet that you're right and I'm wrong?
I'm not betting money because I'm not giving you shit. You have idiots giving you money right now. I don't need to give you my money.
Calling people who donate to me idiots is crazy. But why would you be giving me shit if you were confident in what you're saying?
Hold on, I'm trying to keep up with the comments because people are
Oh,
mentioning
don't
me.
worry. Don't worry. Don't look at the comments. So you said that I would be, you'd be giving me your money if you were to bet me money. That means that you're not confident in what you're saying, right?
Dean, if that's the way that you want to swing this, then sure, you can assume that I'm not confident in what I'm saying. I'm telling you, actually asking you and encouraging you to look it up and do your own research and just see for yourself that that is how it was.
Right. So, yeah. So I'm telling you that you're wrong. Like under the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, all jury decisions in any court, civil or criminal, must be unanimous, meaning all jurors have to agree that said thing occurred. And all 9 jurors, 7 men and 2 women, specifically agreed that Mr. Trump had sexually abused E. Jean Carroll, which we colloquially and now legally define as rape. There was no split decision. What you're particularly referring to is going to be a split verdict. A split verdict being the jurors decided that he had sexually abused her while not deciding that he had raped her. That is what you're referencing, and you are misconstruing that to mean that it was not a total decision from all 9 jurors.
If it was a total decision from all 9 jurors, then he would have been convicted, correct?
No.
Because you're going to bring up that it was passed. You're going to bring up that it was passed.
If you have a unanimous decision from a jury in a civil court, it doesn't automatically bump it up to be a criminal court. No.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. My daughter's getting into shit.
Yeah, no worries. Real quick, Abby, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo from the idiot. Thank you so much, Abby, for being an idiot. I love you to death, bits and pieces. Thank you so much. According to Chelsea. Thank you so much for the love, Abby. Let's get some massive W Abbies in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, massive W Abbies. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love.
Sorry, Abby. You're not an idiot.
Mm-hmm. So
I just said that. I genuinely feel bad for saying that. I'm just a little riled up from watching everything. So I'm sorry, guys. You're not idiots. Do what you want. Put your money where you want to put it. Whatever. That's fine. At the end of the day, these debates, I mean, I have a hard time with someone reading something and then going and running their mouth about it versus actually doing their own research and finding the factual stuff, because let's use this then as an example. Right now, every news source.
Wayne, thank you for the $4 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. Every news source wants to cover up what Kamala has done in the past. They're literally trying to erase stuff and make it seem like. Let's see. I have it. Oh my God, it's on my phone. And if I go out of this.
So they're erasing stuff, but you don't know what they're erasing? Also, could you give me a source that the decision from the E. Jean Carroll rape case wasn't unanimous?
That is also on my phone. I don't memorize all of this because I don't need to. I go and I do my own research, and I'm not on here debating people daily to try to brainwash them and rub stuff in their face.
Yeah, I don't think I'm brainwashing. I think I'm educated, and I think I'm acquainting people with truth. It's actually you, the mega cultist, that are brainwashed. Yeah.
So I'm a part of a cult.
Yeah, for sure.
And I'm a part of white supremacy too, even though I'm white. But because I'm voting for Trump, I'm a part of a white supremacy cult, correct?
He seems to really only care about rich white men, so I'm sure that we could associate white supremacy with his presidency. Yep.
So that's why I've seen more than half of my TikTok feed. Her dad's home, so she's excited. That's why I've seen more than half of my TikTok feed be of, how are you guys putting it? BLK? Is that what we're saying instead of the color? The actual color word, is it BLK?
No, it's okay. You can call black people.
Okay. There was a different live that it was against the rules. So more than half of my feed on TikTok is black people coming on and saying why they're voting for Trump and why he's the better candidate. They're not saying anything about racism or anything along those lines. If the actual black people themselves do not see him as being racist, why is there a white Democratic young male doing that?
So I'm going to go ahead and fill you in on something. Now, I'm going to be very cautious with my statements. I am not a member of the African American community, so I cannot speak for them. But let me see if I could reiterate a message that I've heard. A message that I've heard from a lot of the members of the African American community here in the US is that there is particular black individuals who will advocate for something that would lead to the demise of the African American community, which then leads to the white people that also associate themselves within that same group to tokenize them and use them as an item, as a symbol to show that they are not actually an advocacy of racism, or else this black person wouldn't be advocating alongside them. I mean, this is the same thing that I've experienced with, say, like pro-life women coming up on my life, saying that pro-life legislation is not misogynistic because this is a woman that supports it. It's kind of done all over the place all the time. So I don't think it's fair for you to take a black person that agrees with you, turn them into a symbol, and then put that as a pin on your chest to say you're not a racist because someone that's black agrees with you.
I'm not a racist simply because I'm not a racist. I have plenty of Hispanic and African American friends. So that doesn't mean just because I agree with some person that is of color speaking their political views on the internet and I agree with them.
Oh, yes,
makes me
yes.
not-
Yes, the Hispanic friends that you have really accounts and explains the dehumanization of the undocumented migrants. The black friends that you have really accounts and explains for how in 1973, when Trump was forced by the federal government to not, decide who he wanted to rent housing to on the basis that their race wasn't racist, for sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna hop
you're
off
just tokenizing
before
your
I
friends.
get.
I want to hear what you have to say.
I'd love
Okay,
to talk to
so-
you more. Do you support Roe v. Wade being overturned? Do you support the rights of all 170 million American women and girls being put on the line?
I think that if you're graped, then by all means, if you become pregnant, because I am personally a victim of grape, and if I would become pregnant because of that, yes, I absolutely would have gotten an abortion. However, abortion is not a term or a source of birth control. That is the main thing here. People are going out and spreading their legs and getting pregnant and constantly getting abortions because of it. Okay? The problem there is there are plenty of other birth control, condoms, double up if you have to with both of them. There's Plan B pills. Go ahead and take one of those. If you do not want to be responsible for getting pregnant, then be responsible for opening your legs, essentially. Now, if you are graped, that's funny to you. That's awesome. If you're graped and you get pregnant, okay, I'm glad that you find me comical. If you are graped and you become pregnant as a outcome, then yes, by all means, I think that you should have the option to get an abortion.
Hey, Chelsea. What's one thing you didn't explain to me, what you didn't account for, that you didn't tell me when you were just explaining why abortion is so wrong, why you care so much about life? You know one thing you didn't touch on? The fetus. I think it's fucking comical when you, a woman, with internalized misogyny that serves as a detriment and serves harm to all 170 million American women and children, comes up onto my live and tells me that you care so much about life, that you care so much about the unborn baby, when in all reality you just want to control what women can and can't do with their bodies. You're pro-life because of how irresponsible women are. You're pro-life because of how they're spreading their legs. You're pro-life because they uphold different values than you in the context of intimacy, romance, and sex, but nothing to do with the valuable life of the baby. You want to force women to provide their bodily resources to a fetus for 9 months without their consent, against their will. You want to destroy the family unit by shifting the American focus from well-off, financially well-off adults that desire to have children, that desire to start a family, to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old girls that apparently spread their fucking legs, according to your disgusting ass rhetoric, into starting a family. It's gross. I can't even believe the shit that is spewing out of your mouth. You know what we need to do?
Be responsible.
You know what we need to do? We need to teach people how to engage in sex safely. We need to and promote sex ed within our high schools. We absolutely one second. Just allow me 1 second. We need to invest into publicly funded programs to have forms of contraceptives readily available to all, and we need to allow all 170 million American women and girls to have access to health care if they become pregnant against their will without their consent. And that's the facts. You can't say that you want to punish a woman that you think is being irresponsible because she's engaging in intercourse without the intention to have a baby, which is what traditionalism taught you 100 years ago, into forcing a fucking kid. You are telling me that you want to force all these unwanted children into the households of these unready and apparently irresponsible women?
Dean, there is sex education in high school.
MCS, I appreciate you for the $14 off Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get a massive MCS in that chat. Thank you so much for the $14. Thank you so much, MCS. Sorry.
Dean, there is sex education in high school. There are free clinics that hand out free birth control and free condoms. I attended them when I was young because I was engaging in sexual intercourse with my boyfriends at the time. And guess what? I was on birth control. We used condoms. I never got pregnant once as a freaking result of it because I was responsible. How's that?
54% of women who go and get elective abortions are doing so because of the failure of contraceptives. But I am not going to sit here, 1 second, but I am not going to sit here and explain to you this idea that women should be able to get abortions because they meet your threshold of responsibility by using contraceptives. No. What I will explain to you is, regardless, if you are a 50-year-old woman in a long-term committed relationship on birth control and your husband has a condom and it breaks and you get pregnant, that you shouldn't be able to get an abortion. What I will explain to you is that women of all ages, from all backgrounds, and of all characters should have access to health care. I don't give a fuck if you're that 50-year-old woman that's financially well off that engaged in intercourse for the first time for fun in 30 years with your husband, or you're an 18-year-old girl with a body count of 100 that's fucking every dude on a Friday night. Every woman deserves access to health care, as that is an innate human right in which they all deserve. Their supposed level of responsibility as gauged by you does not determine what they can or can't do with their body. And it is absolutely not the case that you should call yourself pro-life when in all reality you just want to punish those that you think are doing bad. I agree with you. People can be irresponsible. This isn't anything new. Men, women, everybody can engage in sex irresponsibility, not looking to the future or using contraceptives. 110%. But this is not antithetical with a world that allows for abortions, as the abortion is going to be the saving grace in that scenario. Now, please tell me, when someone smokes a cigarette knowing that it can lead to lung cancer, are they acting in an irresponsible manner?
Yeah, I just smoked one.
Amazing. But if you get lung cancer for engaging that irresponsible, reckless decision, should you be able to go to the doctor's office and seek medical help to terminate the life of said lung cancer? Or should you have to be forced to deal with the outcomes of your irresponsibility?
I am making the choice to smoke cigarettes, and if I get lung cancer, that is because of my reckless decisions.
But should the state force you to just straight up suck it up, or should you be allowed to go to a hospital and seek chemotherapy?
That's why there's free clinics, because if someone gets pregnant, they are allowed to
If you get lung
go
cancer,
to the free
should you be able to go to the hospital and get chemotherapy to eradicate the life of the cancer?
Yeah, but guess what? If I can't afford it, I'm not going to get it.
So you do think that you should be able to do so. Here's the issue. You're treating abortion as if it is the bad thing in this scenario. No, abortion is the saving grace. What's bad is us having a generation, a youth that is undereducated on what sex is, what it leads to, because we see these MAGA Christian conservatives are fighting against the legalization of contraceptives and are fighting against the implementation of sex ed within our public schooling system.
So you mean to tell me
set the pot for making these kids irresponsible by not giving them the education that they deserve and attempting to criminalize the contraceptives that they deserve. And once you prime this scenario, then you say, oh, well, yeah, if you fuck, then the woman is fucked because she has to provide her bodily resources to someone for 9 months without her consent.
Dean, there is sex education in high school. If these children because as you're still in school, you are a child. Okay, these children are not paying attention in health sex if they do not understand that if they do or have sex with someone, that there are potential outcomes of getting pregnant.
Yeah, but no one is disagreeing with you there. No one is saying that sex doesn't lead to pregnancy. I think we all are in agreement there. Where we disagree is that just because that outcome exists doesn't like obligate the mother to deal with it if it occurs. Like all that I'm saying here is that pro-life legislation destroys the family unit, puts unwanted kids into unready households. Pro-life legislation leads to higher rates of poverty, lower rates of income, lower rates of education, and lower rates of employment, and lower qualities of life. And then you expect me to believe that you're pro-life because you stand behind this virtue signal of saying that you care about the unborn, when in all reality you want to control women and you want to lead to these negative societal outcomes like higher rates of poverty and lower qualities of life. No, I am pro-choice because I care about life, and I don't advocate for the baseless control of women's bodies at the hand of these white politicians instead of interpersonal decisions made between the woman and her doctor. Michaela, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. I really appreciate you for that love, Michaela. And Taylor, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you. Let's get some W Taylors in that chat. And George, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. That is absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you guys. And we had a couple more here. I just had to reload the page. Let's see. Teresa with a $5 on Venmo. Sophia with a $10 on Venmo. Kaylee with a $5 on Venmo. Devin with a $1. Thank you guys so much for the love. I really appreciate you guys for your crazy support. And she left. And she left. And she ran away, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go and get our next guest in here. If you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me just see a MAGA in the chat. Only say MAGA in the chat if you're already in the guest requests. We're going to go and load up our next guest here. Everyone just do be patient. Do give us a minute while we do so. Once again, if you're MAGA and you want to come up and debate, let me see it in the chat. Taylor, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. And of course, if anyone else does want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in the bio. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up here right now. If you want to come up and debate and you're already in the queue, let me see a MAGA in the chat. We got our next guest loading in right away. What's going on, Ellie? How old are you?
I'm 26.
26, and you're pro-Trump, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He's not. Well, I mean, he's not pro-you. Not only was he held civilly liable for the rape of a woman, he sexualized a 5th grader saying that he's going to date her in 10 years. He boasted to Howard Stern on Sirius XM about walking into the change room of half-naked teen girls and Miss Teen USA because he owned the place. On the Access Hollywood tapes, he boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent. He doesn't even need to ask first because of how rich and famous he is. He said that he'd date his daughter if he wasn't his daughter. He said that his daughter was a piece of ass. He said that his daughter was voluptuous. So please tell me why you support a man that doesn't support you. And Chloe, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love.
Okay, let's slow down for a second. Just because you speak fast, it doesn't mean that you're right, okay? Every single thing that you just rattled off, like you've rehearsed it, has been debunked time and time again.
Debunked? Which one? Which one? I've clips of them all.
Let's see. You have the grab 'em. Oh, he just said it just to say it. No, it was what he said these women allow billionaires to do, and all you have to do is talk to them. And everybody, if we're being real, was on Trump's dick until he decided to run for Republican.
No, specifically what he said is that he could grab women by the pussy, right? I'm going to go ahead and say that word because I want everyone to know exactly what he fucking said. And he doesn't even need to ask first. This is what leads to the normalization of sexual abuse. This is what promotes rape culture. This is what keeps the patriarchy alive. And this is what led him to raping E. Jean Carroll, as she testified that specifically speaking here, Trump threw her against the wall. And started engaging in intercourse with her against her will. But to him, it seemed like she wanted him back, exactly like he described in the Access Hollywood tape.
Sure thing. You're so right. Thank you for educating me, Dean. I have been awakened to the lies that have been told to me. Thank you so much.
So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because I don't have short-term memory loss. I was working all of 2016 through 2020, and I know how my checks were. I know how it was to grocery shop. I know how it was to live life, and I know how our country was. Granted, they were continuing to try to divide this country, but it wasn't working.
Okay.
Until you had the 2020 riots of love, the summer riots of love where people were burning down Best Buys and auto zones and police buildings, Molotov cocktailing police cars, destroying black businesses because they didn't agree. That's when chaos.
Lisa, I appreciate you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents. 2024, absolutely voting for Kamala. Hell yeah. Let's get some W Lisas in that chat, and thank you for the love. So, I mean, first of all, let's talk about that. So these rioters that were looting and destroying businesses, who are they?
BLM and Antifa, and that's been proved. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Antifa was an idea. My bad.
Okay. So they weren't Kamala Harris, right?
I mean, Kamala Harris was bailing them out of jail for the Minnesota Freedom Fund.
Yeah, could you specifically give me evidence that anyone that was bailed out of jail was specifically put in jail for like burning or looting a business, or
If you
specifically
give me
committing
a
a crime?
second, you know what? I'll help you out. I will fire up my laptop just so I'm not misconstruing anything that I say. Okay.
Right,
So if you could be patient with me for
Yeah,
one.
I just think it's crazy to like say, oh, well, because of this particular
because
sect of the
I didn't
Democrat
think
Party
you
that did these bad
jump on
things,
the
we could just like
bandwagon.
weaponize that and turn the entirety of the left into a monolith. Well, I mean, I could do the same thing with the Republican Party by pointing out the Proud Boys are the neo-Nazis, right?
That's so cute. It's so cute for you.
Okay, so you interrupted me the entire time while I was speaking, so my point want to be heard. Got it.
No, I interrupt the idiots. So I mean, you can take offense to that if you want to.
Okay, so you're just calling me an idiot because I am
Well-
smarter than you and all the other MAGA cultists that hop up here. And I demonstrate specifically how your points are flawed. I'll go ahead and demonstrate how another one of your points is specifically flawed.
Okay,
so you
well-
said that you're going to be voting for Trump predominantly because of the economic success that you experienced under his presidency?
Slow down. Thank you.
Okay.
Talk like a normal human.
I'm the idiot, but I need to talk slower. Okay.
Yes, just a little bit, okay? I know
Yeah.
you reverse these lines over and over again, but let's talk clearly, all right? Come
Okay.
on.
So are you ready to let me speak here for a second?
Are you going to slow down?
Yeah, I'll slow down. don't
Okay,
worry.
let's slow down just a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, so you said the reason that you were voting for Trump is because economy good while Trump president, economy bad while Biden president. So this is called a correlation causation fallacy. Just because something happens when someone is in the Oval Office doesn't mean they caused it. What this means for you, one
Okay,
second,
let's stop right there.
second.
Nope, let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. You said that causation, correlation, right? Okay, so can you explain why you guys refuse to give credit to Joe Biden when gas prices go up, but you give him all the credit in the world when they go down?
I don't. I think that the decline that we've seen in the price of
does, and so does Harry. And
Okay.
they've done it on X several times. So how is that causation and correlation? I thought it's
Okay.
the president doesn't control it, but when
So first of all, I'm going to hold no different standard to Trump's presidency than Biden's presidency. If we can demonstrate through specific policy or executive order how something within our nation, something within our economy has changed, then we'd have no reason to assume it was done at the hand of the president. A good example that I'll give of this under Biden's presidency is there was 15 million jobs added back to our economy. For the vast majority of those jobs, we should not attribute them to Biden's presidency because it was simply a rebounding effect from COVID. But very similarly, things such as higher rates of inflation, higher costs of gas at the pump, etc., also cannot be attributed to the Biden presidency, as this was a global effect caused by the pandemic.
but we were at, what is it, 1.4, 1.9% when Donald Trump left.
So
And
the
then-
average unemployment rate that we had under
It's
Trump's
that long.
presidency was 6.1%.
No, it wasn't.
And particularly speaking here, when Trump left the Oval Office, we had a record high unemployment rate sitting at 14.8%
We didn't.
caused by the pandemic.
We didn't. People were going back to work.
So this is coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
We're going
And can
back.
you tell me, hey, I have a question. So can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you agree with?
I mean, I agree with keeping our
Damn.
border safe.
What's the name of the policy?
Getting out of the Paris Accord.
What's the name of the policy?
I know that's what you're fishing for is a specific policy, but I can tell you from a middle class citizen who watched personally what he did.
So no policy. What's the name of one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you disagree with?
Oh, what policy? You mean the Infrastructure Save Act or whatever bullshit that they tried to label it as, and it did the exact opposite?
The Infrastructure Save Act doesn't exist. What the hell are you yapping about?
Whatever the hell it's called. It didn't do thing but destroy the economy more, so it didn't
What
do what
policy?
it was supposed to do. What is it? It was something that had to do with infrastructure and inflation and
Infrastructure and inflation.
I'm
So
sorry, I
the infrastructure
didn't
bill
name.
invested $1 trillion into our. So the infrastructure.
You've learned. It's okay.
So the infrastructure bill invested
What's it called?
The infrastructure bill, let me speak,
What's it called?
invested $1 trillion. What's it called? It's called the infrastructure bill.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I'm looking
So
it
the,
up. I wanna be
so
sure.
the infrastructure bill invested $1 trillion into infrastructure here at home in America, putting Americans back to work, leading to a record low 3.4% unemployment rate. The Inflation Reduction Act specifically invested millions of dollars within renewable energy resources to reduce inflation in the long term.
And
The
raise
PACT
our
Act,
prices by about 30%.
how did the Inflation Reduction Act raise our prices by 30%?
Well, let's see. I mean, I can give you a prime example of pulling up my Walmart receipt from 4 years ago in 2020 and comparing it to now.
I'm asking you how this policy caused
I'm
the
giving you
increase
a
in
direct
price.
correlation of my life. Okay,
A correlation, buddy.
of my life, right? So you're asking me why I believe that the economy was better underneath Trump versus Joe Biden.
No, that's not the question that I'm asking you. I'm asking you why you believe that the Biden-Harris administration caused it to be worse.
Because my grocery bill is $300 higher than what it was.
But how do you know the Biden-Harris administration caused that to be the case? What if I was a working class citizen in 2020 when I lost my job by the pandemic? Could I blame that on Trump?
Are they in office?
Yeah, they are.
Are they in office? Yes or no?
Yep.
Okay, so it's their fault.
Okay. Was Trump in office when we had the 14.8 record high unemployment rate?
We didn't. Not under Donald Trump.
Yet 2020, November of 2020, coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Nope.
Do I need to get you? Okay, I'm just gonna go and get you a
you
source.
can prove me wrong then. Show me the statistic.
Yeah, it's coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Well, show it. Pull it up.
Are we okay?
Yeah, all I'm asking is for you to pull it up. So pull it up.
Yeah, don't worry. Alrighty. So, yes, if we actually just go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics here, and then we go to civilian unemployment rate, and then we look at April of 2020, we had a record high 14.8%.
Really? Because I have 6.7%.
This is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Go to April of 2020.
Really? Okay, I'm so glad. So, Labor of Statistics, right? That's what you want.
Right.
Okay, I just want to be sure here. Hold on. Oh, damn, I can't do it. But my labor, I don't have enough followers yet, sorry. But so my statistics from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, the United States Department of Labor via Datacomms, says that the unemployment rate was 6.7% in December of 2020. Total unemployed people was 11 million. That was updated in December
Yeah, we're
of 2020.
referencing April of 2020.
Unemployment insurance claims were 6 million, which were updated December 26th of
Hey,
2020.
Ellie, what was the unemployment rate of April in 2020?
Let's see. April of 2020? Yes. April of 2020. You mean when they closed down everything?
So what was the unemployment rate?
Let's see. 3.5% in February, 4.4% in March. And oh, there it is, where they closed everything down when COVID hit at 14.8. But at
So earlier, when you said that because Biden is president, he's to blame for your higher bill at Walmart, would you say because Trump was president, he's to blame for the 14.8% unemployment?
Anyway, the country shut down in April when COVID hit. You can do the wide-eye thing. I know it's not a surprise for you.
COVID caused the
Here we go. This is
14.8%
some critical
unemployment.
thinking for you, okay,
Just like
Common?
COVID caused the global inflation that made your bill at Walmart cost more.
Shut down the entire country, and only 2 states stayed open, which was Texas and Florida. And as you noticed, their whole entire economic growth did not change because they were not scared. The majority of the country, the 48 other states, closed entirely down except for essential workers, and that was it. And I'm speaking from experience. My husband was in the military, and they kept him home instead of doing the training drills that they were supposed to do, and completely fucked the United States Army in Fort Stewart, Georgia. Now, with that being said, they told everybody to go home who was not an essential worker. It is no surprise, if common sense doesn't escape you, why the unemployment rate would skyrocket. And if you continue down that path, it continues to go down. Where in December of 2020, 6.7% unemployment rate. That's not rocket science. Stop going to April, go to when he left in December of
Hey,
2020.
Ellie,
And if you want to be even
have
more
you ever
specific,
have you ever walked
January
into a point
20th
before?
of 2021.
Hey, Elliot, you kind of just walked into the point.
I
In the
didn't.
same way COVID caused the record high 14.8% unemployment rate in April of 2020 while Trump was president, COVID caused the record high global inflation while Biden was president.
No, it was all of the free stimulus checks. It was continuing to give all of our money to illegal immigrants. It's continuing to give all of our money to foreign battles.
The
and
free stimulus check? I have a
secure
question.
foreign
How much
borders
Biden approved in
instead
stimulus
of
for
dealing
COVID?
with our own problems in our own country.
How much did Biden approve for stimulus for COVID?
Let's see. I think it was
1.9 trillion.
100
Gee,
per
thank you
kid.
for the glowy jellyfish. How much did Trump approve for stimulus for COVID?
It was like one stimulus check, and then that was it. He told everybody,
2.3 trillion. More
along with the
than
medical
Biden.
equipment, and to make everything in America, and to get all of the drugs that were described in there. So let's not nitpick.
So Trump spent more money responding to COVID than Biden did. There was more COVID
guys
stimulus.
would have let
There
him
was more.
down travel to.
There was more COVID stimulus. There was more money added to the M2 money supply, and there was twice as much of a deficit. 8.6 trillion under Trump, 4.2 trillion under Biden. So when you sit here and you tell me that Biden is to blame for inflation,
Yes, he
when
is.
all three of the variables that you just referenced, M2 money supply, stimulus, and deficits, were higher under Trump.
I understand you want to ignore it, but I'm not going to.
Mop, wipe, clean, debunked.
Was at 6.7%. The inflation rate was at 1.9% when Donald Trump left. There's not shit that you can say. You even tried giving credit from Obama's administration when Donald Trump was gaining massive wins for our economy and didn't want to give him the credit. The only person that you guys will ever give credit to is Joe Biden, but only when prices fall, not when they raise. And it is absolutely hypocritical for y'all. And you don't,
Okay.
you guys are
Hey,
nothing.
hey, Ellie, I think you have a really big problem here.
I don't.
So, yeah, your big problem today, Ellie, has been continually assuming positions of mine without asking me. So
I
instead
don't
of being
have
like,
to. You make it.
instead of being like, Dean,
Make it known.
you would, instead of being like, Dean, you attribute the price of goods falling to Biden, but you don't attribute these other good things to Trump, and that's very hypocritical of you. Be like, Dean, do you attribute the price of goods falling to Biden? Because guess what? If you could look at everyone within the Democratic Party, treat them as a monolith, and assume my views because of another Democrat's, are you a racist Nazi because other Republicans are racist Nazis?
Can I answer now?
Are you a racist Nazi because other Republicans are racist Nazis?
I don't know. Let me go ask the whole black side of my family real quick.
Are you a racist Nazi
Do you not
because
think-
other Republicans are racist Nazis?
Honey, none of us are racist Nazis.
Oh, so
I
you're
know
telling
you
me
try.
that there could be individuals that exist within the Republican Party that hold different perspectives than you?
So
Oh, so it's almost as like you can't turn the entire left into a monolith and say, Dean, some other random fucking Democrat thinks this, therefore you think this too, therefore you're a hypocritical son of a gun.
no, it's based off.
You're voting for a rapist. You just tokenized your own family. You're voting for a fraudster. You're voting for a felon. You're voting for a man that doesn't care about you or the other 170 million American women and girls in our country. You're voting for a man that stands for nothing, including the country and our democracy, but himself, point blank, period. And you are sitting up here, baby raging like a MAGA cultist does when they talk to someone that knows their shit a little bit more than you do, attributing all of this inflation to Biden without knowing a single damn policy policy he passed that you don't like and attributing all the economic success under Trump's presidency without knowing a single damn policy that you liked of his. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know the basics of economics, and you won't listen to someone who's legitimately trying to inform you of the truth and get you to engage in critical thought because you disagree with him. And that is the gross truth. You persuade yourself from engaging in legitimate conversation and critical thought on these very impertinent matters that will ultimately impact all of our lives because you couldn't stand to reason someone that disagrees with you. And that's the issue.
Are you done?
I just started.
Oh, did I make you mad? Did I hurt your feelings?
No,
'Cause it
I want to
seems
make
like
it clear. I'm not
Yeah?
mad. I'm passionate and very direct in what I
Sure.
speak on.
Sure thing. You sure are. That was
Michelle, I appreciate you for the $5 on
So
Venmo.
passionate.
Typically, people laugh when they don't know what to
No,
say.
I laugh at your absolute passion and not you being triggered because you definitely weren't.
No, you're just like losing your shit. That's all.
Oh, I'm not, babe. I'm chilling.
So instead of engaging with me with my statements about the economy, rates of inflation,
I
policy,
did.
and
You
economic
just don't wanna
principles,
believe it, so-
and then your response is, mad. You sound like every Republican on Twitter ever.
No.
Oriel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the
But
love.
it wasn't when Jack Dorsey owned it. That's funny. Oh, silence? What? Nothing to say?
About
guys
what? You
love
calling me
Twitter.
mad? I just responded
No,
to that. You
I'm
sound
just
like every
saying, you
Republican
guys
on
use
Twitter.
Twitter. You guys use
Ali, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W Allies in that chat. Thank you so much. Alicia, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. For destroying Ellie, thank you for the love. I really appreciate you for that.
honey, you
And
know-
Russ, thank you so much. Shut up, Ellie. And Russ, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Knowledge knows no age. You're amazing. Thank you so much for the love, Russ. Let's get some W Russes in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love. I win the condescending battle. Don't even try it with me, Ellie.
It's
Don't
not
even
being
try it with me.
condescending. Just because it's offensive for you doesn't mean it's condescending.
Hey, I have a question. Do you support infringing upon like a man's right to own a gun if you knew for sure that it would save the lives of more innocent children? And Edward, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
I believe every legal law-abiding citizen should be able to own a firearm.
Even if it saved the lives of more innocent children. Do you support pro-life legislation because you think it saves the life of more innocent children?
I mean, it does. 55 million black babies have been killed because of it.
So, Ellie, please tell me why you think it's acceptable to infringe upon a woman's bodily autonomy and access to healthcare because you think it would save the lives of innocent children, but you ultimately would reject infringing upon a man's right to own a gun, regardless of the fact that it would save the lives of innocent children.
Boy, stop reaching so hard. I know it hurts. A gun right and the right to kill an unborn child are not the same thing, unfortunately. I know you can try to give it that correlation, but it's not.
No, what I'm specifically correlating here, I'll explain it. I understand a couple of us, you're not on the same level as me. I'll explain it. So you're specifically saying that the life of a fetus is very valuable. So I'm going to infringe upon a woman's right to have access to healthcare and bodily autonomy, specifically because I think that the cellular organism that does not exhibit consciousness, sentience, or any other trait of value that resides within her uterus is valuable. So I'm going to infringe upon her right to do that because it'd save the lives of these innocent lives that I deem as being of value. But then you turn around and you say that I will refuse to infringe upon a man's right to own a gun, regardless of the fact that it would save the lives of innocent children. So can you please explain to me why it's acceptable when we're speaking about the woman to infringe upon their life to save innocent life, according to you, but is not acceptable when we're talking about the man to infringe upon their personal rights to save innocent life?
Can I go now?
You could respond.
Okay. As a woman who's had 4 kids and has planned every single one of my pregnancies, we do not live in 1920 where it is difficult to understand where we as women ovulate, when the most opportune time for us to get pregnant is. I don't need you to mansplain me how my vagina works. I know how it works, so don't even try. Okay? If you have a girlfriend or a partner or whoever, someone who needs their eggs fertilized, do you know when they ovulate? It's a simple yes or no question. If you have a girlfriend, would you know when she ovulates? Can you tell me?
I mean, they ovulate 7 days. She ovulates 7 days. out
What
of the
7
month.
days specifically? It is a specific set of days. What days?
She typically just tells me. I don't know what
Well, does
would
she-
ovulation follow the period?
What ovulation goes before the period? Ovulation is where you are in your most opportune time to get pregnant.
I fucking knew.
at mass amount.
Yo, shut up for 1 second, Ellie. Yo, Renee, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Renee. Let's get some massive W Renees in that chat for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Massive W Renees. All right, continue to go, Ellie. My apologies. I'll mute that mic.
Okay, so during a woman's monthly cycle, we have at maximum 7 days to get pregnant. Those 7 days are where you are supposed to be the most responsible. I do not care what excuse any woman gives. It is the 7 days of the month that you have to be the most careful with who you sleep with, what type of protection you're using, or just to not do it at all, to not risk all of these unwanted or unplanned pregnancies. We are not some dumb, uneducated women who don't understand.
Joe, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get some massive W Joes in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love, Joe. Let's get it. Let's show some love to Joe. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the $20, Joe. Go ahead, Ellie. Continue.
Okay, there are
Sandra, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Sandra. Let's get some W Sandras in the chat for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. I'm so sorry, Ellie. Continue.
I know you're not, but it's okay. Anyway, when it comes to GRAPE and all of those things that they like to straw man argue, there are programs put in place for women to go to hospitals, get a saline flush, and have an appointment 2 weeks later to make sure that there has nothing that has developed, there are no cells, she has been completely cleaned out, but they don't tell women that. They make them feel like they are just supposed to be forever victims. You have Plan B that you can get the night of the next morning at your local CVS.
Joe on PayPal, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W Joes in the chat for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Let's get some massive W Joes. Thank you so much. Massive W Joes, 20. Thank you so much. And Mark, thank you for the $5 on PayPal as well. I'm so sorry. Continue.
That's fine. And I understand birth control doesn't always work 100% of the time. That's how my youngest son got here. But I don't feel like it's a reasonable enough excuse for me as a woman who laid down, made
Mark,
the
thank you for the $5 of him. I appreciate you for the love. Continue.
sit there and end the life of a child simply because something failed on my end. That's not right. I can't go stab somebody at CVS because they inconvenienced my life. I shouldn't be able to kill somebody in my womb. Plain and simple.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you for your yap sesh. It was quite inspirational for me to then turn around and just destroy you. So, particularly the reason why I think that abortion is morally permissible is because I do not value unconscious, non-sentient life. I value any life form that is past or present in future consciousness, subjective experiences. And here's the thing about the fetus before 24 weeks with the thyrocortical connections. It has no first-person subjective experiences. It is nothing different than the microbial life forms on the inside of your stomach. It is a clump of cells, and there is no reason why we should be obligating women to provide to a clump of cells that lacks first-person subjective experiences or any valuable trait for 9 months against her will. Something you really, popped off about in that little sermon you just gave us was how women lack good enough reason. You were saying that the failure of contraceptives is not good enough reason.
It's not.
You were saying that getting raped is not good enough reason.
That's not what I said.
Ellie, guess what?
Oh, yes, Dean.
For the 170 million American women and girls in the context of the United States, they don't need to meet your threshold of good reason.
I know,
in
but
fact, they don't need a reason at all. Because getting an abortion, access to said forms of health care, is enacting nothing more than a very basic and fundamental right of bodily autonomy, alongside the fact that that fetus is an invaluable cellular form of life without sentience until 24 gestational weeks.
Okay. Can you tell me what Planned Parenthood does for pregnant mothers who want to keep their child?
I couldn't tell you what Planned Parenthood
Because they
does
don't.
for pregnant women who want to keep their child.
They don't. They
Okay.
simply provide
So then,
abortion.
so Planned Parenthood doesn't,
For helping you
okay.
keep a child and want to plan for a child.
Okay. According to people in the chat, that's a lie.
It's not.
Okay. Even if that's not a lie, why are you taking out Planned Parenthood's lack of action of helping women who want to keep the child on
Because
the women?
you guys say that you don't use abortion for healthcare, that you don't use it for birth control, yet that's the only thing Planned Parenthood does.
Oh, look at you. So you're going to turn around, not listen to a single damn thing I said, explaining to
No, I
exactly
did.
why abortion is not morally wrong for the reason that the fetus growing within the mother is not a valuable form of life. And then you're just going to turn around and say that these women are using it irresponsibly. And Ellie, that's where the truth comes out. You can't keep up with me when we start talking about the philosophy of value and why that fetus is not valuable. You can't keep up with me when we start talking about ethics and how it is morally permissible to get an abortion. You can't keep up with me in these conversations. So you opt out of the conversation on if the fetus growing within the mother is a form of valuable life, and then you opt into the conversation of saying that all these women who are getting abortions are so irresponsible, are not forward thinkers, do not think about the action that they're engaging in when they quote unquote spread their legs. All you care about is punishing women for partaking in actions that you deem as irresponsible. You don't care about the life of the fetus because you opted out of that conversation. You want to engage in an ethical conversation with me about why I don't think that life form is valuable. All that you care about is control. All that you care about is punishment. All that you want to do is you want to force unwanted children into unready households. All that you want to do is increase rates of poverty, decrease levels of education, income, and employment, and decrease overall qualities of life because you care about punishing women that have different values than you. How can you call yourself pro-life when you stand for these things? How can you say that I, as a pro-choice individuals, do not recognize the inherent value of life when I do everything to uphold exactly that by allowing women said access to healthcare, allowing women to decide of what happens inside of their body, and encouraging the family dynamic to stay specifically focused upon men and women who desire to have children who are financially well off, who could treat those children with love and care that they desire by not forcing them into the unready households of 19, 18, and 20-year-old boys and girls who fuck for fun, then are forced into starting a family because there's morally bankrupt and honestly idiotic people like you out there that exist that do exactly that.
Sure thing. Sure thing. Okay, are you done with your yap session?
You might call it a yap session, but then I'm going to bill you, $1,200 for the educational enlightenment.
That's what your education taught you? I think you need a refund.
If I need can you explain to me how? I mean, you could use that
the fact that you're
you could explain to me you could use these one little sentence jabs. You say I need a refund. You're saying what I said was incorrect. Explain to me how. Explain to me how I'm wrong for not valuing the life of an unborn fetus. Why do you?
How being pregnant works as a woman who's had 4 kids. You're trying to tell me how it works as someone who has planned all but, I'm sorry because I pissed off your audience, 1 pregnancy that somehow I don't know shit fuck about it.
Oh, so you disagree with men talking about the issue?
No, I'm over here telling you that you can't.
No, that's what you're telling me. You're saying I'm mansplaining this topic. That I shouldn't be able to talk about this because I haven't had kids. What do you have to say for the white ass, men ass politicians that end up actively introducing this legislation?
Very cowardly, bro.
What do you have to say about the white men in Congress who are the ones that are actually putting the pen on paper, legislating on your body? If you're sitting here telling me that I can't talk about this, I'm a man and I'm just mansplaining it because I don't have kids, I don't have a uterus, I can't maintain pregnancy. Why don't you go out and hold that same energy towards the white men politicians sitting in Congress that are ones actually legislating on your body?
Will you stop speaking over me?
Yeah. You don't get to appeal to the fact that I'm a man and that's why I can't talk about this when you're the one advocating for the men in Congress to be legislating on the bodies of all 170 million American women and girls.
You're over here
you don't get to make that appeal.
Stupid. You're telling women that they don't know how their body works, that they don't know how ovulation works, that they just simply forgot within 100 years.
Lie, red herring. I'm the one telling women that they are, in fact, the only ones that know how their body works. And this is a decision that should explicitly be left up to her and her medical health professional and not the white men politicians sitting in Washington, D.C. You don't get to make that appeal either. You're acting as if I'm the one saying that women don't know how their body works and that's why I'm pro-choice. No, I want to empower women to make their own decisions about their own body, for that decision to be left up to her and her doctor, not the politicians in Washington, D.C.
You are such an entitled little boy. You know that?
Whine, cry, do it all.
How are you going to sit here and tell me that I should sit here and support the right to abortion when there are plenty of other options before you get to the point of having to kill an innocent child?
There's no alternative to
promoting
abortion.
that women are so stupid that they have to go get an abortion, and that's the only option that they have. Instead
What's
of
the alternative
every other
to?
option,
Hey,
literally,
how do you terminate a pregnancy outside of abortion? What's the alternative to abortion?
What do you mean? What's the alternative to abortion? Fucking responsibility.
It's not rocket
What?
science.
Responsibility is not an alternative.
What do you
In
mean
fact,
it's not alternative? That's basic
It's not an
fucking common
you
sense.
want to know why? You want to know why?
Fail you?
You want to know why responsibility is an alternative to abortion?
What?
Because abortion is responsibility.
No, it's not.
Abortion is taking responsibility for your actions by making sure that unwanted children are kept outside of the households of unready parents. Abortion is responsibility because you are reflecting upon your actions, you are reflecting upon your state of pregnancy, and you are admitting humility in the fact that you cannot continue this pregnancy for self-interested reasons, as well as caring for this potential child that will be forced into a household that cannot provide.
Are you done?
What did I say to you early? I'm just heating up. Yo, Holly C, thank you so much for the champion. And Carrie with the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Carrie. Carrie, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. That is just outrageous. Let's get some massive W carries in that chat. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. That's fucking incredible. Thank you so much, Carrie. I really appreciate you for the love. And Alicia, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. Alyssa, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Heidi, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Yo, Vaughn, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. I'm thinking donors. 1 second. I'll let you speak. Don't worry. Gina, thank you so much for the $12 on Venmo. Mark, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Mark for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate you all, but let's get some massive W carries in the chat for the $100 on PayPal. That was insane. Thank you for the money gun as well.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm going to let you speak. Go ahead.
Okay, are you done now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gerard, thank you for the champion. I appreciate you for the love. Sorry.
But if you could kindly, as a man, stop telling women that we're so stupid, we don't know how pregnancies work and how sex works, that would be great.
Why do you keep reiterating that same false bullshit?
Because
I've
you keep
debunked it like
saying
10 times.
You haven't.
Do you want me to do it
Over
again?
here giving credit and saying that women are just too slow to understand how pregnancy works.
I mean, I think it's incredible because the pro-life, in all reality, the pro-choice movement hopes to achieve women having control and say of their own bodies. If I was saying that women are stupid, why would I be advocating for them to have control or say of their own bodies? If anything, the pro-life movement is saying that women are stupid because you're essentially saying that a decision over their body shouldn't be left up to them, but it should be left up to the white men in DC. Are you saying that the white men in DC know more about women's bodies than the women do themselves? See what happens when you hold to these false ass, terrible claims, is they just ended up getting debunked and turned back on you. But go ahead.
You haven't debunked a damn thing. We are not in golden age times where any type of information isn't accessible at your fucking fingertips, dude. Your face is on the screen. I know you're not that slow. Everything that has to do with any type of information about a woman's body is at your fucking fingertips. There is no excuse for all of these unwanted pregnancies, and I'm tired of you specifically and everyone who thinks just like you that's a man telling us that we're too stupid to understand how pregnancy works, because that's what it is at the end of the day. If anyone's pushing it more than anybody, it is men.
Hey, Ellie, can you explain to me how being pro-choice means that I think women are too stupid to know how their bodies works? I would really like the intellectual wisdom.
Have you pushed any type of women's shelters to help them get the help that they need when it comes to pregnancy? Giving them the opportunity to go find help and get on their feet instead of immediately jumping to they need an abortion. Have you ever given that help once? Have you donated to women's domestic shelters, given your time, need, food, diapers, anything that these women need when they're escaping a real shitty situation? Have you done any of it?
You know what, Ellie? I think
to abortion?
so. I'm gonna go ahead and explain to you something that's very important.
Yes or
And
no?
I think,
Have you?
dude, I have platforms, women's rights advocates, not
Where?
just for particularly for abortion,
Where?
but also particularly for getting pregnant women what they need and what they deserve. That's also another reason why I advocate for universal health care is for specifically for childcare, because there's no reason that young mothers, right, or any mother for that matter, should be struggling to provide their baby with resources such as diapers, resources such as what do they call it, formula, etc. And I think it's absolutely hilarious that you will come on here virtue signaling about caring about these new mothers when you are the one forcing these new mothers to exist with an unwanted baby. You're the one advocating against sex ed in school, so maybe some of these new mothers could have learned what contraceptive is or how it use it. You're the ones advocating for contraceptives and IVF bans in the context of our Congress to make sure that even if they wanted to prevent a pregnancy, they can't fucking do it. You are the one sitting back here and saying this gross shit, so don't try to virtue signal that onto me. And another point here, I just want to make it known that I hate it I hate it when pro-life. Let me finish. I hate it when pro-lifers come on here and say that supporting mothers is antithetical to supporting access to abortion. No, I advocate for sex ed. I advocate for access to contraceptives, and I advocate for new mothers having the resources that they need to productively raise a child. None of these things are antithetical to the abortion, to a worldview in which allows for abortion. If anything, they fit perfectly inside it, because at the end of the day, I am here to make everybody's life easier. That is, I'm pro-choice because I care about life. I'm not pro-choice because I don't care about women or I think they're stupid.
Really?
I got a couple more you also just got a massive gift, by the way. I got a couple more donors to read off here, but if you want to respond to that, feel free.
I do. I want to thank everybody for the gifts. I love that I am making more than Dean's 2.0 account at the bottom. It's really making me feel good.
I mean, you shouldn't have said that, but guys, don't donate to that account. That's just up here. That was a strange comment. Super strange comment.
Well, out of 8.4 of them, some of them. Really
1 second. Alicia, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Joe, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. James, thank you for the. So 1 second, I'm reading off the donos. Jamie, 1 second, thank you for the $7 on PayPal. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate y'all. And Sandra, specifically, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. And Lucas, thank you for the 1 penny on Venmo. Oh, he just called me a slur. Nikki, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for that love, Nikki. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W Nickies in that chat. Thank you for the $30 on PayPal. Jody, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Sandra, thank you so much for the $5. Kylie, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for supporting women's healthcare. I really appreciate you for the love. Sarah, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Alicia, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate y'all for the love. Thank you guys so much for all the love that you've shown. And thank you guys so much for sending gifts down to my second account down there. That's very kind. Yeah, but do you have a rebuttal? I mean, I think I've absolutely just cleared you.
You haven't, but I'm still going to be voting for Trump. I don't care what type of propaganda you put out. You're not.
Why do you want to vote for? Why do you think that we should have a grapist in the Oval Office?
I don't think we should have a grapist in the office, which is why I don't get how you support Joe Biden when Tara Reid was molested.
So what Tara Reid did is she lied, perjured herself in court, fled.
She lied. She lied.
Hey, Ellie. Hey, Ellie. Hey, Ellie, can you possibly let me finish?
Oh, just want to be sure we got this right. One's a liar, one's not.
So Tara Reid lied, perjured herself in court, fled to Russia, then joined a misinformation campaign. E. Jean Carroll proved her rape is guilty after maintaining a consistent story for 23 years. So do you accept that Trump raped E. Jean Carroll?
Her story wasn't consistent, dog.
Okay, so how can you tell me that you believe how can you tell me that you believe that Tara Reid was raped by Joe Biden, even though she lied, contradicted her narrative, perjured herself in court, fled to Russia, and joined a misinfo campaign? But then you hold a drastically different standard of evidence for the E. Jean Carroll rape case. So why specifically do you reject the decision of unanimous jury of 9 individuals, 7 men and 2 women, that held Trump accountable for the rape of E. Jean Carroll?
Yet there were no witnesses. You guys have yet to been able to produce any witness list at all. So, with that being said, and the fact that her story made absolutely no sense from the get-go,
I appreciate you for the
and the fact that she's tried this several different times with several other rich men, and they didn't stick.
Wait, do you believe that Joe Biden showered with his daughter?
Yes, I do, because she admitted it.
Who was the witness to that?
His daughter.
Wait, no. Oh, wait. If we could use his daughter as a witness in the case, why wouldn't we be able to use E. Jean Carroll as a witness in the case?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't we be able to be? E. Jean Carroll made up an absolute asinine story about a man being in a department store by himself, one of the most recognized billionaires in the fucking world, right? Was in a women's department store by himself. She was somehow buying a dress that didn't come out till a few years later.
So that's a lie.
She tried this stunt several different times and failed.
Hey, Ellie, that's a lie. I just want to let you know.
Got lifted completely after he decided he was going to run for president, just like they did Bill Cosby and just like they did with every other partial bullshit Me Too movement. It's the same concept over and over again. Remember Brett Kavanaugh? They called him a rapist, and that's been proven false over and over again. But you guys will stick to that. You needed some reason to demonize Trump because you guys had nothing else. And that's fine. You can stick to that narrative. Stay true to you, boo. It suits you. That's fine.
Yeah, so first of all, you made a really bullshit claim. You said that the dress that she'd provided to the court wasn't produced until years after the alleged rape had occurred. Yeah, so I'm willing to bet you $1,000 on that.
That's fine.
You want to take up my bet?
Sorry, unless you send me anything over contract where I physically have to sign it, there is no contract. I don't do internet scam.
So the reason, so ladies and gentlemen, the reason that she doesn't want to take up that deal is because,
the actual written
hey,
and writing.
Ellie. So the reason
Just
that
how
Ellie,
you can prove it, so can I, babe. So let's go.
hey, Ellie. So the reason that she doesn't want to take me up on that deal
No.
is, hey, Ellie, I'm talking. Thanks.
Unfortunately, I'm
So,
not
Hey,
invited.
Ellie, I'm unfortunately gonna have to use like the mute button if you continue to yap,
Well,
yap,
you
yap, yap, yap
continuously
while I'm
do,
speaking.
'cause you're a cow.
There we go. So the reason that Ellie actually doesn't want to take me up on that deal is because there's no evidence to support the claim that the dress E. Jean Carroll supplied to the court of law wasn't produced until years after it happened. She just buys into the narrative. She contorts reality. She's delusional, and she disregards the facts. Helena, thank you for the money gun. Ellie, if I asked you for a statement from the manufacturer of that dress that specifically detailed how it wasn't produced until years after of 1996, would you be able to provide that for me?
I mean, you just did. You might want to be more careful when you ramble, honey.
I
Because
provided
rape
you with a
happened in
statement from the manufacturer.
You did. You just did. Because
I
her
didn't.
rape happened in 1993.
Lena, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate you for the
Came out
love.
in 1996. So come on, talk faster. Do it again. Spill on
so,
yourself again.
okay. So can you? So no, the grape occurred in 1996.
No.
Yeah. You just fucking bunked yourself. You just
I didn't.
admitted that the dress came
I'm
out the
not
year
the
she
one
was
that
graped.
You were.
You just admitted that the dress came out the year she was graped.
The one that said that it happened in 1993.
Oh my God! You just admitted that the dress came out the year she was graped. Look at your worldview crumbling.
Same thing Harry
Read the
does.
jury verdict. Read the jury instructions. Read the court documents. The grape occurred in 1996. A jury of 9 people, 7 men and 2 women, held Trump legally responsible for the grape of E. Jean Carroll in the year 1996. Crush. Toast. Done. Disputed. Debunked. Disproven. Shit on. Boxed like a fish.
You done yet?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I'm finally done.
Okay. So let me look this up real quick, just to be sure. I know.
Lucy, thank you so much for the cat potato. I love you for the. Thank you so much for the couch potato, Lucy. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much.
You know, he's muted me God knows how many times just to get his point across and mansplain to me.
This is you crying.
Oh, I didn't know you unmuted me. My bad.
Okay. What are we waiting for? Yo, India! Thank you so much for the golden party. I really appreciate you for the love. Yo, someone call Ellie a wambulance, guys. Thank you so much for the golden party. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, India. Where's the wham? Where's the wambulance?
Okay.
Where's the wambulance? What do you need?
Let me read it to you. Guilty as pronounced by many leftists and more than a few never-Trump Republicans on May 9th, erroneously conflating a New York jury's findings of former President Donald J. Trump's civil liability with a criminal conviction that did not happen and likely could not have been secured under the same preponderance of evidence standard used to evaluate writer E. Jean Carroll's controversial legal claims against Trump. Carroll claimed in her 2019 memoir, What Do We Need Men For?, that sometime in the 1990s, Trump graped her in a 6th-floor dressing room of Bergdorf Goodman, the high-end Manhattan department store, where she says she willingly accompanied Trump to give him her opinion of ladies' lingerie intended for other women. Trump has consistently denied Carroll's claims, characterizing them as a hoax and con job with political motivations. Carroll filed a defamation lawsuit that year against Trump for denying that he thereby allegedly causing her unspecified damages. In 2022, she amended her lawsuit to include her grape claim that under an exceptional Democratic-sponsored and approved New York state law that opened a 1-year window for civil claims from New Yorkers who believe they were past victims of SA, who otherwise face a statute of limitations on bringing charges. On May 9th, a Manhattan jury unanimously found that Trump did not grape Carroll, but did find that he had SA'd her. Curiously, it was also found that Trump had defamed her by denying her grape allegation, even though the same jury had itself cleared Trump of her grape allegation. It awarded Carroll about $5 million in damages, as regularly happens in legal proceedings involving Trump and often generally in federal courts, in which more than half of Americans no longer express confidence. Much was wrong with the case. Carroll's grape claim was allowed nearly 30 years after the alleged fact only by Democratic-sponsored legislation introduced on J6 2021, the same day as the demonstrations at the U.S. Capitol for which Trump was impeached and acquitted. It entered effect on November 24th, 2022, just 9 days after Trump declared his candidacy for the 2024 Republican nomination. Would you like me to keep reading? According to a story in the New York Times published while the trial was in progress, Carroll's considerable legal expenses were secretly paid with funds provided by Democratic mega donor Reid Hoffman, a tech billionaire and outspoken Trump critic who has heavily supported anti-Trump political causes, including strategic operations designed to deny Trump nomination for the presidency in 2024. The verdict came just 1 month after Trump was criminally indicted by a New York grand jury on unrelated matters that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin S. Bragg, who campaigned for office on an explicit campaign to get Trump, elevated from misdemeanor records keeping offenses that are time barred under New York law to felonies, which are time barred under federal law and also outside Bragg's jurisdiction without citing any applicable law that Trump allegedly violated. And it goes on and on and on.
Hey, Ellie.
Mm-hmm.
One specific thing you touched on there was that the claim that Trump raped her is false because the jury didn't find him guilty of that.
Mm-hmm.
Ellie, would you agree with me that anything entering into a woman's vagina without consent is grape?
I would, if it can be proven. And it wasn't.
Ellie, the jury held Trump guilty of inserting his fingers into E. Jean Carroll's vagina without consent. At the time, in the state of New York, grape was defined as the male member alone entering into the female member without consent. But today, 37 states, including the state of New York, specifically define grape, including anything entering into a female vagina without consent.
The jury
so
was
you said, one second, Eli, you agreed that anything entering into a female's vagina without consent is grape. So you agree that Trump is a rapist.
No, I don't.
That is what a jury convicted him upon,
they didn't.
given a preponderance of evidence.
Okay, so let's talk about that, right? The jury, right, was a group of Trump's, quote, peers selected
Sandra,
in
thank you for $5 of bill. I appreciate you for the love.
where about 80% of voters cast their ballots against him in his first two presidential campaigns. Evidence of questionable relevance was introduced against Trump despite objections by his lawyer, objections Kaplan overruled. Evidence and arguments favorable to the former president were excluded or fell to objection made by Carroll's lawyers and sustained by Kaplan. In this biased environment, neither Carroll nor
Name one argument that the
Hold on.
defense of Donald Trump attempted to
this-
provide that was shot down by the court.
In this biased environment, neither Carroll nor two witnesses she claims to have told about Trump's alleged rape of her could recall the date, time, month, or even exact year of the supposed assault, which Carroll claims took place in either 1995 or 1996. Carroll admitted that she did not scream, seek medical attention, report the alleged assault to police, or until she published her book in 2019.
Okay, am I debating like a Fox News Charlie Kirk opinion piece, or am I debating
than her
Ellie?
two witnesses who have also no record of it other than their own hearsay. So again, there are no witnesses.
Amazing. So I will reiterate my last point, and then I'll respond to this too. Something that a lot of Trump supporters will try to do when they come up on my live is called the Gish Gallop. It's called the I'm going to overwhelm Dean with so much information that he won't be able to effectively respond to it all, so it looks like I won the debate. But guess what, Ellie? Guess what, Ellie? Guess what? My short-term memory, it's on fucking par. So let's go ahead and go through those claims. The first claim that she didn't remember the year, absolutely false. You want to know why? She submitted her therapist notes, medical records from 1996 that she reported she went to after the rape had occurred. The second claim, particularly referencing that she didn't scream for help or seek medical care, right? 62% of women who get raped never report it to the cops while they're alive, and we should not be invalidating the experiences of one victim because of your expectations that you'd place on them all. Another point, you said that the jury didn't hold him liable of rape, therefore he's not a rapist. The law at the time didn't recognize what happened to her was rape, but you did. You said anything going into a woman's vagina without consent is rape, and that is what they held him legally responsible for. But rape alone alone was specifically defined in this state as a PP entering into a vajayjay without consent. You came to me ill-prepared, so you had to go on the internet and you had to find a Charlie Kirk Fox News opinion piece to read off at 1,000 words per minute. And I still dunked! And I still dunked! What about it? And I still dunked!
You done? You done being so triggered? Because every time I come to you with facts, you just go absolutely batshit insane. Did you take your meds today?
Oh, so now let's engage in ableism and say, obviously, I'm medicated for some reason. And you are going to say that the words that are coming out of my mouth are less valuable because you deem me to have some condition that would require medication. Wow, the ableism just to devalue my character, to say that the words that are coming out of my mouth aren't true. That's what it is, Ellie. You and all the other MAGA cultists can't engage with my logic. You and all the other MAGA cultists can't engage with my fact, can't engage with my reasoning, and can't engage with my argumentation. So instead of responding to it, you just divulge yourself to attack my character. You're saying, oh, Dean, you're so crazy. You're off your meds. Why aren't you medicated? You need to calm down. Doing everything you can to devalue my character so then you could take the words that come out of my mouth and brush them off without engaging in them through critical thought. And that's the facts, Ellie.
There's no critical fact in here for you, babe, at all, whatsoever. I know
Ellie's counter argument. Nuh-uh. Ellie's best counter argument. No, Dean, you're wrong. Ellie's best counter argument. No. What the fuck are you doing,
babe? Yeah, it's okay. I know.
Ellie's best counter argument. You're triggered.
Break through that brainwash wall. I promise it'll.
Hey, Ellie. Dean's triggered. Therefore, Trump's not a rapist. Doesn't work that way. Yeah, I don't care. Call me triggered. Doesn't change the fact that you're
You literally lost your shit.
I don't care. Call me triggered. Doesn't change the fact that you're voting for a rapist that sexualized a little girl, saying that he'll date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Boasted about walking into the change rooms of half-naked teen girls at Miss Teen USA because he owned the place where there being girls as young as 15 there. It doesn't change the fact that he went on Access Hollywood, says that he likes to unconsensually grab women by the P word. He doesn't even have to ask first because of how rich and famous he is. Doesn't change the fact that he called his own daughter voluptuous, saying that he dated his daughter if he wasn't his daughter, saying that the only thing he has in common with his daughter is sex. Meanwhile, she said real estate and golf. Call me a triggered, but it doesn't change the fact that he cheated on 3 of his wives, one of them particularly with a Peace Star, which then he paid off to be quiet about it with campaign funds, so it stayed out of the public image in 2016, which he was then convicted on 34 felonies of. It doesn't change the fact that he served as a threat to democracy in 2020 when he asked his VP not to certify the results of the election, when he sent fake electorates to 7 different states to cast false votes within the Electoral College, or convinced tens of millions of American citizens over the course of the next 4 years that the election was sufficiently rigged to be overthrown, even though 60 courts ruled against that idea, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed. It doesn't change that he put the rights of all 170 million American women on the line, and by overturning Roe v. Wade, which specifically has led to all women and girls in 23 of our states having no or restricted access to abortion. Okay, it doesn't change the fact that the only policy he influenced to get passed that he takes credit for, being the TCJA, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, spent $2 trillion for an average annual rate of return on the GDP of 0.02%. It doesn't change the fact that 83% of those tax cuts went to the top 1%, with us having normative evaluations from the Tax Policy Center that would specifically indicate that over the 10-year lifespan of the bill, the after-tax income of the working class goes down while it goes up for the top 1%, which is essentially taking money from the poor and giving it to the rich. You could just keep hitting me with these words. Dean, you're so triggered. You're so mad. You're engaging in delusion. It doesn't change the facts. I'm here to talk about the facts. I don't care about your feelings. Okay, Ellie, that's the truth. It's the truth. And Purdy, thank you so much for the champions. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Purdy. Let's get massive W Purdy's in the chat. And also, I've got quite a few donations on Venmo and PayPal. Don't worry, I will show y'all all the love that you deserve and give y'all a shout out. I'm just too busy cooking. We got a filet mignon.
And then I'm gonna leave, okay? Because I'm upsetting your audience. But I will say,
no, you're just upsetting yourself.
No, I'm not. But next time you're going to read talking points, maybe don't wear sunglasses where I can see the teleprompter, just like Joe Biden. You're just like him. You should be so proud.
What teleprompter, Ellie? What teleprompter? What teleprompter, Ellie? That's what I thought. That's what I thought, Ellie. Damn straight. Damn straight. I stand here to contest the claims. I stand here to defeat ignorance with truth. And when I see people like Ellie making these false claims, we will prove them to be false. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you're MAGA and you want to come up here to debate, Gerald, thank you for the champion. If you're MAGA and you want to come up here to debate, just let me see a MAGA in the chat. We're going to move on to our next guest at this point. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. Just spam MAGAs in the chat if you want to come up. Gerald, thank you so much for the epic GG. And Deborah, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Let's go. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Deborah. Let's get some massive W Deborahs in that chat. Thank you so much. Let's get at least 100 W Deborahs going down in that chat right now. Thank you so much, Deborah, for the $50 on Venmo. And Jessica, thank you for the $3. We're going to go ahead. Oh, Biden just dropped out. Whoops, wrong background. Thank you for whoever corrected me on that in the chat. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest at this point. If you want to come up and debate because you're voting for Trump, just let me see a MAGA in that chat, ladies and gentlemen. We're also, let's go and get our next guest up in here at this point, y'all. Let's go to see what Jennifer Dreams has to say. Also, guys, do double tap away in that phone screen. Do share that live. I have a couple donations to read off here. However, I do want to go ahead and just get our next guest up in here in the meantime. All right. Massive W Deborahs, for real. Also, Alicia, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. And Joe, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. We got a couple donations to read off here. Olivia with a $5, Tyson with a $1, Alicia with a $5, Jamie with a $6. Thank you guys so much for the love. I really appreciate each and every single one of y'all. You guys are amazing. We're gonna go ahead and load up our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. Let's go to see what Cal has to say. Also, Jessica, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. And Jordan, thank you for the $1. Sandra, thank you for the $5. Jasmine, thank you for the $3. Tyler, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate you guys. And Mo, thank you for the $5 as well. Y'all are absolutely so kind. I'm so grateful to each and every single one of y'all. Thank y'all so much for the support. You guys are absolutely awesome. Make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. We go live every single day and do these debates. Hell yeah. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go to get TCG Shop up. Also, I want you to put a me in the chat. Jessica, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. And Spark, thank you so much for the champion. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W Spark. Holy shit. So if you want to come up and debate, as in you're already in the guest queue, let me just see a me in the chat, because TikTok won't let me invite anyone up who spams in the chat. I could only invite people up that are already in the queue. So let me just see a me if you are in the chat and you want to come up and debate. Phenomenal. Stoner, thank you so much for the swan. I appreciate you for the love. What's up, Gojo? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Davidan?
Who? Yes.
Okay, why so, man?
Yeah, because he has the best policies, and he's like...
Really? Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that you agree with?
Yeah, he passed that one policy about the border, where he went there, and they were like...
What's the name of the policy?
I forgot. It was that one policy, though.
Oh, that one policy with the best policy. Okay, sorry. I cut you off there. Why else are you supporting Trump? My bad.
Yeah, I think he's just a really cool dude. Like, I'm not gonna hold you. Like, okay, look. So I'm not gonna lie. He's a really good Christian. This is what I'm gonna say. I'm a Christian, and I think Trump is like a great Christian man who should be in charge of the country because he's Christian mostly. And
do good Christians cheat on 3 of their wives and grape women?
Do they what?
Cheat on 3 of their wives and grape women.
I mean, no, not really.
Trump has done all of those things, so why would you call him a good Christian?
Wait, he did that? Wait, can you show me proof?
For cheating on 3 of his wives, well, he was given 34 felonies for paying off one of the ladies that he had cheated on through falsification of business records, Stormy Daniels. For the other 2, you could get this from any mainstream media outlet. From raping a woman, just look up Trump v. Carroll, a jury verdict form, and it will give you all the court documents. He was held legally responsible for it.
Wait, can I see? Like, can you show me?
I don't really have like a really effective way of showing you, but I could like tell you what to look up to find it for yourself, you know?
So you don't have anything? Like,
no, I do. Like, I'm telling you, just look up Trump v. Carroll jury verdict form, and it will give you all the court documents on the civil court that held him responsible for grape. As far as him cheating on 3 of his wives, you can find that on any mainstream media outlet.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move away from that then. If that's true.
He also just said he wasn't a Christian at one of his rallies.
He did win.
Yeah, it was like the other day. I don't remember exactly what he said. He said something along the lines
he said he was gonna make it. He said he was gonna make it a Christian nation.
Oh, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that Christianity should be taught in schools.
Hey, Gojo. Hey, Gojo. Got a question for you. Are all sins equal?
Are all sins equal? Can I have like an example? Like, what do you mean?
Like, well, according to like the Christian faith, right? No sin is worse than another one apart from blasphemy. Like, would you agree with that?
Well, I don't think any sin is worse than the rice one.
What?
Yeah, do you not know? You do know, like, that Jesus told us that our entire purpose of life of life is to not eat rice.
Are you trolling, Gojo?
No, I'm being so. Do you want me to read to you?
Okay, Gojo. Okay. So, would you rather Trump grape a woman or eat rice?
No, ice. I would rather him. I'd rather him grape a woman or eat rice. I mean, that's a hard question because those are both very, very bad.
You're trolling. Please just tell me if you're trolling.
Yeah.
Okay, get off my lap. Never come back. Never come back. It's also, it's just, I don't think that even in like a comedic demeanor, you should be like downplaying the seriousness of grape, but good troll. Good troll. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. We got Casey loading up in. We got our next guest loading into the live. Guys, if you were MAGA and you're in the queue and you want to come up and debate, make sure to just let me know in the comment section, y'all. We are having a lot of fun here tonight. We got our next guest loading in the meantime, y'all, so everyone just do give us a minute, guys. If you're MAGA and you're in the queue, just put me in chat. I want you to put a me in chat if you are in the queue and you want to come up and debate, but only if you're already in the queue. Only if you're already in the queue. Let's go and get our next guest up in here, y'all. Everyone, make sure to hit that follow button. Ladies and gentlemen, I go live and I do this every single day of the week. Y'all already know it. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. Also, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over those platforms. You'll get a shout out and notification at the top of my phone screen. Susan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for my pragmatism. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Susan. Okay, how old are you?
Hey, one sec.
Okay, can you just tell me your age?
Huh?
Okay, we're just going to assume that you're a kid. Guys, if you want to come up, just let me know in the chat. Spark, thank you so much for the hand arts. Put a me in the chat if you want to come up in here, y'all. Put a me in the chat if you want to come up in here, y'all. It's going to get our next guest up in the queue, so everyone just do be patient. All right, make sure that you are already in the queue, though. Make sure that you are already in the queue if you're going to say me in the chat. All right, you also have to support Trump, okay? We're going to get our next guest up in here. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. Everyone just do give us a minute to get our next guest up in here. All right, Burger Man, let's go to get you up in the box, y'all. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
54 years old.
Phenomenal. Are you going to, like, tell me that I'm 19-year-old, therefore I don't know shit?
No, you're probably 26, 27.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Anyway, hey, so, yeah, are you voting for Trump?
100%.
Okay, why so?
For the safety of my kids and safety for this country.
Safety for kids. What's the leading driver in deaths for children?
Safety for my country.
But you said your kids. You said your kids. What is the leading cause of death in children?
Dude, I don't think this is what we're talking about.
You said you're voting for Trump because of safety for your children. What is the leading cause of death for kids?
I'm voting for my country.
Okay. Take it away. Tell me why.
Well, I mean, everybody, complains about the price of eggs and milk and all that. Who really cares? What you gonna do when they drop an EMP? And you don't have lights?
Man, what are you gonna do when we lose our democracy to a fascist coup?
You trust Kamala Harris? Do you trust her talking to Putin and people like that?
Yeah. Do you trust Trump with the nuclear codes, though?
Well, he's had them for 4 years.
Okay, yeah. Do you think that violent offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
A violent offender?
Yeah.
That depends. I mean, if you're a felon,
like
maybe
grape.
not.
What about like grape? What about, like if someone was held like responsible for grape, would you think they should be able to own a gun?
Probably not. No.
But they should be able to sit in the Oval Office and have access to the nuclear codes.
Well, I mean, if they're the president, but we're talking about two different things.
Yeah, but like you'd say that they shouldn't be able to own a gun because it's a force multiplier. But like nukes are the largest force multiplier known to mankind.
Correct.
Right? So when you
He's
say
had
that
them
Trump
for
shouldn't be able
4
to own a gun,
years.
Trump shouldn't be able to own a pew-pew because he's a rapist, but he should be able to have access to the nuclear codes. Like, I mean, that's kind of backwards thought, isn't it?
Do you think Harris should have the codes?
Yeah, she's the prosecutor. He's the prosecuted. She's a non-felon. He's a felon. She's a non-grapist. He's a grapist. I could go on and on and on, bro. Actually, I think that you're going to really have a hard time making an argument for why he'd be more of an effective leader with like foreign resolutions or just like domestic threat management. Like you know, you're like, of course, I would trust the career prosecutor to sit in a room, negotiate, and speak with people like Putin because she wouldn't bow the knee like Trump did at Helsinki.
Yeah, but the man has a proven record of, world peace. We wasn't in war. We had peace. Who cares about the prices of gas and the economy? What's more important than your safety? And have somebody that's going to talk to you and stand up and tell you.
We had
that,
war.
hey,
We just want to clarify. We had wars. We pulled out of Kurdistan, causing the Turkish-Kurdish war. We also had a proxy war with Russia and Syria. We had the Yemen genocide. We had a 450% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East.
Biden left billions of dollars of stuff just sitting there. He's the
Afghanistan
president.
because of the deal that Trump brokered. Trump made that deal. You understand that?
No.
He did.
No, you can blame it. You can blame it all on Trump.
Also, the weapons that they
virus
left
and
there
all
were
that.
like made unable. Like you understand that the weapons and the ammunition that they left in Afghanistan were left in an inoperable manner, so they couldn't be used by Al Qaeda.
No.
Yes, facts. This is any mainstream media outlet would report on this. Even Fox.
Well, I don't watch Fox. I don't watch the media because 99% of the people make their decision on Fox and CNN, and that they need to make it on the past. And Biden said, "Do you want to go backwards or do you want to go forward?" I want to go backwards.
Okay, I'm sorry, Burger Man. We're just gonna move on to our next guest. I just said like 4 things there, and then every time he's just like, "No," like, bro, go on. There's no conversation to be had when you're just like, "No," like, you know, guys. If you're in the queue and you want to come up and debate, let me just see me in chat and make sure that you're in the queue. Like, dude, like, what conversation is there to be had when they're just like, "No," you know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ, guys. All right, we're gonna go to get our next guest up in here, y'all. Everyone, just do be patient. Let's go and see what our next guest has to say. Also, guys, do double tap on that phone screen. 3 million likes would be insane, y'all. Also, we've been live for almost 5 hours. Awesome.
Hello.
What's up, Maya? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I just want to say I love everything that you're doing here, and I watched your live yesterday too, and I've been watching it like all day today, and I just like really support you, and I think you're doing such a good job.
Oh, well, I appreciate you so much, but if you do support me, why don't you follow me? I'm just kidding, but thank you so much for the love, Maya. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Maya in the chat. Thank you so much. Massive W, Mayas. Let's go. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all, but thank you so much for coming up and showing love. Let's go to see what our next guest here has to say, y'all, so everyone just do be patient if you want to come up and debate. Let me see a me in the chat if you want to come up. All right. All right, moving on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. WMIS, hell yeah. Base. Let's go and try to get user 13706 up in the live here. All right. Let me see some MAGAs in the chat if you want to come up as well, y'all. You guys already know. But make sure if you are spamming MAGA in the chat that you already are in the queue, because I can't invite anyone up that isn't already in the queue. It's pretty stupid. All right, what's up, Rocco? How old are you?
I'm 13.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next guest here, guys. It's going to get our next guest up in here, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. Yeah, we got to be at least 18. You got to be able to vote. All right, let's go and get our next guest up in the box, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. Put a MAGA in that chat if you're already in the queue and you want to come up and debate. Okay. All right. Factual, actual. Everyone just be patient while we get this going. Be patient while we get this going. It takes some time, unfortunately. Like, it sucks, but it does. All right. Scotty the Hottie. Let's go and get Scotty up in the live, y'all. Everyone give us a minute. We got Scotty the Hottie loading up. What's going on, Scotty? How old are you?
I am 61.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. Are you voting for Mr. Trump?
Yeah. I want the country to succeed again
Okay, yeah. Why are you voting for Trump?
because he makes America great again.
Okay, so when was America great in the first place? Just out of curiosity.
In the first place, it was pretty good until Biden came in. Now we're a third world country.
Oh, well, you said that it was good until Biden came in, but so when he campaigned on Make America Great Again in 2016, what was he referencing if it was already great?
Probably the last administration.
Oh, the last minute. So, like, America was great, like before the Obama administration when gay marriage was
Obama
illegal?
really sucked. I voted for Obama. You know, I voted for Obama the first time.
So America was great before Obama, like before like gay marriage was legal.
I guess I don't know. You can say whatever you want. I'm just telling you that I'm going by his presidency. You know, Obama. I voted the first time for him, and he seemed to be all right. I voted for him the second time, and I think he did whatever he wanted because he knows it was the last 4 years, and he really shit on the country.
What do you mean when you say that we're a third world country right now?
Huh?
What do you mean when you say we're a third world country now?
We're a third world country. We have no defense. We let everybody in here. Everybody on the bomber in here. I worked for 40, almost 50 years.
Okay, I'm so sorry, Scotty. God is like rapturing your mic right now. Is there any way that you could try to uncover your mic?
People who just walk into the country making more than me. That doesn't
Okay. Oh, so you're saying that we're a third world country because of migrants?
You can't. People can't go where they want. They can't.
Okay, apparently, like the U.S. has always been a third world country because the U.S. was built for migrants.
Yeah.
Ever heard of melting pot?
Coming illegally.
So we've always been a third world country.
No, this is.
Okay, guys, this is I can't do this.
Because it's the truth. You want something so.
It's Scotty's. Okay, moving on to our next guest. I swear it wasn't because it was the truth, Scotty. You were doing that. Hey, what's up? How are you?
How we doing, Dean? I'm 48.
Phenomenal. You voted for Trump?
Of course.
Conservative Rich. Have we talked before?
Not sure.
Okay, yeah. So why are you particularly voting for Trump? Oh, where did he go? Conservative Rich, hop back in the guest request. I feel like you didn't mean to leave. Probably swiped you out. Hop back in the guest request, sir. Nah, you probably didn't mean to leave there. Hop back in the queue. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. Conservative Rich, if I see you back in the queue, I'll let you back up. Let me know in the chat if you're back in the queue. I guess in the meantime, guys, if you're mad, just let me know in that chat. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just do be patient. We got our next guest loading up in. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, my Lord. You guys invited me. I am 22 years old.
Phenomenal. You're voting for Trump.
Yeah, I plan on voting for Trump.
Yeah, why?
I think that, the reflection of how much, like how expensive everything is, I think, like over the course of the last like year or two, it's just everything's going up. And I feel like gas is going up. I feel like the price of groceries is going up.
Yeah, let's just start with gas. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause an increase in the price of gas?
Well, look, I'll be honest. I don't even know. And I think it's crazy because everything skyrocketed and no one can disagree because the price of a house in New Jersey is basically almost like you'd pay basically $100,000 more than you would 2 years ago. And I think that's insane. I think as time goes on, I think, times change and stuff like that. But I feel like, with everything being so expensive and stuff like that, I just feel like, why is everything so expensive? It just doesn't make sense. What changed when Trump was in office, and that, that's just my opinion. Nobody has to agree with me. It's just,
I mean, all that I'm asking you here is to take a different perspective on the issue. It's like, I understand what you're saying, right? Like the price of a house got more expensive, interest rates went up, price of goods at the grocery store went up, price of gas went up, etc. But like, instead of you then just jumping to the conclusion that the Biden-Harris administration caused all these things, maybe you should try to entertain the idea that there could be external causes for these things. And like, I could use a really good example to explain my point here. Because you have a bias towards Trump. At the end of Trump's term, we saw a record high 14.8% unemployment rate. Do you think that Trump caused that?
Honestly, maybe he could have. I mean, if he was in office, obviously he could have. And I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I mean, we could obviously. I'm gonna be honest. We could have better options. I feel like like the options that they're giving us suck. But
the answer to the question was no. Donald Trump didn't cause that, because in April of 2020 we had a public business shutdown. People were laid off. People lost their jobs because of the coronavirus, because of the pandemic. Right, but I feel like we also have to consider like a couple things here. So after the pandemic, what we saw was a surge in inflation globally, not just here in America, but all across the globe. So that's going to explain like why your groceries cost more. Okay, it's not because of the Biden-Harris administration. It was a natural response from the pandemic. When we're referencing oil, I mean, like God, Trump signed Trump made an agreement with OPEC before he left to decrease the worldwide oil supply, which led to an increase in the pricing. Or like the fact that Russia's invasion of Ukraine means like we're no longer getting Russian oil, just a decreased global supply. Oil supply globally is going to lead to increased prices, not the Biden-Harris administration.
I understand.
So it's like all of these things that you just listed off shouldn't be attributed to the Biden-Harris administration. So why would they give you reason to not vote for the Biden-Harris administration?
You're right. You're 100% right. You are not wrong. Shit. You seem pretty
Birdie,
educated.
thank you for the champion. I appreciate you for the love.
So I have some more questions if you don't mind.
Birdie, thank you so much for the champion. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the champions, Birdie. You are popping off. Thank you so much. Well, I mean, was there any like other particular reasons you wanted to go over here while you're voting for Trump? Thank you so much, Birdie.
So basically, I know a lot of business owners, and I'm in college, and a lot of them were saying that they were struggling financially because they were saying that a lot of people don't have money with the economy, and they weren't like giving like specific reasons. So like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I know so much. I'm just going off of what like most of them, most of what they said and most of their opinions and stuff, and they were just saying that their businesses weren't doing as well as they were.
And man, I appreciate you for coming up. That could be attributed to the same things I just explained. People didn't have money because of the pandemic. People were laid off. We saw like all-time high inflation rates, 9%, all attributed to the pandemic. Like you'd have to demonstrate the policy that Biden and Harris pass to justify how they would cause people to not have this money. But unless you could do that, I'm probably just going to move on to my next guest.
Word. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you for coming up, Pac-Man. Appreciate you for being respectful as well. We're going to go and load up our next guest, guys. If you are in the queue and you do specifically want to have a chat, let me just know by saying MAGA in the chat. What's going on, Reynold? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Okay, well, you spoke before him, so he gets the kick. All right, are you voting for Trump?
No.
Okay, I shouldn't have kicked him. God damn you. Moving
No,
on to our
don't
next
kick
guest.
me.
We're going to go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. Damn it. You spam MAGA in the chat. What the hell? Moving on to our next guest, Johnny Cage. Oh, that's funny. Okay, moving on. Let's go to see what we got. Moving up, loading in our next guest. Y'all, everyone, just do be patient. Do you give us a minute here, guys? Do you give us a minute? Hey, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Phenomenal. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am voting for Trump.
Okay, why so?
Why so? Because when Trump was in office, everything was much better than what the Biden administration is doing right now. Especially, I remember when I was working, he did the tax relief benefit for us, and he reduced taxes for everybody across the board to make money. Also, those businesses were making more money, and it allow a trickle-down effect to allow us, for people, to get more pay as well. So businesses were giving raises, giving bonuses during those times.
Okay, yeah. So first of all, I'll go top to bottom. The trickle-down effect doesn't work. Trickle-down economics.
But it did work in his administration when he was doing it.
So no, it doesn't. Because what we see under trickle-down economics is that worker wages don't increase with worker productivity, and that is the big failure of trickle-down economics. I mean, you could look at a graph of worker wages and productivity up until the 1980s, one for one. As soon as Reagan introduced Reaganomics, trickle-down economics, no increase in wages with productivity. Then also here, when you're just referencing his tax cuts, the TCJA, right? Well, specifically 83% of those tax cuts went to the top 1%, and it cost $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending, and it only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. Like, there was definitely some good aspects of the bill, right? But if we were to just increase the taxes on people making over $400,000 a year to negate the trillions of dollars in debt-related spending to still yield GDP increase, it would be good. But the way it was implemented by Trump just sucked.
Well, everybody else was benefit from it. I mean, people were getting bonuses, people were making more money, have more money for people to spend. Businesses were making a lot more money as well.
Wait, why are you doing this like a comparative analysis? You're saying businesses were making more money then.
Small businesses were making
now.
money.
You're saying businesses were making more money then than businesses are making now, but we're still under Trump's tax code.
Yeah, we're under Trump's tax code, but also we're having the effects of inflation. So if it wasn't for Trump's tax code, right now, I would assume that things would be at least much more worse than what it is right now.
I explained to you why trickle-down economics are bad.
Well,
do you think that the Biden administration caused inflation?
Is when you allow tax benefits for the rich. But what he did is make tax benefit and cut taxes for everyone across the board, whether you're rich, poor, or middle class person.
Right, and I've kind of explained to you my thoughts on the TCJA. Like, I like the tax cuts for the middle class. But because he sent 83% of them to the top 1%, and because of the fact that this costed $1.9 trillion and only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%, it ultimately served as a detriment to the middle class because raising our deficit by trillions of dollars for such a marginal increase in our GDP ends up causing economic travesty. Right? Also, because of the distribution of the tax cuts in the bill, we're now seeing like normative evaluations from the Tax Policy Center that would indicate over the 10-year lifespan of the bill, it will particularly decrease the after-tax income for the middle class while increasing it for the top 1%, right? So it's taking money from poor people and giving it to rich people. So, I mean, there's just like a couple things for consideration there. Harris's goal isn't to get rid of the TCJA, it's just to make it better. By increasing the child tax credit for the middle class, by decreasing the split of like 83% of these cuts going to the top 1%, decreasing the deficit, and with that increased child tax credit will hopefully yield a greater increase in our GDP as well.
Okay. Also, I like the fact that when he was in power with Obamacare, I know a lot of people were getting affected with the Obamacare. When Obamacare was implemented, a lot of people, premiums went up, and their deductible went up as well. And a lot of people couldn't afford insurance. And then when people couldn't afford insurance, if you didn't have insurance, you'd also get hit. You get hit. We have to pay a penalty fee. But also Trump was able to fix that. So like person like me, if I didn't have insurance, I wouldn't be hit with a penalty fee. So Trump also get rid of that. Also like the fact that the transgender with the ideology with the Democrats, they're pushing like hormones for kids to transgender and stuff
Pushing medical care.
But for kids, like, and I just don't believe that kids have the mental capacity to know if they're like.
You're just saying that this hurts kids. Hey, what do you support gun control at all?
I believe that people should have the freedom to bear arms.
Yeah, what's the leading cause of deaths in children?
What's the leading cause of death in children? There could be many. I don't know about that.
Guns. How are you going to tell me that the Democrats are harming children so much by offering them health care, gender-affirming care, but then at the same time advocating for being a 2A absolutist when the leading cause of deaths within children is pupias?
Let me look that up. Give me a second.
Fucking crazy. Crazy shit, huh? Crazy fucking shit. But the hormones! But the decreasing suicidality rates amongst our trans youth by offering them gender-affirming care. What about the fucking guns? The things that are actually killing them, huh? Crazy. Crazy thought.
But guns are more for enable us to, is a detriment as well. Like, it's in the Constitution. Like, that is something that's within our Constitution. So if you don't want that to change, if you want that to change, it's up to the law or leaders to change that. But I do believe as an American that you should have the right to bear arms.
Yeah. Even if it were to serve as a detriment and kill innocent children.
That is up to that is the individual. Guns. Guns do not kill children. People do that.
So guns do kill children. Yes, they're the leading cause of.
But guns do protect us as well. But that's a double-edged sword because.
So are you saying that Donald Trump?
Guns do protect us.
Hey, I have a question. If guns don't kill people, people do. If Matthew Thomas Crooks didn't have the AR-15 on the roof when he tried to take out Trump, would anything have happened to Trump?
if he didn't have the AR-15.
Yeah, because guns don't kill people like people do.
Yeah, people would find another. He had bombs as well. So there was another. So he was going to use bombs. They also find makeshift bombs. So they would also find another. If they really wanted to kill him, they would not find another way to kill him because they found bombs within his car. So there was also, as you can see,
Listen, my overwhelming point here, I'll just try to spill this out like really clearly, is you said that you won't support gun control, even if it is the case that gun control would definitely save lives of more innocent children. Okay? And I just think it's hilarious that you will try to use gender-affirming care being granted to our youth, which decreases rates of suicidality and increases rates of like one feeling more at peace with like their gender, right? Leading to more optimal outcomes as it's simply just healthcare, right? And you're saying that you don't support healthcare because you think it harms children when it just makes them safer, but you wouldn't support gun control even if you knew it definitely harmed children to a greater extent.
But guns also protect us. So it's like you just use
right, just like healthcare.
But you're
Healthcare
just using
protects
the
us.
extreme against the non-extreme as well. Guns, but the affirmative care with transgender hormones. Like, did you know that most of those hormones that are used is actually used to sterilize people? Like most of those hormones that they use for transgender care, especially in kids, is used to sterilize people.
Literally,
you're supporting the
What
sterilization of kids. Then
what hormones?
The hormones that they use.
Name them.
Well, I would have to look them up. I don't know them by name right now.
Yeah,
But
you're just
most of the
yapping out of your
hormones
ass.
that
You
they
don't even
use
know what
for
the fuck you're talking
transgender
about.
kids, I know what I'm talking about. If you look it up, most of the hormones that they use
Testosterone. So yeah, just to clarify, testosterone and estrogen sterilize people.
is not the testosterone and the estrogen as well. It's like
So what's the name of the hormones?
it gives them, but also the ones that stop the puberty blocking ones are the ones that helps to sterilize kids.
Purdy, thank you so much for the $55 and the 55 cents on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Purdy. Let's get some massive W Purdys for the $55 and the 55 cents on PayPal. Thank you so much. Hey, if you're so worried about children, first of all, what you said was just false. Okay, I just want to make that clear.
It's
It was
not false. It's actually true.
So then give me the name of the hormone, buddy.
Well, I would have to look it up.
Yeah, you don't know shit.
Okay.
So are you going to look it up? Do you want to go find it real quick?
Give me a second.
Yeah. Guys, in the meantime, if you're mad, just let me know in the chat. We're going to bring someone else up. But let's get some W massive Purdy's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $55.
Most of those puberty blockers are actually banned in like Britain and other third world.
I want you to name the hormones that they're giving to our trans youth that are sterilizing them. And I want you to give me a study that specifically demonstrates that these hormones do sterilize them.
There's a lot of study that has been come out lately.
You don't even know the name of the hormone, so I don't expect you to be able to name a study to me before you name the hormone. What's the name of the hormone that's sterilizing our trans youth?
Give me a second.
Of course. We're going to move up our next guest, y'all. We're probably only going to be on for another 30 minutes or here, y'all. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal or my bio. Hell yeah. 100% of the proceeds over there. Wait, actually, I just want to invite this guy up that said Dean's losing. This guy knows nothing. So real. I don't even debate gender affirming care, but I'm still know I could just destroy this guy on it. Crazy shit. There's people that are like 10 times smarter than me when it comes to BIC. What's up, Delirium? How old are you?
23.
23, amazing. Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Because I think that he did a better job as president than Biden has.
Yeah, it's like what's one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the middle class more so than the top 1%?
I don't really know his policies right off. I just know like prices were better and like the economy seemed better, you know?
Yeah, but just because like the economy seemed better doesn't mean that Trump caused it to be better. And that's the question that I'm asking you. Like, would you say that Trump caused the 14.8% unemployment rate at the end of his term?
I think COVID caused that. I don't think Trump caused that.
So if something bad happened under his presidency, it was caused by something else other than Trump. But if something good happened under his presidency, it was caused by him. See, there's no like logic or thought involved with this process. That's why knowing policy and executive order is so important.
Well, what are some of his policies that you know of?
Like Trump's?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the TCJA, the tax cuts, costing $2 trillion, sending 83% of the breaks to the top 1%, leading to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. Terrible for the middle class. And I know a lot of good policy from the Biden-Harris administration. Would you agree with investing $800 million into VA healthcare benefits to expand to over 1 million new veterans?
Can you simplify that?
Expanding VA healthcare benefits greatly through a $800 million investment. Do you agree with that?
And what does that do exactly?
It allows 1 million new veterans to be serviced through the VA for things like burn pits overseas or toxic substances.
Oh yeah, then yeah, I'd definitely go for that.
Yeah, so that's called the PACT Act. That was influenced to get passed by the Biden-Harris administration. Would you agree with a bill that would bring 30% of the global chip production to here at home in America in the next 6 years, when we're currently producing 0%?
Yes, I think we should produce things in our country than buying it from another country.
Yeah, it's called the CHIPS and Science Act, influenced to get passed by the Biden-Harris administration, or the Inflation Reduction Bill that invested millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to reduce inflation long term, or the Infrastructure Bill that invested $1 trillion into infrastructure here at home in America.
Sorry, I zoned out for a second. My bad.
You're good.
Say that again.
Well, the overwhelming point there was there's a lot of good policy from the Biden-Harris administration, and there wasn't a lot of good policy from the Trump administration. So I don't understand why you'd vote for Trump over over Harris.
Another reason why I would vote for Trump is that I know that he wants to, drill oil here, and he wants to make cars here instead of buying it from foreign countries. He wants to make more cars here, and he wants to make more stuff in the USA instead of buying it from Mexico or China or another country.
Yeah, do you know how he wants to do that?
How?
By replacing the federal income tax with tariffs. Tariffs are inflationary, and that tax is ultimately just put back on the middle class, and it disproportionately affects them more so than the top 1%. Economists generally agree on this, both left and right, and it's a consensus that is a bad plan. And Trump's merch is made in China.
I know that. I've been working since 2017, and when I was working in 2020, the stimulus check I got was $1,400. Then I got $700 on top of that for my taxes or whatever. But when I was working last year, I only got $300 or $700 total from Biden's administration, and that's all I got. So how come I got more money when Trump was in office than when Biden's in office?
Because Trump had a greater stimulus package, specifically because there's rounds of stimulus that would be required, and we'd expect them to diminish as the economy would be healing.
And I've also noticed that Trump is the only president to put the $400,000 they get from being president back to the people. And if you look at the presidents from Bush all the way to now, if you look at their net worth, a lot of them have rose millions of dollars. I think Bush went from 20 million to 40 million, or there's I'm getting them mixed up because Clinton went from I want to say.
Yeah. Overall, I don't really think so. Trump has billions of dollars. I don't think his goal in life is to get more billions of dollars. I think his goal in life is to get more power, and his goal in life is to be looked at like the second coming of Jesus Christ. So when he put that money back into the economy and didn't take his check for his presidency, I think that was nothing more than a PR stunt. And I know that it definitely was because he genuinely cares about the American people, or else he wouldn't have tried to stage a coup against our government in 2020 and attempt to rig our election.
I think that he puts more money back to the people than the Biden administration as well, because if you look at illegal immigration,
there's literally a greater deficit under Trump.
Which obviously there's a difference between coming here legally and illegally. And last year there were 2 million illegal immigrants that came into our country, which takes more money from me and you and other people that are working here, that have born here, that have worked here their whole life. So why should these people that are coming here illegally make more money than us when we earn it?
So actually that's false. They don't take away from the economy. They actually provide more to the economy than they take away. And there's a really intuitive way of detailing to you how this is true. So when an undocumented migrant works the W-5 job, Well, they're not a citizen. So at the end of the year, when you're supposed to file for your tax return, they can't. So they end up giving more of their paycheck to the federal government because they can't get that tax return. A couple other things here, right? The same healthcare benefits that are going to be offered to undocumented migrants that are coming here through legal processes are offered to anyone that would meet this threshold of these income requirements, okay? But you specified illegal means of entry. They do not get government support. They do not get healthcare. Any support that they do get is going to be from the state level, not the federal. And another thing here, even if everything I just said was false and everything you just said was true, then you should blame it on Trump, because Trump is the one that shot down the 2 bipartisan border bills in Congress and told the Republican lawmakers to vote against him. And then he even said at one of his rallies to blame it on him if the border bill fails, ultimately leading to an extended border crisis until Biden signed in his executive order, which decreased crossings by 55%, which has put us at a lower level of crossings today than we saw at the end of Trump's term.
So why would the border be better whenever Trump left and then Biden took it down after he got into office?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we could dump the increase of migration across our southern border onto external variables, probably deprived economic or socioeconomic states of southern Latin American countries caused by the pandemic. Right? Fun fact, a lot of people like to call Kamala the border czar, when in all reality her goal was just to take diplomatic abilities with southern Latin American countries, such as Guatemala, to decrease the amount of migration from them by working on their economic status, which she achieved. We saw decreasing from places like Ecuador or Guatemala decreased by 50%. But we ultimately know that it's not caused by Biden, because Biden and Obama have the same border policy, with Obama having drastically less crossings, which means it was caused by an external variable.
So have you seen stuff that Biden has said and stuff that Kamala Harris has said that is like how Biden was talking about his leg hair and how he likes kids rubbing his leg hair when he's in the pool and all that type of stuff? Have you seen that stuff?
Yeah. Have you seen the fact that Trump was held legally responsible for rape?
I think that's false. Personally, I think that's false because I just think it's a false allegation on that.
Do you know the name of the lady that accused him?
Carol, whatever that chick's name.
So I don't really know her name. Do you know one piece of evidence she submitted to the court?
Yeah, because I was reading it while I was listening to you.
Hey, W man.
So I already know everything that was said about that. So
what was one piece of evidence she submitted to the court?
How?
Okay, I can't hear you when you're on pause. It tells me when you go on pause. I feel like a lot of people don't know that.
I was trying to go back to that article I was reading.
You're good, man. The reason I asked you those questions is because how could you say it was false when you don't know anything about the court case? Do you understand how harmful that is to victims?
Yeah, I see your point in that aspect, but I'm trying to think of something else instead of that, because I since I don't know much about that, I can't really say anything about it. You know what I mean? So I'd rather go into the topic.
Yeah, I just think that that's kind of used as a scapegoat to talk about the issue. I think that there's a lot of Trump supporters that actually hear about the grape case often, but just
I know the things like Stormy
facts.
Daniels. I know that. I know she's contradicted herself on a couple different times and stuff.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about the grape case here, I think that you just kind of refuse to to learn the facts of the case, so then you could kind of appeal to this idea because you don't know the facts, you don't have to make an opinion on it, which is just another way to ignore the fact that he's a rapist, which is just as harmful.
All right. I'm trying to think about other, because if you look at the way Kamala Harris has prosecuted people, she put thousands of people in prison or jail for smoking marijuana.
Ooh, you said the word. I gotta kick you, man. You can't say the name of
what?
You can't say the name of drugs on live, but I will go ahead and respond to that. So it was actually only 45 people in 7 years. We don't know their gender, we don't know their sex, we don't know their race. Ultimately, there was a prosecutor prosecuting, and she was actually leading the charge in 2014 to end the war on drugs to federally legalize the use of the M drug, and even co-signed on legislation in 2018 to federally legalize the use of the M drug. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. So this next guest is probably going to be the last guest of the night. But don't y'all worry. Parker is going to be on in about 30 minutes for y'all. But I'm going to go ahead and hop off. It's been a long day. Can't wait to eat. Can't wait to eat and drink some food. I'm so hungry. Chat, honestly, I'm kind of feeling like a nice dinner tonight. I've been eating like cheap foods. By the way, let me know if you're MAGA in the chat. I've been eating like cheap foods for like the last couple weeks, you know, living on the bare minimum. But I feel like going out and getting a nice dinner. I'm gonna go get like a good burger, guys. You know what I mean? Let's go get our next guest up in here. I'm gonna go get a good burger. All right, yeah, it's time to treat myself for real. It's been a crazy couple days. I've been so dedicated to this shit for the last handful of days, doing like 7, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. I'm gonna go get a good burger. Kelsey, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Kelsey says, have a good dinner, Dean. Thank you so much for the love, and I appreciate you for the love on Venmo. Let's show Kelsey some love in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Thank you so much. Massive W Kelsey's in the chat. Hey, by the way, guys, if you want to come up and debate, just let me see MAGA in the chat, but make sure if you are spamming MAGA that you are also in the queue. Phenomenal. Hey, what's up? Why are you voting for Trump?
Yo, what's up, Dean? So I heard this was the last debate of the night.
Oh, you've came up on here a couple times.
No, I haven't.
I trapped your ass. Yes. So what you do is you come up here, you be misogynistic, and then you leave. You've talked about how you won't vote for Harris because she's a woman. And guess what the fuck? I finally get to call you out on it, and I get to trap you up here. So if you leave, you'll look like a real beta male because I know how important that is to you. Why are men better at leading than women?
Because they have a stronger mindset. If we let Kamala Harris into the office, she will cause another war.
If men have a stronger mindset than women, then how come men are more prone to violent crimes? They commit 95% of those. Men are more prone to suicide. They commit 3/4 of those. Men are more prone to using drug abuse as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotion. Men are 3 times more prone than women to that. They are also more prone to irrational behaviors such as drunk driving, reckless driving, or gambling. And if women are more weak-minded than men, then how come women outperform the fuck out of men in all levels of schooling, as well as the fact that women have a higher IQ and EQ on average in comparison to men?
Well,
Caroline, thank you for another $10 toward dinner. You've been cooking for us all day, so I'm going to help you cook. Thank you so much for the love, Caroline. Let's get some massive W Carolines in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10.
Okay, so I'm just talking about like Trump in general. Like, I know you have like your little studies, you know, that.
No, I'm just asking you why you're misogynistic. I'm asking you why men are more fit to lead than women.
I'm talking like Trump specifically because he like created peace.
Yeah,
with
I'm
North Korea.
not. I'm just created peace with North Korea. No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, through what deal? He went there for a denuclearization agreement, left empty-handed, then kept calling him Rocket Man.
Yeah, if Biden would have been in charge at that time, we would have had a nuclear war. So.
And there's about just as much evidence for that as there is evidence for the claim that men are better at leading than women. You're a misogynistic pig. I'm calling you out on it. You still are not trying to justify it either because I think you know you can.
That's why she will never get into office. She threw people in jail for like no reason, and she slept her way to the top.
Okay. So do we live in a democracy?
Yeah.
So in her general election for the prosecutor of California, 80,000 people voted for her. How many of those 80,000 people did she have to sleep with to get into her position?
What do you mean?
We live in a democracy where representatives vote for who they want in office. When she was campaigning for the office of prosecutor, right, she got 80,000 votes that voted her into that position. Out of the 80,000 people that voted for her, how many of those did she have to sleep with?
She only had to sleep with the people at the top.
So none. Out of all 80,000 people that voted her into her office, she had to sleep with 0 of them.
No, the people who like the people at the top, like the people in the parties, stuff like that. The people.
Hey buddy, are you ready? Are you ready for the defeater? Who's they?
The people who brought her into the party.
Who's they?
Yeah, you can search it up. I don't know.
Who's they?
There are videos.
You're
of people
completely fucking clueless. You're just saying that it's because she's a woman. Hey, did you know that men actually have a higher body count on? Did you know that women? Did you know that men actually have a higher body count on average than women? Men have lower standards, which mean they're more likely to sleep with anyone who will fuck them in comparison to women who actually uphold talents and preferences. Yeah. So why are you just saying because she's a woman, she's going to sleep with people to get what she wants, when in all reality, it's men who are sleeping around with higher body counts on average and lower preferences? Because you don't have any other reason to say that. You're just, saying that because you're misogynist. Like, you don't even know who they are. I asked you who they slept with. You can't give me any names here. Victoria, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Victoria says, keep up the great work. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Victoria, for the $20. I really appreciate that.
Thanks for the $19.45. So can I fucking talk?
Did you just say Hitler? Thank you for the $19.45?
Yeah, why not? What's wrong with that?
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
You know what it means.
What the fuck? I'm so sorry. That is like one of the most outrageous. Dude, that is like one of the most outrageous. Chat, I'm not laughing. I'm in shock. That is one of the most like. Do you like him?
I don't like him. I'm mocking you for like reading out donations every single time. What do you really think I like Hitler just because I'm a Trump supporter?
No, I think you like Hitler because you were like, Hitler, thank you for the $19.45.
Because somebody named Hitler sent me money on Venmo, I have to shout them out,
Hey, everyone. Do you want me to drop this misogynistic pig and then go to dinner and end my live? Yeah. Let's see what the crowd consensus is. What is it like being like at the bottom? Here's my thing. Like, men like you are just so like not
You
valuable.
look way too feminine,
I look way too feminine.
Yeah, and all these people, at some point, they're gonna stop paying you, and they're gonna have to get.
I think it's funny that you say like I look feminine, and then speak of that's some bad thing. When we're talking about the sex market, right? Women typically find that attractive.
Okay.
Why is me looking feminine bad when it's only like more appealing to the feminine gaze? And I know that's what you care about. You care about the feminine gaze a lot, but only sometimes. Only sometimes, not other times. Like only when it benefits you, but when it doesn't benefit you, you don't give a shit.
Why shouldn't you embrace your masculinity? Why should you like try to oppose to the other sex? So, like,
what is masculinity?
It's the features that like define a man, like it's the behavior and stuff like that.
Oh, the behaviors that define a man. Okay, well, yeah. If it's that, then I definitely do embrace my masculinity. I embrace my masculinity by caring about other perspectives that would fall outside of my own. I embrace my masculinity by engaging in critical thought and well-reasoned beliefs, as I understand that I, as a man in this country, I'm in a position of power, right? And as I am, and in this position of societal power, due to the patriarchy, that I have an obligation to try to diminish, right, the societal power and differences that would exist between me and someone with something else in between their legs, right? I understand this fully, but then you come along, you're like, I'm really insecure about myself. I lack self-image. I lack self-worth. So then you take that, and instead of like processing it in a mature manner, you project that onto the women around you, call them inferior, just so it relatively increases your own value. And you're talking about how you're a real man. No, you're a joke. You're a kid. You're a boy.
Talk about maturity?
And also, it's just funny that like the modern alpha male movement will call me a beta, not because of the way that I look. I got the biceps, got the car, got the jawline, etc. It's because of the way I act, folks. Because in order to be a modern alpha male, you must necessarily be a narcissistic, egotistical piece of shit that treats everyone around you like dirt. And I don't do that, therefore I'm a beta.
Brother,
really embarrassing. Really embarrassing.
The jawline is just genetical, okay? You didn't have to
Jody, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love, Jody. Let's get some WJodys in that chat. Tyrone, thank you for $5 on Venmo as well. I'm just going to give you my thoughts here. I'm not... What's that?
You're on TikTok receiving donations. You haven't worked a day in your life, okay?
Oh, yes. So I have worked a day in my life. In fact, I'm working today, right now. This is my job. What about it? You're saying this because people donate to me because they like what I say, that therefore it's not a job? What's a job?
A job is when you're providing a service.
I would definitely think there's at least a couple thousand people in here that think it's quite the service for me to embarrass the fuck out of a little boy, a little misogynistic boy.
Yeah, misogynistic. Yeah. But okay.
I sure know it's a service to myself. It's quite fulfilling. I love my life. I love what I do. It's awesome.
So what are you gonna start doing?
Trish, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Trish says, "Go get your burger." Yeah, I'll go get that. Thank you so much for the love, Trish. You're awesome. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Trish.
What are you going to do when these people stop paying you?
Okay, well, I mean, you're overwhelmingly asking me here, Juliana. Thank you for the anarts. What I'm going to do when the people stop paying me? Well, then, like there comes a day where I'm no longer getting donations. I would get another job and then continue to do this just a little bit less and treat it more like a hobby because I want to be able to sustain my life and pay my bills. But I'd still do it because I love it. Like I started this, I wasn't making anything. I started streaming on TikTok, not making shit, streaming to like 30 people just because I enjoy what I do.
Okay, but
Eddie, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Eddie. Let's get some massive W Eddies. Thank you so much for the love. And Landon, thank you for the $2. Massive W Eddies, massive W Landons. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, but why are you like programmed to like say this stuff? Like you don't even believe it. You and Parker are literally, even Harry, like you are programmed to say the exact same thing every single time.
Is this a new method? This is the new method. This is the new method. So, I don't know why, but like majority like bad men. This is what they've done throughout history. So they'll look at a group of people saying something that they disagree
Parker
with.
is your daddy, man. You copy everything he says.
Hey, buddy. I was in the middle of talking.
Go ahead.
You understand? You said that Parker's my daddy. You're probably the one writing the Boy X Boy Wattpad stories about us at 3 a.m. on the Saturday nights. But keep that to yourself, okay? Something else I was in the middle of saying there. You particularly went off on this rant about how I'm only doing this for the money. I don't do this because I really care about what I'm saying, etc. Jana, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Best Cook, thank you so much for the love, Jana. Let's get some W Janas in that chat. Thank you so much for the $15. That's very kind of you. Well, I mean, I think that like bad, ignorant men have had a tendency throughout history when they look at a group of people that they disagree with, instead of challenging themselves to be like, well, why do they disagree with me? What reason do they have to disagree with me? What reason do I have to disagree with them? And then engage in critical thought to see who's right and see who's wrong. No, what you do is you're like, oh, well, actually, the group of people that disagree with me are all bad people. Right? Like a good example of this would be social advocacy from within the members of the LGBTQ plus community, right? Well, what happens when gay people are like, it's okay to be gay, I should have the right to get married, etc., is that instead of listening to them, you're like, oh, they're gay, so I don't have to listen to what they say at all, or like maybe ponder about the idea that it's that I shouldn't treat them like shit. Another good example, a lot of the fight from African Americans that have existed in our country, right? Advocating for equal representation of white people. Then all of a sudden the racist white people turn around, they're like, oh, they're black, I don't have to listen to them. I'm not going to put a second thought into what they say, right? It's the same thought process that you are using right now. You're like, oh, well, I'm just going to dream up of this fringe conspiracy theory that Dean actually doesn't believe in what he's saying, so therefore I could just write his character off as bad and disregard every word that comes out of his mouth. And Natalie, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. And T-Ran, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get some massive W Natalie's and some massive W T-E-R-A-N's. Terrans, thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you guys. But was there anything else you want to get cooked on before I hop off for the night? I'm not even debating anymore. I'm just speaking my mind, man. I've been fun with it too. Anything else?
I just want to say one last thing before you go and have your burger.
Yeah, fuck you. You don't get to say it. Bye. Okay. Guys, for the 5.8 thousand of y'all in here, real quick announcement. I finally got my Discord link to work again. It hasn't been working for a month. I've been wondering why I've been losing so many members and no one who's been joining. So join my Discord. I love hanging out on my Discord. I'm always in the chats. I'm always talking to people. If you want to say anything to me, that's the fucking way. The join code is just my name. It's Dean. It's linked in my bio, but typically speaking, Discord links and TikTok bios don't work. you're going to have to go through the app yourself and just type in the join code Dean, or go through the website discord.gg/Dean. And Mark, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. And Alexis, thank you for the $5. Let's get some W Marks and some W Alexis's. I appreciate y'all both for your love. So do that. Please do. Also, that follow button. I go live every single day of the week for like 6 hours. I love it so much. And I just want to put this out here. Quite frankly, I have had the most support that I've ever had doing these streams. And I'm literally so fucking grateful for every single one of y'all. Y'all have made me feel fulfilled in my life because I get to try to implement real change in the world around me. This is something I have always wanted to do prior to me even having a big platform on here. I've always spoken to, my girlfriend, my friends, the people that I love, the people that I care about, the people that I could voice my opinions to, that have always wanted to just to try to change the world in any small way. And y'all have finally allowed me to try to do a little bit here on TikTok Live. So I love you all. I'm going to go ahead and get that burger, join the Discord, discord.gg/Dean. And additionally here, join the Discord, join codes Dean. Everyone have a good rest of your night. Bye guys. Parker's going to be live in the next 30 minutes as well at Parker Get a Real Job. So make sure to show him some love when he goes live. Adios.
Agaknya bisa ditanya-tanyakan saja. Mumpung masih ada kesempatan. Karena kesempatan tidak akan mungkin datang yang kedua kalinya. Oke? Ada apa kesempatan? Tidak akan mungkin datang yang kedua kali. Tempatnya sebelum kita off. Kalau kita sudah off, kita sudah kembali ke harga semula, sudah kembali ke harga normal. Oke? Lanjut lagi yuk kakaknya, nomor berapa lagi yuk?